it's but also I don't want to miss anything with the kids. Like when they're up, I want to be there and be around them. So, um, but anyways, yeah, we're rocking, and I'm ready to roll with you today.
Let's go, man. First of all, I already did an intro, so I'll add that after after we talk. I've got some really good questions lined up, and I think that these are important. I think a lot of these questions are going through their heads also, so that's why I'm going to ask these questions. But I first want to talk about the link that you sent me, and this is a scary number. It's showing over 100 million loans Americans have deferred payments on.
Yeah,
Has that ever happened before?
no.
What does that mean? Like, let's talk about it. What is going to happen with if these people continue to miss their payments?
Mm-hmm.
Where do we go? And I think that we're also missing the big elephant in the room. We were talking before the outbreak about these trillions of dollars that were being pumped into the markets,
Right,
trillions of dollars,
right,
and it was real quiet. You know, they're kind of keeping them down though. And now I've got my own questions about the way the media is pushing certain agendas. If they're doing it to hide the amount of money the repo market that is just the huge elephant in the room. So let's
right.
talk about it, man. What is going on?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the thing I think is that you can postpone mortgage payments for a few months, rent payments for a few months, but eventually there's a trickle down to who's holding that debt on those properties, and ultimately it comes down to eventually the banks are going to have to get payments on those mortgages on those buildings that they're have loans on. You can't just tell people to not pay forever, because the government ends up just funneling all that money, and the government's running out of cash. I mean, any way you want to look at it, we don't have enough cash. The other thing that people aren't even talking about is what about all the taxable income that the government's going to lose from the last 4 months of people not working, and businesses not running, for the most part. So, and that's a huge part of our economy. That's what keeps us going, keeps the police department going, it keeps the fire department, it keeps the government, it keeps everything that protects us has to get paid by taxes. And there's not going to be much to tax, frankly, because no one was out there doing any trade, no one was working. Products weren't being made the same way they were before. Certain industries obviously were doing okay, but for the most part, the economy was shut down for the past 4 months. So there is a price to pay for that, and I think what it's going to be is I think you're going to see heavy inflation. I think that you're going to see higher taxes, as much as this tax bill we had come in about 18 months ago, but eventually they're going to have to recoup that money that we're paying out. And so I think we're going to see a lot of inflation in a lot of different ways. Food costs are going to go up, cost of goods are going to go up, and we're going to have to figure out a way to pay for those things.
What happens if we don't?
Then we as a country go bankrupt. I mean, that's probably the thing that no one's ready to really talk about is the country bankrupt at this point. I would argue that it's been bankrupt for many years, and really it just comes down to when is the rest of the world going to realize that they can live without the U.S. And I think that we are a global superpower in terms of the economy, but also a lot of the wealth of the United States is held by a small amount of people. The control is held by a lot of a very small group of billionaires and bankers, and so as a global entity, what do we really offer as a country when a lot of the wealth is handled by a few people? And I think that's the scary thing about where we are today, is that we're not in a position of strength, because a lot of the world is starting to become more self-sufficient with their day-to-day lives. And as more of those things happen, really, I guess the only thing we have is that we're this, we have this huge engine, this government, that's we're in a lot of countries, we have our hands in a lot of cookie jars, so to speak, and that sort of keeps us intertwined with people. But China and a lot of these countries are trying to separate us, trying to keep things more in house, and I think that eventually we will see countries realize that we are bankrupt, and we can't. We're $23 trillion in debt. I mean, this can't continue forever.
What was the repo market that they were talking about a lot more before the outbreak, and how many trillions of dollars? I mean, can that it is
Are you talking
essentially
about the housing market?
uh, it's like a repossession market on all repossessions, I think,
Yeah.
not just houses, but I don't understand that very well. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you the big one that people talk about is residential homes, commercial real estate. When are those things starting to? When are people going to stop making their payments? And they were starting to talk about it a little bit before the crisis, but now with people just basically not paying, people not paying rents. In a lot of places, if you look at the way the laws are set up, people can forego rents for years. So if they didn't pay rent for the last 4 or 5 months, or maybe they're not going to pay for a few more months, these loans are basically grants. They're going to go out for many years, and it really becomes difficult if the markets, the residential and the housing markets, really start to crash. It's pretty unlikely that these landlords are going to get a lot of these payments back down the road. So they're basically going to just take a loss on a lot of this money, and that just further goes into what I was talking about. These landlords taking a loss, obviously they're beholden. Most of these properties are owned by the bank somewhat. They're not able to pay their mortgage. So you have this cycle it's just not a good cycle. And yeah, you look at the stock market and everything seems great because you have a lot of companies, that really strong companies, that have been able to profit through this time period. But Main Street is not profiting. Main Street is not doing well. That's why people are just kind of urging to get back out and buying goods and doing things on a day to day. But everything is going to get more expensive. The economy is not in a good place. I don't care what anybody says. This V-shaped recovery that they're talking about is not going to happen. It's not. And I'm very optimistic on the U.S. in general, but to say things are going to bounce back quick is pretty unrealistic.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this article right now. This is a few months old, but do you remember when the Cheesecake Factory said that they weren't going to pay rent in
Mm,
April on all of their facilities and restaurants? That's wild. That's like the start of a trend almost. When the media pushes it, it seems like, well,
yeah.
gee, I can't make, where's
Well,
this going to
and
go with all these
they
empty?
came out with that literally 2 weeks after the shutdown. And
Yeah.
how can any big corporation not be able to cover rent for 1 month after Cheesecake is one of the most profitable restaurants in the United States? I mean, there's not. I mean, listen, it's the bread alone at Cheesecake is fantastic. No, I mean we're going in a different direction. But what I'm saying is that
They are
it's
good.
big corporations like Cheesecake were looking for an opportunity to either push their agenda with the landlord or try to get their rent down. And I think that's why they were able to do that, because it doesn't seem realistic that less than 30 days after the shutdown that they couldn't afford to pay their rent.
I'm glad you said that, because I didn't know if they were losing all sorts of money before that happened and they were on the verge of bankruptcy. That's why they said that. But you're saying that they were profitable.
They were still open. They just weren't
Yeah.
having. No one could go into the restaurants. They were still doing takeout, which obviously is not as profitable.
No, I mean
Listen,
before the corona.
but no, during they were fine before Corona happened. They were not near
Okay.
bankruptcy. Corona happens. They're still doing takeout. They just, obviously people weren't going into the stores. So you had this situation where they just said, well, we're not going to pay rent because we're not as profitable as we used to be because people can't come in. And I just don't think that's what people are looking for out there when they have these kind of agreements with their landlord. I think there has to be a little bit more of a give and take. I think everybody's just looking for an opportunity. I can't even tell you how many people have called me and said to me, are you applying for these SBA loans? And I say to them that, Noble Gold, we're doing good. The business is still moving. We're not, we're not a company that if I needed the SBA loan, of course I would apply for it, but I don't need an SBA loan. Why would I do it? The same answer I get every time is that it's free money. And there's no such thing as free money. We're paying back. We have to pay this money back, either as a corporation or as a country. And I think it's really scary, this mindset out there of these people that just, and I've had a lot of wealthy business owners that I know that are in the same mindset. Well, why wouldn't I just take the money? And it doesn't make sense to me that if you don't need a loan from a government, these loans are set up for people that need it, that maybe are keeping people on payroll that they couldn't afford. I mean, there's a lot of specific reasons why these loans are out there. Knock on wood, we're doing well as a business. We don't need it, and I'm not going to ask for it if we don't need it. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think that shows a lot about your character and your morals and values, and that's a good name for noble values, noble gold investments. That makes sense, and it doesn't really, um, that's what bothers me when I see these huge corporations that have plenty of money anyway, and
Right.
they take advantage of the system. But at the same time, should I let it bother me? Because they're just like they're acting like Romans would in Rome. They're taking advantage of the system. So maybe it'll bother me, but then I'll be like, okay, how do I use that to my advantage? How do I say, okay, I'm going to play the game, and I'll find a way to profit off that as well. And
Well,
that's
it just shows that and the reason that the thing that I look at it is that it just shows that the only thing you can do now to grow what people are thinking is you have to borrow money. That's the problem with the economy that we're in. Money is not worth anything anymore. So even though this loan, the person was telling me the loan is 3.75% over 30 years, and you can borrow all this money, all these large corporations are like, great, I'll borrow it and I'll get it out there and spend money. There's no right now. The only way to grow and protect yourself is to get out and invest. The cash is done. Okay. Fiat money is done. It's never coming back. Low interest rates are here to stay. This is the world that we're in. So you have to be in assets that either can outpace that return, can protect you from a pullback. That's why gold has really just been off the charts this year. Everybody is just dying to get their hands on gold because they know that it's safe. They know that it's going to be here. They know it has a limited supply. So people that were typically putting money in a savings account are buying gold because they can't keep the money in the bank and make 0.5%. So we're in a really unusual world, unusual economy where you literally have to get most of your money out there invested to just survive. I mean, whereas before 30, 40 years ago, I mean, everybody would keep, 6, 8 months, 10 months, maybe a year in savings. Maybe they buy a CD. Those days are gone forever. And you hear these sad stories about, I read this story about this kid that invested on I think it's Robinhood, and you can really leverage on some of these new apps. And this young kid accidentally did a trade, and he found out he was $700,000 in debt, and he was in his 20s, and he basically committed suicide. And it's so sad because this kid in his 20s that probably had $150,000 in debt thought to himself, the only way I'm ever going to get out of this is I got to try to leverage. I got to try to pay all this debt back that I have and do something extreme. And that's really what the economy has become, is that you have these really far extremes where people just don't feel they can do just a safe return anymore because either they have school debt or they're just, they're trying to catch up. So, the time is now to just take a step back. Let's look at the things that have worked over time. Gold and silver have been around. They're working. The returns are fantastic right now. And that's why people are doing it. And even more so cryptos. I mean, we've gotten more calls about Bitcoin and Ethereum IRAs in the last 30 days than we probably got in the last year. I mean, really, a lot of people have been calling us because they're just, they're buying gold, they want to buy Bitcoin. They're just trying to get away from all the money and all the equities. They're trying to get into new assets right now to kind of get a return that they're going to be happy with.
Well, that's great to hear. And with the gold, I mean, is it even possible to get real gold right now? It's really difficult, isn't it?
It is difficult to get gold. It's been difficult since the shutdown. Luckily we have great relationships with the mints and, a lot of different places all over the world that we've been able to get gold. And, I think that it's one of those things that until you get it in your hands, you don't realize how good it feels to get that gold and put it in the safe. But we've been able to source it from all over the world, and we've been lucky that we're continuing to ship. We were continuing to ship through the crisis, and there's no stopping, no gold supply of precious metals, and platinum sales have up almost 20% for us. We've seen a big increase in platinum because platinum is less than half the price of gold right now. So platinum, yet it's, it's much more rare than gold. So we're seeing a huge demand in platinum buying. So a lot of the big four, gold, silver, platinum, palladium are really taking off right
That's so weird because,
now.
bless
Excuse
you,
me.
I remember when I was growing up, platinum was more money than gold.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, platinum was more
That's
money
wild.
than gold until about 10, 11 years ago. And then we did have a shift in the price of platinum. Yeah, so those metals are really in hot demand right now, and obviously I still think silver is a great buy. I know you're a big fan of silver. You like holding silver, and the more we get away from actual just paper money, the more people want these metals. The more they want to get something paid. I've had a few emails over the last 2 to 3 weeks where people are saying that they're getting vendors that want them to pay them in gold and silver. I mean, it sounds weird. It sounds like an old school mentality, but I think, the other thing about COVID is that people, obviously cash is, it's circulated in a lot of different hands. Gold is typically in a case. It's, protected. It's easy to clean. So I think just on a fundamental use, gold is a much more practical asset to have because you can keep it much more clean than dollar bills or 20s and things like that. So there's just a number of reasons why we've just seen the spike. And typically June's a slow month for metals, and we've not seen any kind of slowdown. And I think it just has to do a lot with it, Rex. It's just the uncertainty. There's just consistent uncertainty in every aspect of our lives, from financial to work to home life to, I mean, you name it. There's not one area that's not really uncertain right now. And I think when that happens, people want to know they go into something that's strong and something that they know.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, I also wanted to bring up my friend Julian that lives in the United Kingdom. He's got a business out there. He went to 3 different places last week and attempted to. It wasn't him that actually attempted to pay with cash. It was his friend that he was with attempted to pay with cash. They wouldn't take it. 3 different places.
Yeah.
Is that wild or what, man? They're
Yeah,
like,
I
no,
believe it.
no, we're not going to take it. No.
Yeah. No, they don't want to
Especially in
touch it.
this time of age, where you would think that they would, maybe they're that scared, they would get some, you know, okay, let me get that. I got it. Okay, let's clean it
Yeah.
right now. You know? So
It's
I was surprised.
I'm not surprised at all. I think that people don't want to take cash anymore. And who wants to hold an asset that's losing tremendous amounts of value? I mean, that's really the other thing that people like. When you put gold in your IRA, the nice thing about it is, one of the nice aspects is that, let's say you have to take your distribution of your IRA, say you're 70 and a half or 72, you can take that gold that you bought in your IRA as your distribution. A lot of people don't know that. If you have, Ford stock in your IRA, you're not going to take Ford stock as your distribution. You're going to take cash. So you're going to sell Ford. Maybe Ford's down, you have to sell it. Then you're going into cash, and cash isn't worth anything. So I like the idea that you can actually take the gold that you bought in the IRA as your distribution. And we've seen a lot of people doing that just because what would they do with the cash? They'd rather have the gold that they bought. So there's a lot of flexibility there with that. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of places in the U.S. that don't want to take cash either.
Do you think it's going to get worse by November with the markets or better?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think. See, I think we're going to get back to around 20,000 in the stock market, and I think that's kind of a tipping point, kind of like how Bitcoin 10,000 is the number everybody looks at. That 20,000 number is a scary number because if it breaks that floor, I think it could go much lower. My point that I think I would think it would be a good place to get in, probably around 15,000 for the stock market. So I think that it's definitely going to be interesting with what happens with the elections. There's so much up in the air. I mean, first of all, let's just talk about voting. How's that going to be done? Are people going to want to go and vote? Are they going to feel comfortable standing in line? How are they going to think through that whole process? It's hard to be, I don't know, when you go voting, people are right in front of you. I mean, the lines are going to have to be miles and miles long to keep 6 feet apart. So there's just so many strange things that are happening right now. I can't even imagine how the voting process is going to be.
Now, some people have talked about a second wave,
Mhm.
and I'm definitely interested to see what happens. Where do you think that's going to go? Do you think it's going to come back, or do you think it's going to kind of stay?
Well, I think the problem is that if you open up, we're opening up now, the flu hits, and how are you going to know when someone has a flu unless they get a test? So let's say someone comes to work, they start coughing. What is the owner of that business going to do? Because obviously they know someone's coughing, they could have COVID, they could have the flu, they don't know what they have. They give them the temperature says they have temperature, still don't know what they have. Do you send everybody home? Because everyone's exposed. I mean, what do you do? There's a lot of interesting questions that no one can really answer. So I think so. You have work, that's going to be an issue. Then the next thing is school. I've read reports that schools are saying that teachers that have any kind of illness are going to be sent home for up to 2 weeks. Well, how are the schools going to stay open if every time a teacher gets a cold that there's not enough teachers to fulfill that? Let's say they start sending the kids home. Who's going to take care of the kids? The parents that normally go to work are now, what are they going to do? They're not going to be able to go to work. So my opinion, this year is going to be a real wash on a number of different levels because corporations and this is going to be, if Trump can do it, convince people to hire. But as an employer myself, knowing that these are all these challenges we're going to have this year in the workplace, because you can hire somebody, but if they have kids, their kids, if their kids go home, that means they're not going to be able to work. I mean, there's a trickle effect to all these people having a cold or a flu or got it, if they have COVID. There's a lot of different things that on the day to day that get screwed up when you have all these people not being able to go to work. So I think that's going to have a negative effect on the markets and employment in general this year.
Did you read that article about the hundreds of millions of dollars hundreds of billions of dollars the super rich have made during this outbreak?
Yeah, yeah,
Whoa! It's like I think it was 300 and some billion, wasn't it?
yeah, yeah.
What the?
Yeah, well, it just there's people that can have the means and can kind of see through what's going to happen, and have the people see. That's the problem. That's always been my problem with the stock market, is that these people have they have a team, they have a financial team that goes, okay, we're shut down, where do we invest right now, where do we put our money? And that team comes and gives you a proposal, and based on that proposal you allocate money and you invest, right? You and I we don't have those teams. We don't have a team. Regular people don't have a team. So we don't have the ability to say, okay, well, where are we going to go next? We have to do the research ourselves. We have to make safe investments. And I think a lot of people, what they look to do is just kind of mitigate loss. That's why a lot of people are looking for safe investments, gold and silver. But to actually get out there and take these, monumental risks, you have to have the means to do it. And the average person doesn't have that. And I think we're really not built, in terms financially, education wise in this country for people to take advantage of these situations. I mean, you and I have talked about this a lot, that, when was the first time someone talked to us about an IRA? When was the first time someone talked to us about stock investing? Probably not until our 20s or sometimes even in our 30s. So we're not really prepared to see these kind of opportunities and pounce, so to speak. And I think a lot of people just want to put their head in the sand and they just hope that things will work out. Whereas the uber wealthy, just, they have the time and the means to really just kind of see opportunities and jump on it. But I'm hoping that now that more people are becoming self-employed, more people are listening to shows like yours and hearing what we're talking about today, is I hope that people realize that there's lots of stories about people that started with 10 or 15 or 20,000 that turned that into $500,000 or $1 million because they really spent the time to focus on it. It can absolutely happen. And, it just takes, you just have to educate yourself. You have to get out there, read ebooks about precious metals, read about stocks, get out there and really focus on those things. And if you do that, then you can come out of this, a mess like this as a big winner.
No, this is absolutely, and I appreciate you saying that. I just wanted to give the headline from Business Insider. America's billionaires added 282 billion to their total wealth in 23 days during the coronavirus crisis, a report claims. I think there's another article that's talked about an even longer span and over 300 billion, but this one specific I pulled up when I did a Google search. And I also wanted to talk about the gold for a minute because looking at gold prices, I'm looking at Kitco right now. Over the past 6 months, it's gone up 16.8%. That's solid, man.
Gold is up 30% in the last 12 months, 29.5%.
Wow. And I mean, that's the thing about gold is it's just always been there. I mean, going
Yeah.
back to the Sumerian tablets thousands of years ago, the Anunnaki wanted gold. So it's got a pretty solid reputation. They were
Yeah.
making people, they were drinking beers, and they were trading gold,
Yeah,
according to the
absolutely.
Sumerian tablets.
Yeah, it's not surprising. Gold will always do well in these types of scenarios, and it will continue to do well. And I think every big institution from Goldman Sachs to JP Morgan have all predicted gold above 2000. Bank of America thinks gold's going to break 3000 in the next 18 months, which is, I mean, if you think about a bank like Bank of America to say 3,000 from where it is today, and that came out actually about 2 months ago. So they were already predicting, a big gain, but because Bank of America doesn't really profit on gold, so it's interesting to see them recommending gold.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I was also pulling up an article real quick. How many people own one Bitcoin or more?
Mm,
There's not a whole lot of people
no.
that own one Bitcoin or more.
Yeah, it's true, and because a lot of it's held by, a lot of the Bitcoin are held by, there's probably 100 people that hold probably 30 or 40% of it. A lot of the early adopters have kind of held on, and there's only going to be 21 million Bitcoin ever. So there's definitely a limited supply. I mean, if you compare that to U.S. dollars, there's going to be there's 1.8 trillion U.S. dollars or notes in circulation. There's only going to be 21 million Bitcoin ever created. So it's definitely it's a cryptocurrency that has a limited supply. That's why a lot of people say it's very similar to gold. It has a lot of the characteristics of gold. And I've always said the Bitcoin buyer is typically a gold buyer, just usually a little bit younger of a person, just kind of sees the future in the digital currency. But as it becomes more mainstream, I actually will retract that statement and say that the Bitcoin buyer could be of any age. I mean, I've even had grandmas send me notes, or they've seen me out, and I remember a year ago a lady saw one of the videos and came up to me and asked me about Bitcoin. She was, I don't know how old she was. I didn't ask her because I'm a nice young man, but she was an older woman, and she was interested in Bitcoin. So I think it could be for any age and anyone that sees the future in digital money.
Absolutely. Now, as far as I wanted to go back also to another article from Russia Today. Gold prices surge as global corona fears shake the market confidence. The amount of gold that they're mining right now, can that keep up with the current demand?
No, because they had a 4 month shutdown. So they maybe they were working at 20% capacity. Plus the mints were also shut down for a significant amount of time. No, I think gold. All the mining in the world only increases the gold supply by about 1% per year. I've been reading reports from the World Gold Council that say maybe it's going to go up by 0.5% just in terms of just this year. So it's a very small amount that they're able to mine on a year-to-year basis. And I think there'll be more money put into mining now that we're starting to see the price move, but it takes a long time to allocate the equipment, the labor, and everything that takes to do a successful mining mission. But I think we're going to be well below the normal amount of mining for 2020.
Okay. Now, I wanted to go to the food prices real quick because Kristen went to get a pound of ground beef at I think Walmart the other day. And it was $7.99 a pound
Mm-hmm.
for ground beef. I mean, it like shot up like $2 a pound just in a
Right.
very short amount of time. Is it doing the same out there in California?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're seeing price. I've seen it even higher. Fruit, those types of things have gone up. A small carton of strawberries, 4.99. Now we're like close to 6. I mean, all those items, the prices have gone up significantly, and yeah, so it's the inflation's coming in a lot of different ways. As I mentioned, it's not just going to come in the CPI index of the government reports. It's all the day-to-day goods that we're buying.
Now, I'm going to leave a link in the description box for your YouTube channel because you do updates almost daily. I was actually watching your video today, and they're usually just a quick couple of minutes and great
Yep.
information. But how's that going for you? It seems like you're really enjoying it.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it's nice to get out there and just, if I have a quick thought or idea, to just kind of get it out there a little bit quicker to people. And I get to spend some time and talk about one of our most popular series is we talk about, there's like 6 billionaires that have been buying gold pretty heavily for the last 2 years and recommending gold. So we kind of break down each of those billionaires and why they're buying gold, because I think everyone's sort of fascinated as to what they're doing. Obviously, if they've gotten to that status of wealth, so it's been good. And even on a very granular level, we were able to talk to people about metals that we don't always talk about, which is platinum and palladium, and so we go into a lot of things that we can't go into in these interviews, industrial demand, things like that. So if someone wants to learn, they don't want to read a gold guide, or maybe they need time to watch videos, check out those videos, spend some time, and I think they can get a lot of education just from a few minutes a day.
Cool. Okay, so you got the videos, you got the books that you're giving out, the ebooks as well. Just click the link. And then, is there anything else that you wanted to maybe talk about before we finish this up? And I got to
Yeah.
say thanks for all the information, man. Really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
absolutely. I just say, our also the last thing is, if you just want to call in and talk to somebody, everyone there has been trained by myself. We do constant updates and trainings, and we're in the business of customer service. We're here to answer questions. I think the thing that people always like about Noble Gold is our patience. We're in this for the long term, and we want to be with you for the long term. So feel free to give us a call if you just have a few questions. We'll get the information out, and I think you'll find that it's educational, and if nothing else, it's a good way to learn about something new.
Clearly you have patience because you put up with me. So I got to say thank you for that. And I wanted to show this just real quick to kind of put into perspective. So you type in real quick, Dow Jones, do a Google search. This was the price, June 24th, 2019, 727.54. Look at it today. So it's less today than it was a year ago. And it even had a pretty good day today. I mean, only up 0.6%, but still over 150 points up. And then for the day. But if you look at gold, like we were talking earlier, I mean, this can be updated. I need to update this because you showed even a little bit higher than this, but just geez, look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah.
25+%. You're saying 29% over the past year. So that's fascinating. And you know what? It's gold.
Yeah.
So you're helping yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the cool thing about it. You're helping yourself. You're helping your family. You're not helping the big banks charge you and then fractionalize the money you put in their bank and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the gravy train, bro. Right there. Can you imagine?
There's no money manager. There's no middleman here. You own it. It's yours. You put it in your hands. You put it in your safe. If you want us to store it, that's the beauty behind being in control of some of your money and some of your wealth. And yeah, it's always fun, Rex, to come on and chat, and it's always a play. I know you're always looking to learn and educate yourself, and your channel is so fun to watch for everybody. So I'm going to say it because I know you say it, but if you haven't subscribed, people should subscribe to this channel right now, because they will be amiss if they miss out on any of your videos and updates. So, but thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, I'll pay you later, man. Thanks for saying that. I paid him to say that. Now I want to give your number out again real quick. It's 1-877
646-5347.
Excellent. All right. Thanks everybody for being here. Click those links in the video description box. I'm going to leave all the links for the ebooks also to get a hold of Noble Gold, the phone number as well if you forget, and be the change you want to see. Hey everybody, Rex Sparrow League Project. How the heck are you? Hope you're having a fantastic day today. It's a beautiful day out here in southern Colorado. Now, we are taking on the 30-day No Mainstream News Challenge. So the news that I'm going to share with you is not from mainstream news sources, and it's quite interesting because of the times that we live in. According to the article from the defense.gov website, DoD official, National Guard is first choice in response to civil unrest. Governors in 28 states have called on the National Guard to support first responders. There's over 27,000 troops that have been deployed. Now, this article is from last month. So what's happened since then? Well, let's go to Military Times. Latest Guard COVID update, nearly 27,000 troops mobilized after one-day jump of 5,000. And this is from April. Now, how many times has the National Guard been deployed on U.S. soil in recorded history? Well, let's talk about that. And before we get into that, I do want to thank my friends over at Noble Gold Investments. This could be the best time, or one of the best times in history, to get into gold and silver and precious metals. Check them out, Noble Gold Investments. Let them know Leak Project sent you. They're giving out free books to Leak Project listeners. If anything, read the free books. Give them a call. If you've got a 401 or an IRA, not only are they waiving fees right now, making it easier than ever, but they're also giving you a free 5-ounce token, silver token that is beautiful. It's a coin to give you an idea of what you're going to be holding on to in your 401. It's pretty awesome, you guys. Check them out. And gals, Noble Gold Investments. Let them know Leak Project sent you. You'll be glad you did. Okay, now let's take a look at this from Military Times. Latest Guard COVID update, nearly 27,000 troops mobilized after one-day jump of 5,000. Now, this is from 5 hours ago. This is from 5 hours ago. AJC.com. Kemp to deploy 1,000 National Guard troops after violent weekend. Because it's very disturbing. I will leave a link specifically in the video description box. AJC.com. Read all about it. So, Governor Brian Kemp will deploy as many as 1,000 Georgia National Guard troops to protect state buildings in Atlanta on Monday, following a burst of violence across the city. And read more from the website. Okay, then let's go to look at how many times the National Guard has been deployed in the United States that they remember. So this is actually interesting because this Wikipedia article has more information and more times that the troops, National Guard troops, have been deployed in the U.S. than other articles that I have found. So let's just stick with this for now. It might be missing a few, but this is very interesting. So we go back to let's go back to the 20th century. Throughout the 19th century, the regular U.S. Army was small. Okay, let's scroll through that. On September 24th, 1957, President Dwight Eisenhower federalized the entire Arkansas National Guard to ensure the safe entry of the Little Rock Nine to Little Rock Central High School. The following day, Governor Orval Faubus had previously used members of the Guard to deny the students' entry to the school. What's up with that? See, I mean, these polls of ticks. The polls of ticks. I was reading the other article just a moment ago. I was reading from that I shared with you about how Kemp was deploying troops in Atlanta, and it just got so political. I thought to myself, there it is again. There's the problem. You've got two sides, opposing factions, fighting battles against each other, trying to make themselves look better before they try and help anybody. They want to help themselves and their parties first. It's like a football game. You're going to a football game, one team's got to win, right? Do they care about the fans? Yeah, they care about the fans, but they want to win because then they get more fame, more glory, more money most of the time. So it's a game, but it's not a game when you're putting people's lives at risk, in my opinion. So 1964, Nelson Rockefeller in New York, the National Guard deployed. In California, the California Army National Guard was deployed in August of 1965 because of riots called the Watts riots. Then elements of the Ohio Army National Guard were ordered to the Kent State University by Ohio's Governor Jim Rhodes because of the anti-Vietnam War protests, culminating in the shooting into a crowd of students on May 4th, 1970. It was a massacre, and that was followed by the student strike of 1970. Vietnam War, and then it looks like we've got here the Kentucky National Army Guard was ordered to serve. Oh, that was in Vietnam. The 1992 Los Angeles riots. The California Army National Guard was selected units of the California Air National Guard were deployed. During the 1993 Waco siege, the Branch Davidians, elements of the Alabama and Texas Army National Guard, were called in to assist the ATF. ATF agents included such subjects as close quarters combat, combat medical instruction, and a mock-up of the Mount Carmel complex was constructed at Fort Hood, Texas, for rehearsals. 21st century, Hurricane Katrina. And I think there's been a few more since then. 2008, or was it 2011? There were some troops deployed to Mexico, the border of the United States and Mexico. So now it's totally normal. I mean, 27,000 troops in 28 cities, give or take a few. Totally normal, right? I mean, geez. After you've been cooped up for weeks, months, then you see these people going crazy on the streets, and then the call to disband certain police. I mean, are you sure you really want to do that? I'm just asking questions. I mean, totally neutral here. Remember, I'm agnostic. I'm just presenting the information. I look at this and can I have my own opinions on things? Sure, but they're opinions. Does it really matter to you? Not really, because you're the one that's going to make the final decision of what's right for you and your family. So my question is this right? What we're dealing with right now, all of these political charades. When did politicians take over your life? How long ago did that happen? And how long are you going to continue to allow them to control you and your family and friends and the world? I'm just wondering, just a question. Remember, be excellent to each other. This is a live action role-playing game. This is for entertainment purposes only, and be the change you want to see. Tell you what, though, it's not entertainment for those out there that are dealing with crap on the streets right now, and those out there that are losing their small businesses, and those out there that are getting raided or harmed by looters. It's not entertainment for them. And it's probably not entertainment for you. I hope you're okay. I hope you're well. I hope you're thriving and not just surviving. Be the change.
This podcast is for entertainment purposes only. This is a live action role-playing game. It's simply coincidence.
Nothing like starting off a podcast with a nice shot of C60 from C60purplepower.com. If you use the code LEAK10, you'll get an extra 10% off, and you'll get shiny lips because you got to wipe that off. Now, this stuff is awesome. I want to say thank you very much, Ken, for being a guest on Leak Project. I'm really excited to talk with you every time we have a discussion that goes next level. So you reached out to me and you said, Rex, there's $70 trillion missing. Let's talk about that. And let's talk about C60. And I thought, hey, what better things to talk about than C60 and $70 trillion missing?
Yeah, that's true. What's just for people out there that don't know about C60, though most of your guests or your listeners probably do. It's C60 is the most powerful antioxidant. Basically, it fights inflation, supports immunity, and increases energy and mental clarity. Of course, you can attest to that. And
it increases other things also. Hello.
Yes, a little bit of virility does. It increases pregnenolone, which is the precursor for all the hormones. So all your hormones come back the way they were, when you were 20 years younger, depending on how old you are, of course. If you got a few gray hairs, that's a really good thing. Yeah, and it supports immunity too in these days. It enhances immune cell production, regulates the immune response, quiets the cytokine storm. But I can't tell you anything about the crud and C60 because I haven't had any reports from any of our customers who've caught it. So no information to give people. Oh, well.
I would like to say real quick, if I could, for those of you that want to research this in detail, there's some great links on the C60 Purple Power website. So there's a specific section there that you can go to that will pull up different links that Ken has compiled and some great information there. So definitely, if you're a science approach person, look into that as well. You'll be glad you did.
Yeah, there's over 1,000 science papers on C60, just in or carbon 60, I guess you'd say, is just amazing substance that just promotes health. But we'll talk some more about that. It's just that, so we also
got to watch out for the nanobots, though, man. I mean, people are still freaking out about the self-replicating nanobots.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just ridiculous. Sometimes people get a little too much out there. But I guess we could talk about a little bit about the about that 70 trillion.
That's a
missing
lot of
dollars.
money, man.
Oh, it is.
Whoa.
It is. And I just want to point out, this is really the person who brought this whole story up is Catherine Austin Fitts. You probably heard of her. She has the Solari report. And I would urge anyone out there to check out her Solari report and if they can afford it, to subscribe to it. It's got the really great information, especially about economics and about, some of the things that are coming up here, especially if you've got, if you're in mortgage forbearance or anything else like that. She's the one you want to do because she's the one that kind of broke the story. And she had been, she had worked at HUD as a secretary of HUD under, I think, what is it, Reagan or whatever, and or Bush, whatever it was. She worked in, and she just found all this money missing. And then there was a whole story on that, but you can go listen to her story. But basically, it didn't come down to her. It's a guy, a doctor, Professor Mark Skidmore. He's Michigan State University. He was he kind of got interested in this, and he and his grad students and postdocs and stuff started researching it, and they discovered 21 trillion in undocumented spending. So the government over the last, I don't know, what is it, 10 years or whatever, had spent over $21 trillion more than they did. And basically the one was the Army budget. Okay, in 2015, he did a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act request on it. And the Army had a budget of 122 million that year, right? And it had 6.5 trillion in cost overruns or undisputed adjustments. So how could you have a budget of 122 million, 6.5 trillion over budget? And that's like 50 times the budget, right? So that's kind of what led him on to this path. But there's a problem now. There's a FASPA 56, which is it's a law that Congress passed back in I think 2015, or it was 2015, whatever it was. And they basically closed the books. So the books went dark for people. So we don't really know what the government is doing because they legally passed a law that says that they don't need to tell us. So we really don't know what's going on out there, and which is really rather irritating. And so, well, anyway, but that kind of an interesting thing. And the other thing, he kept hearing things, and in fact, I had heard about this stuff, that they were selling more treasuries every year. They got let's say they got a $1 trillion deficit that year, and they were selling like $2.5 trillion in treasuries. And I'm going, what? How could that be? How could you get away with that? So what Dr. Skidmore did is he went there with the rest of his guys, and they did the same thing. And when you got a treasury bill, right, sometimes some treasuries are like 30-year treasuries, and they got to turn over. So, and because the government is borrowing more money, it can't like pay them off. So it just has to turn them over and continue on, right? So it can't pay them off. So you got like 30-year treasuries, you got 10-year treasuries, you got 6 months treasuries, you got a month treasuries, but we know the amounts that are actually out there. There's about 21 trillion. Now it's 25 trillion because of the deficit, but we know how much, and then they know how much turns over in a year, and they know how much, so they could estimate during the churning over of how when they turn them over, how many actual treasuries are out there, right? And what they found out is that this is really shocking. So when they do the reissuance, and so say they're only 22 trillion, right? That's what it is. But when they did all the calculations for the reissuance, they discovered there was at least $90 trillion of treasuries at the end of 2019. So the government says there's only 22 trillion treasuries out there, but there's actually 90 trillion out there.
That's what I'm talking about. You got any coupons?
Yeah. So yeah, it's just unbelievable. And so what it is they've now, if you think about it, okay, we got $90 trillion, at least $90 trillion in treasuries out there. And there we know that those guys are the same. Dr. Skidmore discovered, they have that 21 trillion overspending, right? So if we take 21 trillion off of 90 trillion, right, you're left with $70 trillion. Well, you got the 20 trillion that we know are in debt, the other 20 trillion that is overspending. You take that another 20 trillion off. Now we're down to $50 trillion of treasuries out there, and they sold these treasuries, right? Who owns them? Where did the money go? $50 trillion worth of treasuries are in some, they don't know. They're not on the books, but they're obviously out there because they're in the reprocessing. They have to turn them over. So there's $50 trillion. And just to give you an idea, there's about 330 million people in America. So that's about $150,000 per person. So I don't know about you, but those treasuries belong to you, Rex, to your listeners, to all of us, right? Those treasuries belong to us. They're issued in the United States government. We're responsible for them. So where did those $50 trillion in treasuries go? They sold, where'd the money go? They sold $50 trillion in treasuries. Where's that money? $50 trillion. I could use $150,000 right about now. I don't know about you, but I figure everybody out there could be using $150,000 right about now.
Well, it's interesting because now it's at a point of like funny money. And I'm wondering how close it's going to be to a hyperinflation or maybe a deflation scenario. But it seems like a hyperinflation. Now, what I would like to ask is, now you're in economics. You've got a degree in economics?
Yes,
or?
Yes, I do. I have a degree from Arizona State University.
Awesome. So I don't know enough to really get into the treasuries and such. I did, what's really interesting, man, is I used to work for a Fortune 100 company in downtown San Antonio. And the person that I worked with for several years actually was a vice president at one of the branches of the Federal Reserve in San Antonio. And we used to, back 10 years ago, I was more conspiratorial mindset and I wasn't quite as researched as I am now, not nearly as researched as I am now. But we used to go back and forth and we'd talk about money and, the banks and how I felt like there was a select group that controlled the majority of it. And what's interesting is he used to teach classes on monies and economics. And he still didn't give me the greatest description of money. He's like, well, he'd talk about how they would take some out of the economy for a while and slowly bring it back and stuff. But he didn't really get into a lot of details with me. And a nice guy, brilliant guy. And I just think it's fascinating that even somebody at that level, when you get into a debate and a conversation with them, the information still seems to be lackluster in a sense, is the nicest way to put it.
That's true. A lot of people really don't know what money is and how our money system, our debt-based money system, they go to school, they get indoctrinated. And so they believe, what the indoctrination is. But, there's possibilities here. I'll tell you what happened in 2000. Remember 2000, 2007, 2008 when they had the thing. Well, Iceland had that same problem. They had these banks that had borrowed all kinds of money, rent up stocks and everything. And basically the thing crashed. Well, in Iceland, what they did is they arrested the bankers and put them in jail. And then the government nationalized all the banks, took them all over, right? Because these had been international speculating banks. Okay, and then it took a while. And then the next thing they did is they canceled every mortgage in Iceland. Every mortgage in Iceland was gone. So there was like a jubilee. So all your mortgage, everybody got their house free and clear. Nobody had a mortgage anymore. And they didn't cancel car loans, though, because that takes gas and it needs to be imported. So most of the cars got shipped out, especially the fancy ones. And then after about 3 or 4 years after things stabilized, they sold those banks off because they restabilized them and all that. And every Icelander got a check for $137,000 in their bank account.
And we can verify this.
Absolutely. So, and we didn't do that. No, we let the bankers, we just bailed out the bankers for, what is it, $20 trillion, $19 trillion, whatever it was that they bailed out.
Oh, who cares? It's just funny money. It's just trillions of dollars. So what?
And then they let them foreclose on the houses, right? The government bailed out these bankers, these fake mortgages. Then the government allowed those bankers to foreclose on the thing. I think the guy running the U.S. Treasury was one of those guys that was one of those. He picked up all those mortgages and then foreclosed on it after the U.S. taxpayer had paid for those mortgages. So we have a choice here. There is a choice.
It's the land of the free, Ken. This is the home of the slave, land of the fee.
Yeah, that's right. Because we could do what Iceland could take their banks and we could reorganize them. Everybody could get their mortgages done, their other debt that's leaning on them, student loans, all the rest. $50 trillion, that's a lot of money. Our economy is like, what is it, $14 trillion a year? $50 trillion, that's a lot of money. That's like 3 times the economy. That could pay off all the student debt, all the mortgages, everything could be paid off. Who owns it? Where's that $50 trillion? That belongs to you, American people. And they have it, and you can take it back just like Iceland did it. Nationalize the banks, put this thing in recovery, and one day, maybe $150,000 check might show up in your bank account, which would make life very good for you. It'd be good for everyone. So, I mean, that's the possibilities. Or we can let it go the way it did in 2007 and 2008. That's a choice. See, that's a choice we have. We have examples of what Iceland did versus what happened in the United States. And frankly, I'd rather go the way Iceland did.
Well, everybody except for those that are making these enormous amounts of, income and monies, they're the ones that don't want you to have that scenario. Everybody else that's working hard would probably want that scenario or something similar to that, or just about everybody. Now, with that being said, I do remember years ago hearing about how Iceland had arrested the bankers, but I thought to myself, that sounds like a good story, like something somebody would say to make you feel good and excited about life. Oh, well, we've got a chance, us little people. But you're saying it took place. And now you got to be careful too when you say, bankers, because which ones? I mean, you got to go after the ones that are actually breaking the law that you can show are breaking the law. I mean, what about the ones that are just playing Romans in Rome? Oh, we're in Vegas. Let's act like we're in Vegas. Let's have some fun. Where do you draw the line,
Well, the ones that, like, remember the repo problem that came up? See, this whole economic situation we're having here, this started back in September last year. Remember, they had the repo. Repo means repurchase market. Basically, banks are operating pretty much on close margins, and every now and then they need a little bit of money to, let's say, cover a derivatives bet or do whatever, for whatever reason, right? And so what a repurchase market is what they basically do is they have some treasuries, right? U.S. government treasuries. They put them up. They say, okay, I got $1 billion of treasuries. You put them on the repo market, and somebody will give you $1 billion in cash, and then you repay them, let's say, in a week or 24 hours or whatever it is, with a 1 or 2% interest rate, because that's what it's running. And and so it's like a cash. It covers short-term cash things because they run on pretty tight margins. And well, what happened was some bank was going bad, and the banks weren't wanting to loan to each other, and so the repo rate went up to like 10%, which is pretty damn high, a 10% thing. So the government stepped in and started doing that. And I don't know what it is, $4 trillion or something now in the repo market. And basically what the government does is the bank gives the government some U.S. securities, and then the government loans them the money. And then, then they repay them the money, and then they get their securities back. Of course, sometimes another thing the government does is got POMO, which is permanent market operation. That means basically they just buy the securities. The bank's got $1 billion in securities. The government buys that $1 billion in security, gives them $1 billion in cash, and and they don't get it back. So that's the two you'll see: repo and POMO. So that's basically what repo and POMO is, and that's been going on. It was like $4 trillion now, just huge amounts, because somewhere in the line some bank is insolvent, and we really don't know who it is. A lot of people think it's Deutsche Bank, because that's Deutsche Bank is so bankrupt it's beyond ridiculous. But they're just basically like in the last I think the last since this whole market crash thing, and let me tell you, this CV, the crud stuff.
Black Lives Matter.
And so there it is, and so I think I don't know what they pumped into the market to pump up the banks. They put it like everybody's talking about this reparations and all that. Well, they've just pumped in, I don't know what, $7 trillion into the bank since the beginning of the year, right? When the markets crash and all that, they're saying into banks and big corporations, $7 trillion, right? That's really brutal looting, right? $7 trillion. Think about that. That's an awful lot of money. And it went to them, and they don't, think about you. What they sent you a measly $1,200 check, and they got $7 trillion. That's like 12 zeros there, folks. You got ripped.
They deserve it.
Oh yes, they're too big to fail, too big to jail. And and we need to. I'm just saying, it's well, you have a choice. You can do Iceland and everybody prospers, or you can do the way we did it last time, and everybody had suffered except for the big banksters. But
hold on a second, though, and I'm going to be serious for a minute, not just from serious. So we have, as a nation, or not even as a nation, but the Federal Reserve sells treasuries, right, to other nations, right?
Yes.
So
and everybody,
everybody. So you've got other nations that own tons of debt. And if the US just says, well, sorry, we're not gonna play ball anymore, and all this debt that you have purchased from us, we're not gonna pay it back, where do they what do they do?
Well, the problem with that is, see, the U.S. is the world trading currency. And that's
Exactly.
why, and see, empires, the U.S. empire spans the world. It has the largest military probably the world has ever known. We have higher percentage of our troops outside the country than Rome did at its peak, right? The United States military, there's a lot of budgets, like they have the military budget, but then they have the Atomic Energy Commission, and that covers the U.S. weapons, and they got Veterans Affairs, which pays the veterans, and then there's the black budgets, right? Like the Army had a budget of 122 billion in 2015, but it had 6.5 trillion cost overruns. What are they building? Where did that money go? I want to know. Because that belongs, whatever it is that they built underground bases or,
Just some
interstellar
F-35s,
spacecraft or
dude.
whatever it is, that belongs to you and me and not to the military a-holes.
But they love you, man, and they want the
Yeah.
F-35s, that are like $100 billion. That's where the money goes.
What a joke. Yeah, $1.5 trillion for a piece of junk. I think the Iranians took a bunch of copied technology and slapped together a fighter jet, and it cost like, I don't know what, like pennies compared to the F-35. And it can take out the F-35. The F-35 isn't stealthy because it's only stealthy to X-band radar, but if you go to other frequencies, it's not stealthy. So they have to fly the F-35 like right over the ground. Otherwise, anybody could shoot it down. It's a total waste.
It's cutting edge technology, man.
Yes,
Bargain.
it is. Well, it's part of the corruption, because contracts are awarded by, the money you pay to your congressmen and stuff. And so like they built the new Hummer. Here's another one. This is how your taxpayer work. They built this new Hummer, the greatest Hummer ever built, right? So they ran off a whole bunch off the production line. Then they took them out and they actually put the weapons package on the back of it. And it so warped the frame that they couldn't open the doors, or if they got the doors open, they couldn't close it. And so they had to, that back to the drawing board. And I mean, it's like that, however, the USS, what is it? The USS Gerald Ford, supposed to be the greatest aircraft carrier ever. They still can't get the elevators to work, to lift up the weapons and everything. It's like, it's a junk, it's a piece of junk. It's not even performance thing. And everything that they make, the Littoral battleship, I could just go on and 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 on. And they get all this huge amounts of money, and then the stuff they build never works because the corruption, if you got corruption at the top, then he's going to hire a corrupt guy who hires a corrupt guy till it goes all the way down into the engineering departments of that defense contractor. And he's a corrupt guy who only hires, bootlicking engineers, not actually engineers that can do something. That's like the one couple of Su-35s could wipe out a squadron of F-35s. It's pathetic, pathetic.
Well, here's the thing. The system has turned into a very financially well-off machine. And the nation, I mean, even if you look at the name, I was decoding the name, and I'm not going to get into detail on this, but I think I know the gods that are ruling, the ancient deities that are kind of overlooking and ruling this nation. And it's Ares, Ka. So Ares is the god of war, right? And then Ka, so is another. Anyway, so make a long story. We've been in war for so long. This nation has.
No, it's been 92% of American history we've been at war. All I'm doing, or anybody else on the internet, they're just giving you information. But the way you really learn is you go out there and you get that information, like that book you have right there. And Armin is incarnate now, and actually his power has peaked and now it's declining. And so, because this was the top age of Armin, and so now we're kind of sliding down. But and then there's the cycle they had. Lucifer was like 4,000 years ago, then the Christ consciousness, then Armin, and then whatever it's coming up. But of course, then there's those little mantoids and the Greys, and they're stepping up to the plate. And this could be the event, because they were talking about because they got their hybrids everywhere, and they look just the normal, super normal looking humans. They look just ordinary, right? But they can read your mind, and they can control your mind. And so they're everywhere, and they're in every color, right? They have hybrids that are like Chinese, and they have hybrids that look like Europeans, white people. They have hybrids that look like black people, Africans. They have hybrids that look like Hispanics, right? They're all over the place, right? And they're, and that's what they said, there's going to be this event. And then that's going to cause all kinds of chaos. And then what was they going to say? Soon we will all be together. Soon we will all be happy. Soon everyone will know their place. Are you ready to learn your place, Rex?
Dude, that's creepy, man. That is super creepy right there.
Yep. Yep, it is. But, well, of course, there's been a lot of people or beings that have tried to take over the planet. So it's just, they're just another batch. But who knows, they picked out the reptoids and their human flunkies. So, they've already done that part. So I guess it's just, especially if you could read people's minds, I think those bankers and government officials are going to have a hard time for it, because there's no way they can hide from them. And by the way, the Greys mantoids really don't like the bankers. They think they're the worst scum that has ever existed on planet Earth, and they'll come to a very bad end under their rule.
Huh. So you think
that
you think that the mantoids and the Greys could end up usurping control to the point of where people go outside and they know that that's the new head honcho?
Oh yeah, that's what's going to happen, because we're going to crash things. Humans are stupid, and really, and a bulk, and they're going to run everything into the ground, and we're going to have mass planetary chaos. And the rest of the galaxy said, hey, you're not going to be allowed to destroy one of the. They say there's like, when the other guys were talking, there's like 50 planets in our galaxy that like advanced life has developed on. Lots of them have life, but super advanced life, like what it is, it's pretty rare, and humans aren't going to be allowed to trash this planet. And so when it all crashes to a certain level, and there's a big meeting, I guess. This is the closest I can get from the intel I got, and then most of them wanted to use the galactic raid can on the human race and get rid of it. And so they got the only ones that would step up to the plate to do something about it were like the mantoid gray, they're kind of like an interbred species now. And they said, no, we'll come and help bring harmony and peace to Earth and save the planet from destruction. So, they're like Jesus bugs. We're going to get ruled by Jesus bugs. And because that's what they're doing. They were the only ones that would step up the plate. The rest of them said humans are, whatever. You could get out the raid can. So that's what we get. We're going to get missionaries from outer space, Jesus bugs.
I like that. That's the name of the podcast right there. Jesus bugs from outer space offer missionary vision.
Yep. Wes. Well, that's what's coming. I mean, I just don't see any other, humans could have done it, got their own act together. Look, with modern technology, and if we had a fair system, the functional system for everybody, and but people have to act, and we have rights, but you also have huge responsibilities. But with modern technology, we could turn this place into a paradise. This place could be a paradise. It would be a wonderful planet. It's even with the 8 billion people on it, it could function, and we could have a really good life here. We didn't have all this militarism and war and all this other, the drugs and porn and all the other crap that's destroying society and usury and all that other stuff. No, we have more than enough productivity, more than enough technology, more than enough everything for everyone on the planet to have a decent, dignified life. It's something that can be done. And it isn't that hard. It's just we have really evil people, ruling over us, and that's the problem.
Question is, if they step down, who's going to take their place? They're going to be worse or better?
Well, I think probably what's going to happen is they're going to crash it. It's going to crash. The event's going to come, and then somebody else is going to step up and take over, because you've obviously failed. People will be going, this is horrible. Help us. And then they're going to show up and say, we're here to save you. But you're going to have to obey, because you're going to know your place now. Yep, we'll all be together. Soon we will all be together. Soon we will all be happy. Soon everyone will know their place.
So this reminds me of the UN, right? So the UN, and then they have the ambassador for an extraterrestrial race. This species says, okay, let's get the UN. The UN is now the force for...
Yeah, they'll flush the UN. They don't believe in any they don't believe in any human religions or governments. They have absolutely no use for any of those, because they're so ridiculous and retarded that there's no place in the future for the sorts of governments and religions that we have now. There's just no place.
Well, it's like I see it as that being the intermediary between them and us, because they would probably get better results that way.
Oh, I don't think so. Well, not in my personal opinion. I just think they're just going to take over, and that's just the way it's going to be.
You'll
'Cause
see
they have
Greys walking
technology.
down the street with lasers and stuff and
No,
jetpacks.
no, what they'll do is they'll just show up with like power plants. All of a sudden, now you got all the power you need, and you're not polluting carbon into the atmosphere anymore. Then they'll show up with transportation equipment, right? So you can now fly all around, and you don't have to use gasoline cars anymore. You know, they have the technology. They have, they're so gigantic, right? They spread that great. They're across the whole galaxy, man. The United States is like the whole planet Earth is like some, little tiny island in the Pacific Ocean, right? Compared to the United States, their productivity and power is so much more advanced that it's like Samoa or something compared to the United States. They can just show up with gobs and gobs of technology and fix everything in a matter of a year or two, right? Because they have production capacity just million times what planet Earth does. It wouldn't even be much to fix that problem. I mean, they have, financial wise, there's a zillion times bigger than than the Earth's financial systems. They're just, Earth is like a little speck compared to their system. So it's no problem at all for them to integrate Earth or to do support on it. It's nothing really. And they've done this to lots of other planets. It's not the first planet. It's not their first rodeo. So that's why it's gone so smooth, because they've done this who knows how many times to planets of retards who kind of mess things up, and then somebody has to step in and fix the problem, because there comes to a point, it's like atomic weapons. That's really upset them, because when you do atomic weapons, that's what really push the button and put us in the bad zone. You're ripping dimensional other dimensions, right? There's other parallel dimensions, both higher and lower and parallel and strange and charm, right? They're all around us. So when you set that thing off, you're tearing up, parallel dimensions of variety of types. You're causing damage everywhere, right? And sending ripples of disruption all over the place, And it's not just you blowing up somebody else. You're blowing up a whole lot of other things and causing a whole lot of other damage to a whole lot of other people, and other beings. And so, they're just not going to put up with that anymore. Oh, well. But it's not, it'll be better, I'm sure. Better than what we've got, which is ridiculous. Because if we have, this planet could be a paradise. And then we turned it into a blank hole. So,
We didn't.
Well, yeah, yeah, sure, they had the evil ones in this one. But, at some point, we have to take personal responsibility for what, getting off your butt and doing something about it. And, and that's like, you need to, and, you have to, well, first thing is you got to educate yourself, right? They didn't teach you anything in school. They just taught you a bunch of propaganda and lies. You got to go back and re-educate yourself. And then once you can start, and that's what people are when they're watching your program or all this other programs. Of course, they're trying to censor them. But, so sometimes, people have to go to BitChute or Brighteon or wherever the hell they go, to get if they're trying to censor. But they're not going to get away with it. I'm sorry. It's the end of the line for the power structures on this planet, including the U.S. military, and there's nothing they can do about it. And they know it. That's why they're so desperate, trying to lock down the whole system. And their power is slipping away, and they can feel it, and they're going to do whatever they can to stay in control, but they're going to completely fail, as they always do. So, yeah, it's going to be rough.
You're really optimistic.
Oh yeah, oh, it's really it is. It's going to be really rough. But think about it. Like when we had the Black Plague, right, and all that destruction and terrible things, and everything just was horrible. But then right after that, what happened? The Renaissance. And the whole rebirth of civilization, the classical culture, technology, and development and all that kind of stuff. Because when people, all their faith in religion, because the local priests and the bishop and the kings and all the other, they died from the plague just like anybody else did. They didn't have any special protection, and so people lost their faith in that. They said, "This is BS. Why should I believe these guys? They died just the same as us during the plague." We're gonna do it the old way. And they went back and they looked at what the Romans did, the Greeks did, and they kind of recreated the best they could the classical society, and then added more. And then with the printing press and all the rest of it, then civilization started to advance again. So we're pretty advanced. It's this can be fixed. Look, Iceland did it. Iceland did it back in 2007-8. We can do it now. So instead of going into a really bad time, we just the bankers, seize the banks and the other evil corporations, reorganize everything, and, cancel out the debt that people are under and restart. And, and then one day, big giant check shows up in your checking account and life is good. Iceland did it. Why can't we?
Have you seen Escape from LA or Escape from New
Oh
York?
yeah, Escape from New York.
Don't
those are
arrest
great
him, man.
movies.
Just say, hey, look, you guys, you had your fun. Now we're gonna send you off. You're gonna have economy class. It's not gonna be first class. You're gonna have an economy class ticket to Los Angeles or New York City, and that's your new home. So have fun. See ya.
Yeah.
Have a
Yeah,
wonderful
I mean,
day. We're not even going to arrest you. Here's just to show you that we love you and we forgive you. Here's a care package, and you got some top ramen and some genetically modified cornflakes and some extra fluoride in the toothpaste because we know that that's good for your teeth. So
right.
Here, be safe. We love
Yeah.
you. Be safe. Have fun.
Oh yeah, with Promise software and all that, and NSA watching, they know exactly who all these people are. Who are the power elite? Who are all the baddies? They've tracked. They come down to what was it? 146 corporations are running everything, right? And then they know the people that run those corporations. They know all these guys, right? There isn't a single one of these that they don't know who they are, where they live, where their accounts are. They know it all.
They love you. They're not evil.
But they know who they are. They brought this technology to keep us all enslaved, but that can be turned around on them in a second. The people can, in your own community, in your own life, first take this over. Once you take back control of your mind, then everything is possible.
Let's leave it on a happy note. And like you said, take back your own mind and then anything is possible. And he means in a peaceful manner, escorting them with love, nothing serious or crazy.
It's the same thing with C60, right? You can take control of your health, right? I got rid of my macular regeneration. Sure, it happened by accident, but you can, and that's what you need. You need to take control of your health and wellness. Nobody else is going to do it for you. And start your C60 Purple Power journey today.
Yes.
You can take control of your health, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can go out there and research the stuff. And we can go on our site. You can have all the testimonials. You can read the science papers. This is it's just one of those things. And it's not the only thing, of course. Like good nutrition. And that's another thing. Get out there in the sunlight and get your vitamin D. Vitamin D is the number one thing to keep you healthy, away from bad things like flu viruses. When you have a high level of vitamin D and a little bit of vitamin K, don't forget some little bit of vitamin C. That's why people don't get sick in the summertime, at least in the north. And because they get outside, you get your vitamin D, you eat good, you get your vitamin K, you get your vitamin C, maybe even a little chaga mushroom if you need it for Cliff High and the chaga warrior guy. So you can take care of your health, you can take care of your life, and you can take care of your finances. But it's first you got to educate yourself, and then work with other people, like the Solari report. Go check it out. Maybe subscribe, because she can tell you about all the information that'll really protect you. And then there's Gerald Salente with the Trends Research Journal. He has he gets out there and he'll tell you what's coming. You can learn what's going to happen before it happens, months before it happens, so you can be prepared rather than just coming out of nowhere and slapping you upside of the head. You can do this, man. You can be masters or mistresses of your own destiny. You don't have to, rely on somebody to tell you what to do. You can be you can be in charge of your life.
That's right. Absolutely. And start doing it now. Take back control of yourself and quit letting the mainstream agenda control you and turn you into controlled opposition. So that's why the 30-day challenge is so strong, folks. We're going to start that tomorrow, the 30-day no mainstream news challenge for 30 days. See what happens.
Throw away your TV.
Yes. And Leak 10.
Leak 10.
Leak 10. Use
It
Leak
is
10.
Leak 10. Okay.
Yeah, use Leak 10.
Leak 10.
Leak 10, use
It is
Leak
Leak
10.
10. Okay.
Yeah, use Leak 10.
Nice deal.
Nice deals, be like.
Nice
Nice
deal.
deals, nice deals, nice deals.
Leak 10.
Leak 10. Leak 10. Use
It is
Leak
Leak
10.
10. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
use Leak 10.
Nice deal.
Nice deals, be like.
Nice
Nice
deal.
deals, nice deal.
And that's the best way. Yeah, that'll get you a 10% discount.
Okay, C60purplepower.com, code LEAK10. Get some, and also send some out to friends and family. It makes great gifts, and be the change you want to see, everybody. Thanks for being here with us. Subscribe to Ken's YouTube channel as well. I'm going to leave the links in the video description box. All right, here we go. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you. See you again.
See you again soon.
New discovery shows that viruses still genetic code to create new human virus genes. Yeah, read all about it, Science News. This was discovered at Mount Sinai Hospital. And I'm going to share with you just a quick excerpt here. This is far out. It's like something out of a science fiction movie. So the virus infects a host, it converts it into a factory for making more copies of itself. Now, new research shows that these viruses have a large group that includes the influenza virus and other serious pathogens. And what they do is they steal genetic signals from their hosts to expand their own genomes. So not only are they replicating themselves, but they're creating new bits and pieces and proteins. Now, this makes me ask the next question. Is it the virus that, or a virus that can change not only civilizations, but beings? Like, is this the evolutionary or devolutionary leap? Now, if you've studied nanotechnology, viruses work just like gray goo, where they replicate themselves. But this new discovery takes it to a whole new level. And they call these things UFOs. Yeah, wow. I'm going to share with you more of this in just a moment, where I'm also going to show you some images that make it look like these viruses are nanotechnology. But anyway, maybe the Anunnaki made them. I'm being sarcastic. Gladiator barley. Have you got some? This stuff is awesome. I've been taking at least a scoop a day. When you start taking it, you're only supposed to take half a scoop because it's so strong, but it's literally ancient gladiator barley heirloom seeds that go back thousands of years. The gladiators took them to improve their strength, their muscles, their bones, their immunity, etc. I've been taking it. I can tell a difference. Absolutely, I can tell a difference. Get yours. Boomerboost.com. Use the code REX. Get an extra $5 off. You'll be glad you did. And if you're having a difficult time, if you're having a difficult time sleeping, pick up Boomer Boost. This right here, this is called the Good Night Formula. It's on special right now. I gave a bottle to some friends of mine. They have a tough time sleeping. It works great for them. I sleep great. I don't need it. So I'm going to give this bottle away as well. All right, here we go. This is directly from Science Daily. This finding is presented in a study published online today and in print June 25th in Cell. The cross-disciplinary collaborative study was led by researchers at the Global Health and Emerging Pathogens Institute at Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai in New York and at the MRC University of Glasgow Center for Virus Research in the United Kingdom. So, this team of virologists looked at a large group of viruses known as segmented negative strand RNA viruses. This includes widespread and serious pathogens of humans, domesticated animals, and plants. This also includes influenza, the Lassa virus, the cause of the Lassa fever. They also showed that by stealing genetic signals from their hosts, referring to the viruses, stealing genetic signals from their hosts, these viruses then produce previously undetected proteins, and a lot of them. The researchers and scientists labeled these as UFO, upstream Frankenstein open reading frame, UFOs. So the signals are UFOs in viruses. Lovely. I love that. Great term. UFOs, upstream Frankenstein open reading frame. I like that. So these proteins, as they are encoded by stitching together, they take the host and viral sequencing, and there wasn't any knowledge of this type of protein previous to this study. So very interesting. So these UFO proteins can literally alter the course of viral infection, and they could possibly be, or they could be, used for vaccine purposes. Wonderful. because they love you so much. The capacity of a pathogen to overcome host barriers and establish infection is based on the expression of pathogen-derived proteins, said Ivan Marazi, PhD, Associate Professor of Microbiology at Icahn School of Medicine and corresponding author of the study. To understand how a pathogen antagonizes the host and establishes infection, we need to have a clear understanding of what proteins a pathogen encodes, how they function, and the manner in which they contribute to virulence. All right, let me show you this real quick. This is what bacteriophage looks like. It looks like nanotechnologies. Wow, here we go. This is bacteriophage. Bacteriophage are viruses that are designed, and they're also found in nature, but they're used to get rid of E. coli, as an example. So they spray it on cold cuts, they spray it on seafood. There's a lot of stuff bacteriophage is sprayed on, and they don't even have to tell you about it. Well, bacteriophage looks like nanotechnology, doesn't it? Biological nanotechnology. That looks like a machine. And this right here, as you can see, this is the phage T4, which I think is the stuff that's used to get rid of E. coli, and they spray it on all sorts of stuff, and it essentially eats the E. coli. It replicates itself. It produces itself. So gray goo, what does gray goo do? It reproduces. It replicates itself. It's the same thing, except for it eventually stops. Hopefully. Now, this right here is showing what happens. So this bacteriophage goes, and it like releases this data, and that data then turns into a bunch more bacteriophage. Remember learning about the viruses in school, like back in middle school, and it looked very similar to a bacteriophage. But it wasn't. It was a different type of virus that they showed us. Now, this right here is bacteriophage. This is with an electron microscope. You can see it's injecting itself into this bacteria. This is what a rhinovirus is supposed to look like. Notice the star. That's very interesting. Viruses look like something that's man-made, at least the depictions that they give. Now, the electron microscope, that one's interesting because you can see at that level what they're actually doing. Now, viruses in the future, will they actually change humanity? Have viruses from space changed species in the past? I think so. I think that's the missing link. I think that that's what could have very well changed species. Something to think about. Because if you take a virus that has a specific code, that it can transfer that code into its host and then reproduce itself, you could also use it as like a CRISPR type technology, where it could go after specific. I wonder if viruses could go after specific strands of DNA. I don't know if they're small enough to do that. I'll have to look into that. But could the viruses at the cellular level, let's look into this real quick while you're here. Why not? Could a virus change a single strand of DNA? Viral genetics, medical microbiology, NCBI, read all about it. Viruses are subject to mutations. Viruses are continuously changing as a result of genetic selection. They undergo subtle genetic changes. The mutation rates of DNA viruses approximate those of eukaryotic cells, yielding, in theory, one mutant virus in several hundred to many thousand genome copies. RNA viruses have much higher mutation rates, perhaps one mutation per virus genome copy. Mutations can be deleterious, neutral, or occasionally favorable. Only mutations that do not interfere with essential virus functions can persist in a virus population. Well, That's interesting. I'm just wondering if they could act like CRISPR technology. They could be there like, "Choo, choo, choo, add extra strand right there." They're changing people. There's been studies done that say humans are only 10% human anyway. That's a very, and so what 10% is human? And then you've got all these parasites and hosts and cells and all this different stuff that's a part of your body that isn't you, or is it? But it is. It's like a symbiotic relationship that we're in. I Am Legend, that virus that was supposed to cure cancer, but it turned people into zombies at night. I mean, like I said, that's pretty much already going on now. So I guess that's not much of a difference, but it is interesting to think about. How many movies have portrayed, like Resident Evil, the T virus? Prime example. And then it makes me wonder if a virus did change our species in the past. How long did it take? How did it happen? Was it a natural event? How can you get a virus? And how can you get a virus directly in your bloodstream? Think about that. How can they change you at a genetic level and add code directly into your bloodstream? Various ways, I'm sure. And think about that. Could scientists create a virus that could change the human genome to the point of actually changing the entire species? Something to think about. Thanks for listening. Hit that bell. Be well. Remember, this is just a live action role-playing game. This is for entertainment purposes only. Be the change the world needs to see. It starts with you.
Get us through, their social media or each other. And a lot of times, if they're not like a super popular, they will find themselves going to gangs and getting a lot of negative influence in their life. Or they get really, since they're not getting the kind of upbringing that grounded families can offer their kids, the school system is what's programming them. That's all. The only guidance they get is what's coming through the school system, and they have no other foundation other than that. So they don't have the foundation. They are free floating and very susceptible to being manipulated by powers that want to manipulate them in any way they want to. And they will start feeding them stuff, and they don't know anything else. They're going to start, you feed them the same stuff over and over and over, and you got several people feeding that, and you got the main lamestream media and other things feeding this to them. Sooner or later, it's like hypnosis. If you go back to the story of Jacob in the Bible, Abraham, his brothers sold him off, and they thought he was dead. No, it was Jacob in the coat of many colors. They thought he was dead because they had told that story so many times they forgot that they sold him off.
So let's go back to the community. Let's stay focused here. We go to a community that you're talking about family values, and that's extremely important. And it's extremely important to spend time with the family. And like you said, when you've got one family member or both family members, or both parents, you've got that are working all the time, and the kid doesn't really have, or the kids don't really have much of a structure. I get it. And I think most people see that. So if you can work closer to home and spend more time with the family, that's great. But what do we do to make that a reality? Because you know what? Kids nowadays, that's not important to them. Most of them, they'd rather play on their phone. They'd rather, talk to their friends on the social media. So because that's the way generations are, dude. We got to face that. That's the reality of the matter.
Well, they don't know anything else right now. They don't know how those bonds are and how good they can be and how important they would learn that in time. It will take time for that to start creeping back into the culture. And maybe the phone time needs to be restricted. But we spoil our kids today, and that's one of our problems. Is that you take a gardener like me. We know that if we have a plant and we raise it in a greenhouse, we have to harden it off before we can put it out in the field or the garden, or it will die. It will get beaten down by the winds and rain. And so you introduce it gently into like some kind of environment halfway between the greenhouse and outdoors. I do that. And kids really need the same thing before they get sent out into the world, or they're not ready for it. And they're not prepared. And what we've done is we've taken a bunch of kids and we sent them through an education system that's filled their heads full of muck that has nothing to do with the real world. And then we throw them out in the real world, and they get frustrated because they don't know how to deal with it. And then they get angry at everyone, and that's not a pretty picture. That
You're right. Let me bring something up, because remember when we were talking earlier today, we were having a great conversation on the phone, and we were saying, hey, look at all these situations that are playing out right now in these big cities and the way people are acting. And it's almost like Rome was before Rome fell, right?
Right.
So is it this cyclical thing that the MFers, the money funders, know about? So they're just playing the game until it happens? Or do they propagate it to keep control, or a combination of the two? Regardless, we're seeing it right now.
Okay, look at this. What happens in like a family, like a royal family, when the kids get spoiled, and after so many successive generations, the royal family falls apart. They just can't keep control of things. They might have had a founder that was really strong, or in a rich dynasty where a dad starts he's a multi-billionaire, but his grandkids just lose it all. Somewhere down the line, things fall apart. And the same thing happens in nations and civilizations, I think, from what I've seen, because before Rome fell, they got very opulent, and they got spoiled and lazy in a lot of ways. They worked hard compared to us today, but relatively speaking, they were very complacent, very spoiled, and they just lost their hardness, what they needed to survive as a society. You find that this may be what happened to Mayan civilization. We like to try to say, well, it's resources. I'm sure if somebody goes back to our civilization, and if the fall or winter this year, our cities are all burnt down, they're going to go back and say, well, they ran out of, it happened because they ran out of grain. They ran out of this. They were stretching the environment. Just look at their fields. That's how we look at the Mayans today. And they may be completely wrong. It might have been a societal rot that occurs over time in every society. That might have been what really happened in Easter Island. They reached a high level, a pinnacle, and we say, well, they cut down all their trees. Is that really what did them in? We don't know that. That's conjecture. But we see a pattern all over the world of societies reaching a certain point, and then they just collapse, and they seemingly do it from within. Now, it could be that they run out of resources. They're like the chicken and the egg that consumes everything inside the egg and never breaks out to go eat the grain outside. Which is why we need to go into space anyway. And develop better ways of living here. We can be totally sufficient and live an opulent life for everybody on Earth, with no one living in poverty, and have almost zero impact on the environment, with a max population projected by the UN if you live in habitats similar to what I'm talking about, Rex.
And let's get into that then. So let's go back to that place in Georgia, right?
Yeah.
How would you turn that town in Georgia that was for sale? I don't know if it still is. How would you turn that into a completely self-efficient community?
Excuse me. Well,
that's an anti-COVID cough, just so you know, folks.
I'm cool. I've been tested. I'm negative. So
they put nanobots in you, bro. Just joke. I'm joking. Or am I?
All right. So Rex,
I'm muting myself right now, Greg.
Look, we could go into any community, and like that one. That community has certain attributes. It's got a big theater. It's got this huge, beautiful inn home. Make a great B&B. It's in fact, I've had dreams years ago that looked just like that house, and I looked at that place and I thought, really? Wow, that was spooky to me. And my first time there, when I was there, actually, Rex, I was recording, and I played them later. I heard voices, so I went back. I've been to that place, I don't know, 2 or 3 times now, and I actually went back to look to see if I could recapture those voices, and it didn't happen. But that was really spooky. Now, it's the downtown is what's being sold. The city hall is still there, and there's still a business next to it, and there's homes around outside the main core of the city. So it is a community, and it's got an extended community around it. But there's acreage there. There's a syrup mill. There's a shop, where you can make things. There's no cotton warehouse, not a big one, but it's big enough. It's by the railroad tracks. It's got the big theater. It's got a big restaurant. So it might be possible to turn it into an art center and have arts things happening there and entertainment. To do movies, you could you could do old Southern movies in that big mansion house. You could do just all kind of things. You could do westerns there, actually, especially that theater and surrounded about that. You could do many different things along the entertainment spectrum. You could really have an art center there, but that could be one of the pulls. But you could also create greenhouses and grow things and send them up to places like Macon, Georgia, which is the closest major metropolitan area where there's a lot of people that would, be customers for things you could grow to eat. And you could do other enterprises like you suggested. You could mine Bitcoin. You could do, we could have a laboratory. I do have a certain set of
Let me
friends.
jump in on the laboratory. Let me jump in on that. I'm so glad you brought that up. I was going to bring that up and I forgot, and then I was going to ask again. So we get a laboratory with 3D printers. We have blueprints for car parts, for machine parts, for anything that you might need to order that we think could be beneficial. We have the blueprints for it. And we have people that design blueprints for these 3D printers. And we get 3D printers that are not only biological 3D printers where we could start printing up organs eventually or something like that, but also we have these technological printers as well that can do machine type work with metals, etc. But yeah, let's talk about the laboratory stuff. I just wanted to throw that in there. Your thoughts?
Oh, by the way, I've got some contacts here that are doing 3D printers to make actually farm bots actually that could actually work your garden and things like that. So
That's cool.
That's kind of entertaining. So there's also you can make all kind of parts. And one of the ideas I have this home is you can put 3D printers in the basement and make stuff yourself. I believe we need to distribute manufacturing as much as possible and get away from centralized stuff as much as is possible. You would still have an internet connecting everything. There's still going to be some centralization, communications, and things like that. But I believe as much as possible, we should decentralize things. We need to localize things. I tell people to vote with their dollar and buy things local. We would have the ultimate local in our communities, Rex. And what I have in mind here is a network of communities. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing and collecting this is to try to develop not just a community, but a network of communities throughout the country. We could trade between each other. And if you know where the other communities are, if you need to travel around and we're living in a time that's not safe, at least you would know where safe havens are along the way. We could help each other out in so many ways, trading between each other. And maybe we could even share people that when certain skill sets are needed from one place to another. That's why it's important to know what someone's skill sets are as much as possible. Now, everybody's not going to have necessarily critical skill sets, but it takes the broad spectrum of everything to make a community pull together and work. So it might be that you know how to sew. That's a very important skill set in a time like this. You know, well, that's all I know is how to do this. Well, you know what? That's very critical in a time like this. You're not going to have factories that's going to be putting out your clothing anymore. You're going to have to make your own, you might get by for tens of years repairing clothing and materials and refitting and repurposing things like that to a point till everything just wears out. But that's a strong possibility. Now, as you said earlier, we really want to avert the bad stuff. I really hope that we can. And I do believe that we have a strong prospect for that. But if we fail, at least we have a far better chance of surviving. And if these bad things we talk about never come to pass, I will be happy as a clown, because I would like to maintain society and have a productive future. I would like to have a hopeful future with freedoms, of course. And one thing we can do as communities is we can ask and demand that we maintain our freedoms. But all that said, Rex, uh, I really believe that if here's the thing, if these things don't come to pass, you figure, oh, you did all this, what'd you do it for? What you're going to have is you're going to have a beautiful community with people that are close knit, living closer to nature. They're going to live close to the food they grow. They're going to be eating healthier. So they're going to be healthier people. They'll be wiser people. You will have the friendship, the camaraderie of your community, your family, your extended family, your neighbors. It will be unlike what we experience today where you don't know your neighbors. It will be a beautiful experience, Rex, wherever yet. We can take any place and turn it into a beautiful, flowering human community. That is the dream. That is the vision. So whether it hits the fan or not, I don't think you could get any better than this. Having a place that you're living in harmony with nature, where you're putting no footprint out into the environment, in essence, where you have each other, you'll have more free time, maybe hopefully to do arts and crafts and be expressive, creative. I think it would be an ultimate beauty, Rex, to live in harmony with nature. I just think it would be such a rewarding experience. Growing your own food, the experience of that, Rex, it would be a beautiful, beautiful community, and I believe each home should be built as a piece of art.
Yeah, and each home should have the opportunity as well to have, like you said, the 3D printers so you can decentralize manufacturing. You can have some type of energy grid system where you're getting solar, you're getting wind, you've got a water filtration system, you've got some type of well system. Your front yard is filled with food instead of just grass that you're going to mow anyway. But I was going to talk about a couple of things that I think, man, I need to go back here. So another thing that's important, let's say we've got these networks that are around the country, right? And you could have drivers as well. So if for some reason you couldn't get supplies, or if the post office or if UPS or FedEx wasn't running, then you've got that option. And then also I think it's important to have a communication system where if the internet goes down, you can communicate as well. And then another thing, like you said, we've got the food, the food option. So food, water, clean water, clothing. What else? What else? So laboratories, and then we need to start doing like experiments with some of this, like, I don't want to call it free energy, but different types of energy. And
Maybe we'd have our own Bitcoin or something like that, our own currency. That'd be interesting.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Maybe we could have our own version of Bitcoin or something like that, our own currency.
Get him. Don't no, you can't talk that way.
We come up with Bitcoin. It just happened, right?
Oh, you can't do that. No, that would be interesting to have some type of coin that you could offer that was connected to something of significance. But it's really just taking back your own independence, right? So Independence Day is coming up. What is independence to you? Well, if independence to you is not having to go to the store to buy something because you could produce it yourself somehow. But another thing too, for people that are in apartments, right? Vertical farming. Talk about that, because you've gone and visited people that live in expensive places in California that they're living comfortably out of a small location in their house because of somehow they can produce this much food and sell it back.
Well, I went and visited their DeVace family. The DeVace family on a tenth of an acre produces enough food that they were originally feeding 4 adults. The father died, but they had 3 adult children there. They're still there. And I visited them twice back when the father was alive. And I was there when you and I were in LA back in December. And they grow their food, everything except the grains that they eat, on the tenth of an acre in a backyard, feeding 3 adults. And they sell from there, Rex. They sell the excess from that, and they make a living and support themselves from that small property. So that is why I scaled my habitat to have a surface area of a tenth of an acre. But I'm using roof space, so I'm putting in a smaller area than what they did. Now, you could also grow in the basement. You can grow in the living room. I can grow microgreens inside of my house. I can grow more food than I can eat on just a shelf or two, Rex. And it's amazing how much food you can grow in microgreens. And you might say, Greg, what about all the seeds? It takes all the seeds. Yeah, we'll just put some potted plants out, and plants produce prodigious amounts of seeds. So there's ways to do that. But even people living in high rises. There is a guy in Baltimore who raises microgreens and a bedroom in his apartment. He's got an upstairs apartment in Baltimore, and he sells $100,000 gross sales per year in one zip code, Rick. Just one zip code. He don't go outside that because he's got all the business he can handle. He's hit his comfort level in that zip code, and it's all right there, fingers length away from us, so you don't have to travel much to serve his market. Of course, he's in a city, but that's just the power of what can be done when there's so many things you can do to make a living, even with if we were in a lockdown situation. That's one of them. I did some videos. I was starting to address that, but the lockdowns kind of got lifted, so I kind of stopped that. But I started. I thought, well, I could do gardening, but everybody gets Greg's gardener. Everybody expects me to do a gardening video, so I surprised them. I came out instead of the video on a courier service. Because courier service, I said, that's going to be really in demand. This is something a guy from the city can do. I thought, what could somebody do that's in the city other than growing stuff, which was what everybody expected me to cover. So instead, I did a courier service. And quite frankly, there was a huge need for that. And couriers did really well in this lockdown situation. And they're still doing well. There's always a demand for couriers. There always has been, always will be. And it was even more intense at that point in time. So that's always a good option to look into. You just got to be creative and ask yourself the following questions. Where are the needs? What do people want? What's not being fulfilled? And what can I do? And when you find an intersection there, then you've got an opportunity.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. And check this out, Greg. So 3D printers for technology and biology, a laboratory, work on GMO foods that are actually better for you, not worse for you, like the opposite. Vertical gardening, organic farming. We need people that can write good code. We need people that know artificial intelligence. We need people that know deep learning. This is what I see as now and the future, as well as technology, nanotechnology for the laboratory.
Habitat to have a surface area of 1/10 of an acre, but I'm using roof space, so I'm putting in a smaller area than what they did. Now, you could also grow in the basement. You can grow in the living room. I can grow microgreens inside of my house. I can grow more food than I can eat on just a shelf or two, Rex. And it's amazing how much food you can grow in microgreens. And you might say, Greg, what about all the seeds? It takes all the seeds. Yeah, we'll just put some potted plants out, and plants produce prodigious amounts of seeds. So there's ways to do that. But even people living in high rises. There is a guy in Baltimore who raises microgreens in a bedroom in his apartment. He's got an upstairs apartment in Baltimore, and he sells $100,000 gross sales per year in one zip code, Rick. Just one zip code. He don't go outside that because he's got all the business he can handle. He's hit his comfort level in that zip code. And it's all right there, fingers length away from us, so you don't have to travel much to serve his market. Of course, he's in a city. But that's just the power of what can be done when there's so many things you can do to make a living, even with if we were in a lockdown situation. That's one of them. I did some videos. I was starting to address that, but the lockdowns kind of got lifted, so I kind of stopped that. But I started. I thought, well, I could do gardening, but everybody gets Greg's gardener. Everybody expects me to do a gardening video, so I surprised them. I came out instead of the video on a courier service. Because courier service, I said, that's going to be really in demand. This is something a guy from the city can do. I thought, what could somebody do that's in the city other than growing stuff, which was what everybody expected me to cover. So instead, I did a courier service. And quite frankly, there was a huge need for that. And couriers did really well in this lockdown situation. And they're still doing well. There's always a demand for couriers. There always has been, always will be. And it was even more intense at that point in time. So that's always a good option to look into. You just got to be creative and ask yourself the following questions. Where are the needs? What do people want? What's not being fulfilled? And what can I do? And when you find an intersection there, then you've got an opportunity.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. And check this out, Greg. So 3D printers for technology and biology, a laboratory, work on GMO foods that are actually better for you, not worse for you, like the opposite. Vertical gardening, organic farming. We need people that can write good code. We need people that know artificial intelligence. We need people that know deep learning. This is what I see as now and the future, as well as technology, nanotechnology for the laboratory, and then servers that will hold all this information. Now we need blueprints for community, like even like the phones, right? So we need 3D printers that could print up phones at the capacitor level, at the chip level. We need EMF protection. So we're going to need laboratories that are completely protected from EMF, from EMFs, harm, like an EMP or a solar flare or something of that significance. We need to work on frequency manipulation. There's so many frequencies around us right now that I think we could figure out a way to not only harness and use as a battery source, but also maybe change that frequency somehow. Something kind of like you got a receiver, it's picking up a signal, it's producing a certain amount of watts. But what if we can find something that can pick up all this energy, condense it, and then send it back? Also, I think that in the future for big cities, towns, etc., you could have malls. If the malls are empty, you could turn those into really cool communities and really cool growing facilities. Factories, buildings, strip malls, and skyscrapers. So if there's skyscrapers out there, they could be retrofitted to amazing grid, like entire a miniature city could be in some of these.
Okay, Rex, think about this. Think about this, Rex. Okay, you're right in that, and that you could use the rooftops of a lot of stores and factories that are actually in use. The roofs usually are not used. You can turn that roof into a growing area and grow an amazing amount of food on the roof. You can there's a lot of factories today that are in disuse, and a lot of them are getting torn down. These could be repurposed. They're tearing malls down. They just tore a big mall down here close to me, and I thought that was a real pity that they tore that down, because it could have been reused and repurposed for something else. So these are things that can be done. But moreover, Rex, think about this. If you got the kind of habitat I'm talking about, where you can make a living in it, where you grow your food in, you don't need to travel as much. You're not driving to work every day. And suddenly you've got vast numbers of people that aren't driving to work every day. There's two radical changes that take place. One, the office space is no longer required. You don't need office space anymore. So all these buildings that are office space can be repurposed for other things, growing areas, community centers, future homes. You don't need all the office space. You could totally repurpose all of that. Another thing and I believe we should green the cities. People need greenery. They need nature. Nature is important for your psychological balance. There's something called a nature bath. You go out in nature and you get a renewal that refreshes your mind, your soul, and your spirit that you don't get in a concrete jungle. Well, start letting the vines crawl up that concrete. We green the cities. I think that's a very important thing. I'm green Greg's. I want to green the cities, and I want to green the cosmos. I'm galactic Greg too, I want to green the cities. I want to green the cosmos. I want to green the world. Let's make it a better place. And I believe we can. We can make this world so much more vibrant, so much more exciting, so much more interesting. And we shouldn't have to be, if we sit here and just feud among ourselves, we're going to burn it all down into a cinder. We've got to learn to get along to survive as a species. That's the critical thing for survival.
30-day no mainstream news challenge.
There you go.
Seriously, think about that, Greg. 30 days, no mainstream news. How much would that change things? Because people wouldn't have their heads spun watching the media push their buttons.
Wow, no. This is, if we could start this as a movement, Rex, think of it. We should start this as a movement, try to get it to go viral. You know why? It would disenfranchise the news. They would know suddenly that, oh, we messed up. We've been feeding people all this crap, and they don't want to hear it anymore, and they're turning us off. And so what happens? Their advertising is just, zip, it's gone. And because nobody's watching, and they're going to be in big trouble. They're going to have to do a reset. I love it.
I was just going to say, and guess what? If we do the no mainstream news challenge for 30 days, you also have to stay away from the alternative news that's picking up off the mainstream news that's pushing a doomy agenda. Now, it's always, if you want to look up the news for something that's happy, or you're looking up nanotechnology or science or something cool, great. But, don't fall into that politic agenda where they're trying to push you into going out and doing something you're going to regret, where they turn you into controlled opposition. Take 30 days. Now think about it. If we take 30 days and do this, they would have to go to your door, Greg, to tell you what was going on because you weren't watching it on TV. So how bad is the world if you're not watching on TV? You're not going to know about it unless they're knocking on your door.
Okay, Rex, here's the deal. It's the end of June. We got the whole month of July to promote this idea. So let's really launch this campaign on the 4th of July and promote it all month long. And the object is through the whole month of August, you just do not go to the mainstream news media for anything. And guess what? That might just take all the wind out of the October surprise right there.
And that's the biggest form of magic that they have. That is the biggest piece. That is what they use to fuel the fire. And that is what topples nations. That is what manipulates generations. So either let them continue to use you as their Borg piece, or think for yourself and remember, independence is yours if you choose to accept it.
That's like when I tell you that the dollar is your most important vote, but your watching is also a vote, because when you watch something, that's where the advertisers go. They go to what's being watched. If suddenly nobody is watching the mainstream news media, holy smoke, they're going to be hurting. They're going to be chomping at the bit to get rid of alternate media. But suddenly everybody's coming to other places to find out what's going on. And we do tell people about things to watch out for, and it sounds scary, but you and I and our sister and brother channels, we're out here telling people, grow your food, start a garden. I'm telling people, hey, write me at hal5space@aol.com. We're going to start a community network, a network of tribes, survival tribes. And by the way, I put in information about contacting your congressman, how to contact the president, contact your public services commissions. It's active. What to do to make sure that we can ensure things, that we can continue. I've done videos about the fragility of our society so people understand just how fragile it is. I did a video called A Nuke in Every Pot, so you could really get the idea of just what small groups will be able to do in the future, why we have to learn to get along in society. I do videos talking, the rose-colored glasses video, is so you can understand where other people are coming from, so that you can appreciate that. And we can reach out. And I've told people to reach out across the aisle and try to establish peace. Now, that it may start, we still may wind up with our cities getting burnt down, but it won't be because we didn't try. But at least those amongst us that are awake and working toward this, we will be able to form our communities and live in some form of security. But we don't have time to waste. We got to get moving with it, Rex. And this is this idea you've got. We got to really get on top of it. But I love this 30-day no mainstream media challenge. Rex, that's a brilliant idea. I'm willing to promote that with you, and let's get our sister channels to promote it, and let's get it to go viral, because that's a most excellent idea, Rex. And it started, ladies and gentlemen, it started right here tonight.
Well, man, I appreciate that, because I've brought it up a few times before, and some people have been asking me, like, Rex, when are we actually going to start it? Is there an official date? And when you brought up the 4th of July, I thought to myself, that's perfect. But I want to go back also, because there's a few people, well, I don't know how many, 3 or more, because there's actually been several people that have left in the comment section that they're actually doing the 30-day challenge that I brought up before. I just didn't put a specific date on it. And they said they're feeling so much better. Like they physically feel better.
Dude, I don't watch it.
Well, that's why you look so good. And dude, you look like Gandalf the Grey. You do. Gandalf the Grey is a boss, man. That guy, you remember when he's like, thou shalt not pass. Boom. And this entire freaking mountain falls, and this giant dragon's like, you're a boss, bro. There's a reason you're a rocket scientist.
Or I just walk down the tunnel and yell, hello. And what happens, Rick?
That was wild, man. I'll tell you. No, yeah, that's right. I said Hugh or something. You went halo or halo, and this light thing goes, and that was in the tunnel. That tunnel is mad. We went out there. I actually figured out what we did. When we went out there, we reversed some dark spell or something. We actually cleaned energy out there. I didn't realize it until about a month ago. I was brainstorming, and something told me, it's like, you and Greg went out there because you guys cleansed some dark energy out there, man. And it just came to me. So.
And I was talking about Marty McFly. When we get back to the hotel, you give me a Marty McFly hat. Wow. And now I'm wearing it. What a time to change into my Marty McFly hat.
That's a good looking hat.
Light, the emanation of light. But that tells us we have a soul. We have a spirit, Rex, and we can take on the darkness. There's darkness about us. The way you get darkness to flee is you turn on the light. And I have told people this in the meditation sessions I had. I tell them, shine your light to the world. And where's your light? It's from your love. Shine your love to the world. And this is how we can take it on, Rex. This is how we dispel the darkness. We've got to get out there with the love and express the love and share that and shine that. That
And
is
if you don't want something, say, no, thank you. You're going to take this. No, thank you.
And there's certain things that I have no intention of taking.
Yeah. No, thank you.
And you know who Gandalf was based on, don't you?
Probably Merlin, the mage. Odin. But he did have both of his eyes, didn't he? In the movie?
Oh, yeah, he did.
He did. Yeah. Now, Odin, wow, what an amazing god, human turned god. You know the name human? I actually deciphered that. Hugh, man, God, man. Hugh is the word of God. Hugh,
Right.
man, is God, man.
What
No
were you-
wonder there's something out there that doesn't want us to reach our full potential, Greg.
What were you chanting in the tunnel?
Hugh,
And what is Hugh?
the word of God.
It is. It's 432 hertz. It's the, if I get it right, it's the A note. And it just happens to be my middle name.
Yeah, I know. Man, hair's standing up right now on my forehead. Well, Mr. Greg Hugh Allison, let's finish this off with a light, happy note. And I want to let everybody know that we want to help people. We want to bring people up. This is, we're just talking. We're giving ideas, opinions. This is a live action role-playing game. This is for entertainment purposes only. Let's work on helping each other out, folks. Let's be excellent to each other.
Amen. Rex, let's do this. Let's think about, if you're listening to this show, and if you want to start a community, especially if you've got some money burning a hole in your pocket and you really want to invest in a community, then we have a concept. Rex, maybe I can I share my habitat? Just show a quick.
Yeah.
You have to enable me to do that. Tell me when you give me that. I will pull up my chart here. Just show it briefly. I'm not going to make a presentation. I just want to show people what it looks like. Let me know when I can do that. They've changed Zoom. It used to be so much easier to use.
I don't know, man. I'm looking. Showing you can share. I don't see the. I don't.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
I don't know,
That's
man.
Didn't used to do that. Anyway, well, they changed their software, so we can't play as much as we used to.
Golly. No, because I've got the share screen. I click on that and it says one participant can share at a time. That's what's clicked. Let me try this. Multiple participants can share simultaneously. Try it now. See if that'll work.
Okay, maybe that's it. Okay, very good.
All right. Now this is your content, right?
Right. This is my content, my drawing that I created.
Oh, look at that, man. It's awesome.
Let me bring it up to show it full screen here. Hang on a minute. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you just look at it?
All right, Rex. This is the concept here, and the surface area of this across the top is 1/10 of an acre to match their DeVace family. And I did 2 videos on their DeVace family, by the way, and we did them while you and I were out doing this show. You might want to mention that show before we get done, because people probably want to see it. But I got us growing on the roof and down here in the courtyard. And I've actually increased the area by growing in tubes fed by an aquaponics system right above the courtyard. And I've got a garage workshop. This is garage workshop, indoor grow area, store, factory, whatever you want to do with it, club, 3D printer shop. That has over 2,000 square feet in it. So it's a lot of room to do stuff. Your living area has over 2,000 square feet in it. And you've got area here for solar arrays. You've got a berm of earth. You could seek this thing where it can be all the way underground or have it partially underground, depending on the hydrology of your local area, how well it drains. If it's
Could you get thermal from this?
What?
Could you get thermal from this?
yeah, the walls would be thick enough to do that. I plan for the walls to be at least 18 inches thick. Probably 2 foot would be better. And you're going to have earth covered over the much of the roof too to increase the thermal mass. So the thermal mass is essential key piece of this. Now you could put a greenhouse roof over it if you so choose. And yeah, I penciled that in because I didn't want to dictate what type of roof that would be and how you would do that. But you could vent it and pull cold air through the ground like they do with earthship houses and to cool the inside when you want to do it that way, or you could accumulate the heat. If you so choose, you could collect the rainwater off this area. That's a lot more rainwater collection area than the earthship houses use. So you would have if you were in a desert, you'd have more water than you need. And aquaponics is especially conservative for growing water. I got you growing on the wall here. Now, Rex, you and I need to go to Mars one day because I got a Mars habitat I want to show you in a simulation called Kitely. Uh, so we need to do that in a session real soon.
You're on.
So everybody, stay tuned. Rex and I are going to Mars.
That's what I'm talking about.
If this is like your kitchen, bathroom area over here, you'd have a solar hot water heater probably on the outside, although it could be mounted in here if you want to not expose it outside. But it's the intention is you keep that closer so you don't lose the thermal from it. And this is your solar electric. You're not going to require a lot of electricity because all you're going to do is run some lights, maybe a refrigerator, possibly a range, which you might use gas for that too. And you could use biogas, recycling some of your other waste. You could, there's much that we could work on development with this. It'd be nice to have a laboratory just for this type of home. I've got a place to build one out here on the backside of my place, a prototype for this, and that's what I'm aiming to do. Unless somebody comes along and makes me a better offer that we can go in and develop this into communities. Yeah, you could take an existing house and come over the top of it and build a roof that's got a lot of thermal mass to it, sandbag the walls, enclose a courtyard around your yard, and put berms around. You could do this with an existing home, Rex, and it don't have to look just like this. The key thing is that you have growing area, you have thermal mass, and things like that. You could also get cooling from the ground if you put a greenhouse over it and vent it so that when it's venting out, you're pulling cool air in. Or you could put thermal loops to the ground and use the ground as a solar battery and pump air if you wanted to. But you could do it with no power. You can do it totally passively. And I've got a passive solar pump hot water heater for my aquaponics greenhouse. So I've got experience building these kind of things like this. And I'll be going into solar electric in the not too distant future. I've done aquaponics for years. So these are things that we could definitely do, Rex. And we could retrofit buildings to have a lot of these design principles in it. But this is just look, 2,000 square foot, Rex, you could do all kind of things. And it's way bigger that you can just take a little piece of it, a very small piece of this to do what that guy in Baltimore does for growing microgreens inside, in addition to all you're growing out here. Or if you weren't adept at wanting to grow things, you didn't have a green thumb, then you could do those 3D printer grow bots. You could put up a loom in here. You could put a spinning machine. You could put 3D printers. You could put a server farm in here. You could put, whatever you can imagine in terms of a business, because 2,000 square feet is a lot of area. I mean, this whole thing is 4,306 feet basically across here, because an acre is 43,560 feet. So this is a tenth of an acre, Rex. So that's the whole idea here. You see, I drew this right before LeakCon in terms of trying to make a little better drawing out of what I had. But the idea is that this would be the south side. The sun is shining in. I'm showing it at a low angle here just to show you get penetration and how that could work. You could also paint the walls white for better penetration. This is the more narrow version. It's actually longer going in and out of the page because this is a hexagon. I could have done it if I did it as a circle. You would have actually more area this way, and the less of it would be in the shadow. So this is probably, in terms of shadow, low sun angle, the worst way to do it. You could do these things rectangular. You can make circles, octagons, however you want to build. This is a hexagon type, a six-sided structure concept that I had here when I did this. I could show, but that's a lunar version with water over the head for radiation shielding. This is showing you the basic geometry I was drawing that from. And this is like a square one. Drex, you could take these things and you could put these at corners of a compound, or you can line a whole wall in. You could have a whole compound where these are along the walls. You got an open courtyard in the center. It would be a fortress. You could have a community fortress made out of homes like this. You could even on the outside put ISO shipping containers for extra shielding and storage and protection from things that you want to be protected from. Then you could put an earth berm over that and dig foxholes in it if you so chose. This is the idea of putting the hexagons together in a honeycomb fashion. This is the idea of putting them out at sea, and there's a lot of stuff in here, Rex. A lot we could do with this. Oh, that's from the Kitely Sim, by the way. That's my Martian habitat. So we'll have to go there one day, Rex. And that's my avatar inside of it.
Nice.
So
Just look at it.
let me stop the share here. We'll get out of this because that's enough of that for now. But look, we can have a beautiful vision. You could take it where you use different colored bottles in the structure. We can let in light, make it extremely artistic. I think it should be a very artistic creation. I think everyone should be individualized and make it beautiful. Don't make it some utilitarian cookie cutter thing. I mean, if you really want to do, you could, but that would be kind of boring. I think we need to be expressive. We need to be artistic. We can make it beautiful. We grow plants in it. Everyone would be like a snowflake, individualized to the people that live in it, their taste. And my dream is a home that would be so beautiful, that would be so economical, so resilient to things hitting us, so low impact on the environment. And if we get it right, we can make it low cost to build. The earthship homes are mainly expensive because the labor required to pound dirt and tires. I don't need tires here. You can use them if you want to, and you can do that. But you can do it in sandbags, or you can 3D print concrete walls, Rex. That's something that we can do already today. And either way is good for this because you're just looking for the thermal mass. I'm not going to be a dictator and say you got to build this way or that way. It's according to what makes sense for you economically, how much labor you have. If you got communities of people working together, they can go around and build these homes for everybody, and you don't have the labor costs, and the materials are essentially nothing. I mean, they could be relatively cheap if everybody's willing to work together like that. I mean, we could go into a place if we got a community of people who's willing to work hard. We could build homes for everybody, just for the cost of essentially garbage, reuse tires and things like that, and maybe some concrete. It would be very economical. The utilities would be essentially nothing. Actually, it would be nothing. We could actually sell electricity, you suggested, or use to mine bitcoins or tribe coins, or whatever you want to call it. TP coins.
Rocket coins.
Rocket coins. So
Dude, this has been awesome, Greg.
the possibilities are limitless, Rex. It's whatever you want to do, whatever we can dream of, whatever our hearts and minds can aspire toward. So rather than us all, feuding with each other, let's get together and work together and build a beautiful future. Let's quit listening to the powers that be that want to arraign us against each other. We cannot survive as a society if we go down that route. See my video and you can never plot. I'm explaining it there. You know how fragile we are and what trouble we get into if we go down that road. See my video about the fragility of modern society. Now, those are probably not in the playlist, or if they are, the playlist is so long they've dropped off of finding my videos. Go click videos in the upper left-hand corner of my screen and scroll down and define these. But Rex, we can do so much. And oh, by the way, everyone, Rex is going to have an interview with Dr. Peter Price. See my interview. It's 2.5 hours. It's jam-packed with information. Because, look, I'm an electrical engineer. I work system safety. So Peter and I have a certain rapport. We've both been doing power grid defense for years. Rex, you've got your own style, your own personality. You're going to ask him a lot of interesting questions that from a totally different angle. So everyone needs to watch Rex when he interviews Peter Vincent Fry. Dr. Fry is a very interesting guy. It's going to be an awesome interview. I look forward to seeing your interview with him, Rex. I absolutely will watch it 100%. And I tell everyone to promote that video and share these videos widely. It's going to be really interesting. We're trying to build a community. We're trying to change the world in a positive way.
That's what I'm talking about.
We want a better world. We want a better world. Shiny world, bright, shiny world. It's got a lot of green in it. And that's the dream.
Shiny green. Shiny lime green. Oh, man. In Colorado.
Heard about the shiny city on the hill. How about the shiny hat on the knob.
Yeah, right on. And on that note, I also wanted to say, folks, make sure to check us out over on Patreon. Check us out at leakproject.com as well. Hit that bell so you get all the notifications. And I was going to say one more thing, and then I lost track because Greg said,
Mention our video, Rick.
that's what it was. Yep, that's what I was going to mention. Thank you. See, I knew it. Odin, is that you? So this is it, folks.
Brothers.
Weird Earth. Weird Earth on Weather Channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, Sunday nights. You'll see Greg. You'll see myself featured in several episodes. We were on last night, and that was fun to see us talking with Jose.
Yeah, Jose was his first name. I can't remember his last name.
He's a cool guy. He's a pilot.
right.
He's a comedian. He's a veteran, I think, as well, right?
Yes, yes.
Good guy. Real. And actually, we need to get him on the podcast. We could all talk.
Oh, we'd have so much fun with
He'll
him.
make fun of me though, but that's okay. Everybody else does too. So.
Oh, we had so much fun with him. We all three hit it off big. Jose is a fighter pilot. He was in the Air Force. He's not active duty Air Force. He's an Air Force reserve now. He's still a fighter, but he's a comedian and a really good comedian. You see this guy, you would never imagine this guy was a fighter pilot or a fighter of any type. He just seemed so soft and funny. You would never believe it, but he's bright, smart, and funny as it come. And we all three of us had such a good time together. It was unbelievable. So I highly encourage everyone to watch this series.
Yeah, and it's a good series. I watched the episode last night, man, from front to back. Actually, it's funny because I was actually doing something at like 7:20, and that would be 9:20 Eastern time. So I was doing something at 7:20, and I looked at my emails, and somebody said Rex and Greg on TV. How cool! And I was like, oh wait, they're watching us on the Weather Channel right now. So people were watching us on the Weather Channel, sending us emails, or me an email saying, hey man, I saw you and Greg on there, and because of you, I had the opportunity to go out there. And folks, we're going to finish this up right now because this is like 8 hours of talking today. And my vocal cords need some Super T and C60. Did you get your C60? Did you get C60?
I got to get a refill now.
Oh, you're taking it. Good. Let's take a shot together, bro. Let's
do a toast.
I got to mix it up. Mix the lime and the coconut. So, dude, I'm taking so many supplements. I'm taking like collagen. I'm taking keto. I'm taking Super T. I'm taking Gladiator barley. That's Gladiator barley. So I'm taking this Gladiator barley stuff. I'm taking this 60. So that's one of the perks of Leak Project is I get all the best products. It's amazing.
Let's have a toast of bright, shiny future. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants the sheriff and the mayor, talk to Rex now.
Code Leak 10, 10% off. Cheers, brother. Love you, man.
Cheers.
Yeah. Woo! So wing. All right.
Hey, hello.
C60purplepower.com. Code Leak10. Thank you to Ken Swartz for sending those out.
Thank you, Ken. Absolutely. Thank you, Ken.
And next time we talk as well, Greg, maybe we could get you, me, and Lee on the podcast.
Oh, that would be cool.
Cool.
That would be awesome. I'd love to get on with Lee. He's an interesting guy. But you and I got to go to Mars one day soon, Rex.
Soon, bro. I'm ready.
Soon. I'm ready to go to Mars.
Moab, then Mars. Or Mars, then Moab. They're the same thing pretty much. There's just a little bit more air in Moab. And you can Jeep out there.
More air.
The Rover isn't the only four-wheel drive vehicle there. All right, everybody. Be the change you want to see.
Thank you, everyone.
Hey, everybody. Rex Sparrow Leak Project. How the heck are you? I just read a very unsettling headline, and I hope that this is an exaggeration. This is from CNBC, so it might be. It's nearly half the U.S. population is without a job, showing how far the labor recovery has to go. Now, this was just published a few days ago, and I'm going to give you a quick excerpt from the headline or from the article. I just told you the headline. Nanny. The employment population ratio, the number of employed people as a percentage of the U.S. adult population, plunged to 52.8% in May, which means 47.2% of Americans are without jobs. So, as the corona-induced shutdown tore through the labor market, the share of population employed dropped sharply from a recent high of 61.2% in January, farther away from a post-war record of 64.7%. And that was in 2000. So to get the unemployment to population ratio back to where it was at its peak all the way back in 2000, we need to create 30 million jobs, said Torsten Slock, Deutsche Bank's chief economist. Interesting. Now, that specific bank, I've heard so many wonderful things about. And I've also heard that that's one of the main banks that keeps this fractionalized system together of brilliant alchemy designed to feed the MFers while you work and lose your time that you could be doing something more productive, but you have to pay their bills and you have to pay your bills too. So totally get that. It's just this whole system seems to be underneath their thumbs, and now it's starting to fracture. How long will people continue to pay banks to keep their money, to then fractionalize their money, make money off of the money that they fractionalize, charge you fees to do it, and then, in certain circumstances, let's hope it doesn't happen here. Let's certainly hope it doesn't happen here. But how many of you are concerned about the banking system? Well, when you can have a bank in your own hand, that's pretty cool. It's like a bank in your own hand when you take back control. So, decentralization is the key, in my opinion, to having a smooth, balanced system where everybody can flourish, where everybody can be the change, and everybody can be successful. So I want to share something with you real quick also. My friends over at Noble Golden Investments are giving free books right now to Leap Project listeners, how to get out of the rat race. They're even giving out, check this out. If you decide to open up an IRA or 401 with Noble Gold Investments, you will get as a complimentary token this 5-ounce silver, beautiful piece here. I love this thing. It just feels good in your hand. And this is just a sample of what's going to be a part of your 401 or IRA. And you can even put it into cryptos. So I think diversifying is important, but I'm not a financial advisor. Myself personally, I like to diversify. I've got some in cryptos, I've got some gold, I've got some silver, I've got some cash, and now I'm looking at some other opportunities as well. Land might be a good option. And how much land will you be able to buy with one of these if hyperinflation happens? I don't know, but it's something to think about. Now, let's talk about this huge layoff. I think we have some solutions here. So what can we do as a people to get the economy flowing the right way? Well, first of all, we need to create jobs for these huge forests where there's millions of trees that are ready to be harvested. A lot of these trees that have beetle kill, right? They're just sitting there at higher elevations. And first of all, we need to take them down and clean up the forest before there's a bad forest fire, because then all that carbon and all that crap just gets launched back into the atmosphere. And the MFers keep telling us how we're producing too much carbon. So we need to use what they're saying as a strategy to say, well, look, if you're worried about it, then let's go out there and let's get rid of these trees. And then what you can do with the trees is you can produce furniture and housing and all sorts of wonderful items with wood. So not only do you have jobs to get rid of to take the trees down that are already dead, that could be a hazard, you clean them up, and then you produce product that you can then offer for a price, and you can put that money back into the economy. You can create jobs. That's just one idea. How about getting more jobs for roads and infrastructure and securing the grid? I think one of the most important things to do right now also is securing the grid. So let's create a whole new industry by signing bills that allow money and funding to go into this industry to secure the grid. And let's give people good jobs to go secure the grid. Let's fix the education system by not having it controlled by a select group of corporations. Did you know that the majority of the textbooks that are available in school are from a select group of corporations? Kind of like the media. Remember, we need to take on the 30-day mainstream challenge, the 30-day no mainstream news challenge. We're going to start that on the 4th of July. What happens if everybody shuts off the mainstream news for 30 days? Think about it. There's a lot of people that say, Rex, I've already done that. That's great. but are you going on to Twitter and social media and reading about the news that's being presented through these mainstream outlets? And then are you propagating that? How many people are controlled opposition without even knowing? Very interesting to think about. So let's go back into this article here. We could create jobs for infrastructure. What about all the abandoned buildings out there that are just sitting there? Why don't we retrofit some of those buildings into growing facilities? Organics. Let's get rid of all these chemicals that are causing harm to the environment and people, and let's use organic opportunities. Let's use natural ingredients. Let's refine the natural ingredients. Let's come up with genetically modified foods that are better for you, not worse for you. Let's break out of the system. Corporations have more money than countries, yet they continue to perpetuate what's most important to them. And it's oftentimes in a way that, see, why can't we have a win-win situation? Why can't we have corporations that are out there that they make sure to only put high quality ingredients in their foods? Or if they offer a service, or let's say a technology, why don't they break out of the norm with all the money that they have? Why don't they take that money, get the best of the best to come out with inventions that can refine these technologies so that they're not stuck to the system as much? Because it's usually about more the money than the long term. But if a corporation, I'm just brainstorming here. So as a corporation, if you have a corporation and the money to change things, do you continue to follow the norm, or do you break out of the norm and put that money towards revolutions of higher consciousness, of better health, of better well-being, of better transportation, of better technologies with communications, refining 3D printers, refining the materials you can put in them, coming up with as many blueprints as possible for these 3D printers so that things get really bad that you could then print things up and without having to rely on going to a manufacturing plant on the other side of the world? How do we print up microchips? How do we print up capacitors and everything that's going to be needed for communication devices? And then how do we print our own food? And then how do we grow our own food to where we don't need to rely on a corporation taking food that they put a bunch of pesticides on it, they harvest it, they ship it overseas, then they process it, and oftentimes they put more chemicals into it to process it, then ship it back, and then label it and make it look like it's all healthy and good for you because of the marketing strategy. Oh, well, gee, the words make it sound good. The packaging makes it look natural. Oh, natural flavors. I wonder what that is. I wonder how many trade secrets don't have to label what's in their product, or how many corporations can use the trade secrets so there's certain chemicals that they don't have to label in their product. How many of those trade secrets, or how many of those chemicals or elements are there that they can list as a trade secret so they can call it natural flavors? I don't know, because it changes all the time. I used to research this big time several years ago, and it got to the point where I'm like, yeah, it's pretty much the same. I mean, just go to the grocery store and look at all the ingredients and the crap they put in their food, most of it. What's in the packaging? Why do they put bisphenol A in certain packaging? I mean, why? What's the root of all this? It's like a monster that's out of control. And people are feeding it. People are happily feeding it. Somebody said to me yesterday, he thinks that everybody, he said, Rex, what does everybody want? I said, what? He goes, freedom. And he does, I do, you do, many of us do, but do all of us generally want freedom? Or how many of us are willing to give up freedom for security? So does that mean you want security over freedom? And is it a false sense of security? They like to give you a false sense of freedom, don't they? It's the land of illusions, folks. When you can see it for what it is, it's frightening at first, and it's also very liberating, especially the more you understand it, because it's so simple to understand when you read a headline. And when you see what the mainstream news pushes as the headlines, as the front page news, they're baiting you half the time. I don't know about half the time, but oftentimes they're baiting you by the words that they use. How many of us would it take to create that 100th monkey syndrome, metaphorically speaking? 10%, 5%, 25%, 50%? And then does everybody just know? Are people supposed to know? Or is there supposed to be a large part of the population that's just supposed to fall into this sheep-like mindset and just follow clueless, aimlessly? Something to think about. Hit that bell, be well. Remember, this is just a live action role-playing game. This is for entertainment purposes only. These are just opinions, ideas. We want to bring everybody up. We want to help the world. We want to create a win-win environment. And let me ask you this. Does a win-win environment raise the level of consciousness more than a win-lose environment? Even for the winner? In a win-lose environment, would both winners above that complement each other more than a win-lose environment? In a global scale that's where you've got the micro community as well as the macro community. Independence, liberty, the freedom to think for yourself, and also work for yourself. Should we have the right to work for ourselves? Because maybe that's the next step. I don't even want to put that into the universe. I mean, the MFers are doing everything they can to usurp control with psychological and physiological needs. How much control do the masses give them? Do they want to wake up, or do they want to stay in the illusion? Where are you at right now? Be the change you want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this edition of Leak Project. I'm your host, Rex Bear, and tonight's guest is Richard B. Spence, a professor at the University of Idaho and specializing in Russian intelligence and military history. His course offers modern espionage, anti-Semitism, and the Holocaust, history of secret societies, and the occult in history. Now, he is author of several books. The main focus tonight will be Secret Agent 666, Aleister Crowley, British Intelligence, and the Occult. The information Richard brings to the table is quite compelling, especially when you learn about how the occult and intelligence agencies work hand in hand. Make sure to go to leakproject.com. If you become a contributing member at Leak Project, you'll have access to exclusive content, ad-free. You can either download the shows or listen to them live streaming on the website. Also, you can go to youtube.com/clandestine timelord. Subscribe on YouTube, get access to the latest podcasts, absolutely free. Hope you're doing well wherever you are. Enjoy the show. And remember, be the change you want to see. This is Rex Bear. Talk to you soon.
Hello,
Hello, Richard.
this is me.
Hey, Rex Bear. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you.
I'm glad to talk to you.
Now, I'm on the website. It looks like it's the University of Idaho website. Do you have a specific website that I can promote?
No, I don't. I think that's the only one.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm a Luddite when it comes to that, I guess.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
now, do you have a specific book, or is it just a course about the modern espionage and the stuff that you put together with your Russian intelligence work, etc.?
Well, I've got the two main books I probably have are the one that you may be the most interested in is Secret Agent 666, which deals with Aleister Crowley and British
Awesome.
intelligence and the occult.
Okay.
I also have written a book called Trust No One, The Secret World of Sidney Riley. I'm not sure if his name certainly isn't as well known as Aleister Crowley's is, but Sidney Riley was a nominally, and I emphasize the nominal part, was a British intelligence operative in the early 20th century, which you usually find combined with the words a prototype or model for James Bond. He wasn't, but that's another story in and of itself. I also wrote, my first book was back in the 1990s, was a biography of another, even more obscure fellow by the name of Boris Savinkov. It's called Renegade on the Left. And there's a little tale there. Savinkov is certainly not as well known a name in the Russian Revolution as, say, Trotsky or Lenin or Kerensky. But I'd argue that he, in his own way, was every bit as important. He's one of those people that I'd say became inconvenient to the later historical narrative and therefore was largely edited out of it. Most recently, a book I co-authored with Walter Bosley is one called Empire of the Wheel. And that was kind of a departure for me because it has to do with a set of seemingly unrelated, but as it turns out, not totally unrelated murders around San Bernardino, California, back during around 1915 and 1916. And what we did there was to try to piece together who was involved and different accounts of the cases, and it leads some rather curious directions. The book I'm working on now, if I can put in a plug for that,
Absolutely,
is a book called Wall Street and the Russian Revolution. Now, if that sounds familiar to some people, that's because there's a reasonably well-known book by Anthony Sutton. It was published back in the 1970s called Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution. So what I want to add here is that I'm not doing this book to either rip off Anthony Sutton or to, fundamentally disagree with him. One of the things his book did was to really sort of inspire me in certain ways. And I think with the materials that he had available to him, say in 1972 or 1974, he did an astounding job. There's a lot more stuff that's available. There's a lot of things that can be fleshed out. There are a few little things that could be changed or tweaked. But that's why, at least my tentative title for this book is Wall Street and the Russian Revolution, because I'm taking a kind of broader look going all the way back to, say, 1905, the abortive revolution then, and then really sort of all the way up until the mid-20s, about a 20-year period. And that is proving quite a bit of work. And I'm sort of in the throes of trying to cobble together the various things that I've assembled for that now. But that's the main thing I'm working on at present.
When you wrote The Secret Agent 666, in regards to Aleister Crowley, I mean, this is a very infamous person that used to claim to be the most wicked man in the world, and I think that he kind of did that a lot of times just to cause ooh and ah with the masses. I've read several of his books, and actually one that really had a pretty powerful impact was the book that he wrote called Four, which is actually 4 books compiled together, and he supposedly did automatic writing with these deities. And if you've read any of that work, like the Book of the Law, the Book of Thoth, etc., I mean, just a very mystical person, and certainly liked to write in codes and riddles. I've heard that he was a British spy before, and if you even look at today's society, he has had a huge impact on Hollywood, the entertainment industry, etc. So let's get into that. What can you tell us about the infamous Aleister Crowley, the Beast?
Well, Aleister Crowley, the great beast 666, the wickedest man in the world, the arch Satanist or arch occultist of the 20th century. I think you hit upon one very important thing. A good deal of his reputation is hype. And part of that is hype of other people's creation, and part of it is hype of his own creation. But I have to add a kind of disclaimer anytime that I'm asked to talk about him. And the important disclaimer is to make it very clear up front that I am not a Crowleyite or a Thelemite. That is, I do not subscribe to his beliefs. I am not a member of any of his organizations. I don't belong to the OTO, etc. That being said, I have nothing against people who do. I'd say that of those people who are Crowley followers that I've encountered, all of them have proven to be very normal, helpful, rational people. I don't know what they do in private, but I mean, I've never had any negative encounters with them. So I sort of approach him from the standpoint of an interested party and agnostic, and that's sort of the way that I approached him. And one of the things that I'd emphasize is that there are a number of very good biographies of Aleister Crowley out there. And if you want to get the whole gist of the man, you really should read more things besides my book, because my book tends to concentrate, you get an overview of his life, but it does really concentrate on that one, I think, both overlooked and or readily dismissed and controversial area of his work for intelligence. Now, that's one of those things that might strike some people as seemingly, fantastic, because why on earth would any intelligence agency, none less than the British, who are supposed to be fairly good at that sort of thing historically, why on earth would they employ as an agent a man of such a negative and notorious reputation? Now, that reputation, if you noticed, is still very much alive today. In fact, I'd say maybe one of the most tragic things about Aleister Crowley is that he never lived long enough to sort of finally reap the rewards of his fame. He was a man who, in economic terms, was never successful during his lifetime. He became an undischarged bankrupt in the mid-1930s and remained one up until his death in 1947. Which raises a little interesting questions to how he supported himself, but maybe we'll get to that. But today, I mean, if he still managed to own the copyrights to any of the works he'd done, he would be restored to the position of a wealthy man, which is pretty much the way he began his life. So what got me started? Let me go back there. I mean, why would I pick up this topic at all? I was back at the end of the 1990s, just around 2000. I was in the throes of finishing up the book on Riley, the Trust No One book. And one of the centers of action in that book is New York during the First World War, because Riley was there as a purchasing agent for the Russian government, among other things. And one of the things I was doing, one of the things I always do with this stuff, is that when you encounter the person you're interested in, you have to pay very close attention to the people that they meet and come in contact with and do business with or sleep with or whatever. And my basic suggestion, maybe an obvious one to any researchers out there, is never ignore a lead. I mean, even if it's a seemingly casual acquaintance, the fact that people meet, you should look into it. I mean, true, 9 times out of 10, maybe 99 times out of 100, that lead will go nowhere. It may just be that. It may just be a casual acquaintance of some kind. But you can't let that go without a certain degree of investigation, because one person can lead you to another, and another. That individual that seems to be a casual acquaintance could prove to be a critical link between the figure you're interested in and someone else. So what I was interested in is that I knew that Crowley was also active in New York at the same time that Riley was. And I knew that Crowley had claimed at various points after the First World War that he had worked for the British government or British intelligence during that time. And might add that one of the reasons why he would often go out of his way to claim that was to refute the charge that he was a traitor. And the reason why people would dub him a traitor was because he did, in fact, in the period between late 1914 when he arrived and 1919 when he left during the war, one of the things he did was that he wrote anti-British propaganda for a pro-German publication. In fact, it was a magazine called The Fatherland. And, I don't know what better name you could give to a pro-German publication, but he wrote for the Fatherland. He knew exactly what the Fatherland was. He knew that the editor of the Fatherland, a guy by the name of George Sylvester Viereck, was a German propaganda agent. And the stuff that Crowley wrote is, it's not accidentally anti-British, it's deliberately and scurrilously anti-British. So that too seems to, create an apparent absurdity to say that a man who was employed in the war writing propaganda for the enemy against his own country couldn't possibly have served the interests of that country, and must have been, as he was later described, a traitor. And therefore all of his subsequent claims that, what I was doing, I was really doing for the British government, and it wasn't what it was appeared, were just his attempt to try to defend his despicable reputation. Now, so what I did.
Can I jump in
Go
real
ahead.
quick? Do you
Sure.
feel that he was a double agent then? You're probably going there, but that's just what's coming through my mind right now.
It's one of those things I wouldn't dismiss, but no, my take at looking through it is that he wasn't a double agent. He was, let's put it this way, he was a British mole inside the German propaganda and to some degree sabotage apparatus in the US. That's what his job was. The interesting question as to how he got them to accept him, knowing that he was indeed British. So, not knowing what much to think about that, and I sort of doubted he was. I figured that was just some other sort of claim that someone came up with. So I set off one of the problems that anybody has doing research in the field of historical intelligence is the sad fact that most historical records, even going back to the beginning of the 20th century or before, are off limits. That is, intelligence agencies don't see themselves generally as archiving agencies, and maybe the simplest thing to keep in mind is that these agencies are involved in collecting secret information in secretive ways. That is, they are secretive agencies, and therefore they sort of expect them to engage in the necessary secrecy of intelligence, which is the whole point of collecting information other people don't want you to have and keeping information you don't want other people to have out of their hands, to then be sort of forthcoming with their operational histories. That just doesn't really happen. But every now and then, it turns out that there's an agency of this kind that goes defunct. And one of those was an American agency that was very important in World War I, no longer really exists today in that form, which was then called the Military Intelligence Division. So what happened was that the U.S. entered the war in 1917. It really, as incredible as this may sound, did not have any real national intelligence agency, nor even internal security agency. The FBI, as it existed later, did not exist at the time, except in a very limited form. There was no CIA, there was no NSA. And so it sort of fell to the U.S. Army to develop a military intelligence apparatus. The Navy had one too, the Office of Naval Intelligence. But the MID really became the chief, it really functioned much in the way in which the FBI would function today. And internal security and the hunt against spies and saboteurs was one of the main things it was focused on. So not too surprisingly, remember, Aleister Crowley had been in the U.S. since late 1914, and in the period up until the U.S. entry of the war, he had written pro-German propaganda, and of course that became kind of a problem when in April 1917, the United States joined the war against Germany. And as you might expect, there were people within the MID and, even within the New York State Police and Attorney General's office who began to look a little askance at this Englishman not serving his country, hanging out in New York with disreputable people, and who very recently had been working for what was now the enemy. So they began looking into him. And in fact, they not only began looking into him, they even contemplated the idea of arresting him or interrogating him. So they made inquiries. And of course, one of the things that they would do, one of the things that you or I would do, is that they would inquire to the British consulate in New York, what do you know about this guy? So I sent off to Washington, to the National Archives, that holds all the surviving records of the Military Intelligence Division. And I sent off a letter with an inquiry which said, do the records of the MID contain any files pertaining to Aleister Crowley? Sure enough, it did. Not a very big file. In fact, I don't think it's only about 25 pages long. And most of it isn't terribly important, but as often is the case, on one page, one document in that file contained this. It is a report from 1918 from the head of the MID in West Point, New York, that is up in the Hudson Valley, where Crowley had been active at that time, and this fellow had become interested in him. And so there was an inquiry that was made to the British consulate, and this is essentially what was the information they got. And I'm reading directly from the report on Aleister Crowley, English subject. And it says he had been formally investigated by the Department of Justice on charges of being a German spy. It was determined that Aleister Crowley was an employee of the British government, but at present in this country on official business of which the British consul, New York City, has full cognizance. It was found that the British government was fully aware of the fact that Crowley was connected with the German propaganda and had received money for writing anti-British articles. Now, the reason why that was important is that basically confirms what Crowley later claimed. So when later on he was saying that, yes, I wrote this stuff, but it was all, it was basically designed to win the confidence of the Germans so that I could take advantage of that confidence, and I was really a loyal Englishman doing his bit in his own peculiar way. Well, in that case, he was telling the truth. So that got me interested, and I used that file to write a short article, which, the title of that was also Secret Agent 666. And that article was published in a small journal, I think the International Journal of Intelligence and Counterintelligence, which if no one has ever heard of, that's because, like most academic journals, no one has ever heard of them. But one of the things that happened is that thanks to the internet, that article, thanks to the internet, and also, of course, the sort of global interest that the name Aleister Crowley creates, that article was spread around from one place to another, which, by the way, I didn't mind because, just to let your listeners know, professors don't get paid for writing academic articles. We generally don't get paid for writing academic books either. But
okay.
So no, you don't get paid. Sometimes
Well, that sucks.
they actually expect you to pay. Well, that's the way that's the research we're supposed to do. That's how we keep our jobs.
Gotcha. Okay.
But one of the things that's always kind of despairing about that in a way, I actually had someone, another historian, who said, well, if you really want to sort of hide historical information, what you do is you publish it in an academic journal, which is pretty much the equivalent of digging a hole, throwing it in, and burying it. And that's a bit of an exaggeration. But the point is, not many people access those, and not many people read them. And this is, in fact, one of my whole complaints about the way in which a lot of historical research and the way historians sort of relate to the outside world is that we're all too often sort of writing for each other instead, I think, of trying to make the information that we have more broadly available. So that sort of, that article achieved a life of its own, and I started getting feedback. I started getting emails and even actual letters from people saying, well, this is interesting. Maybe you should look more into this. Maybe you should look more into that. And I began getting several people, actually, from different angles. Some of them sort of fans of Crowley, some of them not, saying, you really ought to expand that. You really ought to maybe see if you could make a book out of it. Maybe there's a bigger story there. And at first, I really wasn't certain. Thought I would give it a try. In fact, one of the reasons I was a little reluctant to do that is I had this other book project all set to go, and, generally you don't want to get distracted by something else, but that's what happened. And as I began to dig deeper and collect more information, more and more of this picture emerged. One of the things that became pretty clear is that Crowley's connection to British intelligence wasn't just during the First World War, but which predated it and which followed it. And what it made me do was that it made me take a kind of critical look, at places he visited and at people that he knew, And if you simply look through a lot of the people he knew, some of his closer associates, you're tripping over a spy every time you turn around. It became pretty clear that he had a continual personal relations, or let's say a lifelong personal relationship with people who had themselves had some connection to British intelligence. So that much was there. So the point was, I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't making it up. These things were there. And it really hadn't been, I think, noticed because no one was looking for it. And I think it's one of those things that writing that book really made very plain to me. It was something that I think I understood before, but I'd never realized how much that in going into researching a topic or looking at any kind of historical figure, one of the things that we usually do is that we go into it with, some kind of preconceptions. We already have an idea as to who this person is. And that can be, you have to have some kind of awareness about the person. But the tricky part is not to be completely taken in or overly influenced by other views. That can be the difficult part of trying to take a really fresh view. That is, acknowledging what other people have said or believe about this individual. In the case of Aleister Crowley, it basically went one way or the other. The predominant view was that, again, he was a wicked, despicable man. He was evil. On the other, a sort of minority, but nonetheless strongly felt view was that he was a misunderstood prophet, that he was unjustly vilified, that in fact he was one of the great religious leaders of the modern era. So there's a big gap between those two things. So I was aware of both of those points of view, but one of the things that I wanted to do in my approach was not to take either of them literally, and simply to take, well, for instance, like the excerpt I just read from this document, to take that document and what it revealed and just interpret things in that light. Go where the often far too few facts lead you, instead of constantly trying to go with the interpretation first and fit the facts to them. I don't know how much sense that makes, but it's one of the things that can happen. So it's this difficulty sometimes in trying to maintain this balance between, a prior knowledge of the subject and then the ability to look at them objectively. So one of the things that I did, certainly what I tried to do, I think I succeeded in doing, was taking a fresh and objective look at one of these people, certainly someone who has been notorious within the 20th century. So what did I see when I looked at that? Well, I saw a man who, on again and off again, had either volunteered or had been recruited as an intelligence operative or as an agent. And I got to clarify that. When I'm talking about Crowley being a British intelligence agent, I mean that he was an asset that was employed. He wasn't an officer. He was not engaged. He wasn't a paid employee or career employee of any agency. He was someone that agency, or rather which those agencies, because British intelligence is a house of many rooms, it isn't just one body, but he was utilized because he was, well, for any other reason an agent is utilized. They're useful. They are exploited. Okay? Remember, you don't recruit agents because you like them necessarily. Also, interestingly enough, you don't recruit intelligence assets because you necessarily trust them. In fact, as strange as it may be, in some cases, the fact that you can't trust them may be one of the things that makes you want to use them. It's the idea of someone being reliably unreliable. If the one thing that you can count on in this person is that you can't really count on them, there are still ways that they can be utilized. So the question would then come up, what would an intelligence agency be able to utilize in a man who seemed to devote himself to occult practices to membership in strange, secretive, esoteric organizations, who mixed with some rather unusual people, who in some ways might seem to be very untrustworthy. Well, one of the things I realized that did is that it connected him, Crowley's association with what we roughly call the occult, which practically means a variety of small, highly selective, secret, esoteric organizations, both in Britain and America. And everywhere he went, he always touched bases with those people, because this is a kind of invisible world. It's a world which really only clearly exists to the initiated. But it is a world. Think of it this way. It's a kind of international subculture. And as all subcultures do, they maintain communication between themselves. And it's not an insignificant subculture. So something else that became pretty apparent is that if you think that, all occultists or members of esoteric organizations are a pack of dysfunctional weirdos, which isn't to say that they may not include dysfunctional weirdos.
It's kind of the opposite, isn't it? Usually, I mean, they're more educated.
Well, not only are they more educated, they're often people in positions of great power and influence.
Right.
So one of the things you find, it's not at all odd to find that there are people who are interested in occultism who are involved in intelligence. There almost seems to be a symbiotic relationship between intelligence and occultism. And I think that's probably because that the two things tend to attract similar personality types. Now, again, this isn't to say that everybody who's involved in intelligence is an occultist and all occultists are connected to intelligence. That's not it at all. It simply means that beyond sort of random chance, you are going to find more of a crossover between those two than you would in, let's say, between occultism and, I don't know, farming. Okay. You're not going to necessarily.
Nice.
Like that. And every now and then you're going to find a farmer occultist. Yes, we'll sacrifice for the crops, but that's probably there. But it's not something you're going to find a significant correlation. The correlation between intelligence and occultism is well beyond the average.
I just want to validate your point real quick, because I have a friend that used to be.
Yeah, that's probably necessarily.
Nice.
Like that. And every now and then you're going to find a farmer occultist. Yes, we'll sacrifice for the crops, but that's probably there. But it's not something you're going to find a significant correlation. The correlation between intelligence and occultism is well beyond the average.
I just want to validate your point real quick, because I have a friend that used to be in the FBI, worked for the Department of Defense. He's been in Langley in the Pentagon. Many of his family members are high up in the military. And he went to college. He's, I think, in his mid-50s right now. He went to many college courses that talked about mysticism, the occult, and even the definition occult, that just means unknown. It's just a form of science, mental applications. There's a lot of different types of mysticism and magic. And I think Crowley, as genius as he was in many ways, and he obviously had his issues as well, but I think he actually was able to use many of those mystical practices, and he turned it into a science. Like, he could say, okay, I'm going to use this and that and create that, essentially. X and Y equals Z, whatever.
Well, I think, I wish I could remember to paraphrase it, but there's I think, fairly well-known statement from him, which he's saying, in essence, that, occultism is a science in some way. That the root of what he's after is really a kind of scientific approach. Something which occurred to me in writing the book, and it's one of those things I still don't know how far to take, is the sort of realization or thought that would come across is that maybe this guy is sort of faking the whole thing. I mean, maybe this whole occultism thing, the magic, the rituals, the ceremonies, the incantations, the robes, the secret signs, that all of this is, not to put a fine point on it, a kind of distracting mumbo jumbo. In other words, that's what people are going to pay attention to, and what is actually in many cases a cover for something else. mean, it comes back to this question as to why would someone of so flamboyant and notorious a reputation be useful as an intelligence asset? And, one of the ways that someone else actually explained this to me, who I think has some idea to know what they were talking about, is they go, look, the very argument, if you can make the argument that this person could not possibly be a spy, they could not be, simply, Aleister Crowley couldn't be, he's simply too notorious. Well, you've actually just created the best basis for him to be so. Because the one thing generally any good intelligence asset or spy, or however you want to describe them, doesn't want to be is to be recognized as such. The whole point is that that is not supposed to be the most, you don't walk around with spy written across. So someone who many people would immediately reject the possibility that they could be one, well, that's actually about the best recommendation for the job that you could find. So Crowley, I think, did, to a degree, hide behind his own infamy. That is, and that behind this infamous exterior, there was someone who was, quite thoughtful, quite crafty. One of the things that he was very good at was hypnotism. And that was even something else that was once offered to me as an explanation for him, was that, well, the guy is basically a hypnotist. That even magic, in this sense, is that occult or magical rituals are essentially mass hypnotism. It's people who are inducing themselves, either induced from the outside or self-hypnotism, into a hypnotic state. It's maybe too simple of an explanation, and I don't argue that your listeners would have to accept that, but it's a thing to consider, that the hypnotic aspect is there, and that's something that Crowley seemed to take a very strong interest in. And it's not, again, as simple to say that he simply went around hypnotizing everybody he met, but he did some. And I think that one of the things that gave him was a very deep perception of how people could be manipulated in their perceptions. That it's one of the little tricks that he supposedly liked to pull was to go into public places and essentially become invisible. In fact, there are various points where he talks about becoming invisible. In some cases, he's talking about this as if he's actually trying to become physically invisible.
Did you know that that's a ritual, actually, that's performed in certain OTO circles where they don't actually go invisible, but they change their vibrational frequencies, the way that they're thinking so slow that it almost makes them invisible because people don't notice them.
That's it, yeah.
Interesting.
Right. It's the way of not becoming transparent, but of either inducing a state in yourself or inducing possibly a hypnotic state in other people around you, that they don't notice you, that you become sort of a non-entity. You literally become this kind of fly on the wall. And that's something he seemed to like to play around with. And if you want to believe him on that, was at least occasionally successful with. And then you'd have to come back to this question, well, I don't know, what good would that do anybody in intelligence work? Well, think about it for a minute. If you could either, again, induce in yourself or in the people around you the notion that you weren't there, if they lost conscious awareness of you, maybe that's the best way to put it, that in some way you create a situation in which the people around you lose conscious awareness that you were there, well, then you're sitting there listening to what they say, observing what it is that they're doing, and they don't even realize any longer that you're there. I mean, what more could any sort of decent spy ask for? And that actually touches upon this other point about this, I think brings us back to this connection, the overlap between intelligence work and occultism, and why an occultist would make a useful agent. One, it gave them connection to this kind of secret world and the people, again, of influence and power who were within it, but also the techniques, this technique of making other people conscious or unaware of you. but it also, almost everything that you, if you think about it, connected with what would, let's say, magic. All right. That, I mean, imagine just for a moment that it works. All right. That you could either hypnotically or through spells or accessing, I don't know, Great Cthulhu, whatever it is that you want to make a deal with, that you actually can. Remember, I think Crowley, again, in one of his quotes, argued that magic, and here again I'm going to paraphrase, is the art, yes, the art and science of essentially changing the physical world through will. In other words, it's sort of mind over matter, that through the kind of focused will, or another way to think of it, through concentrated consciousness, that one can affect the world and people around you. Now imagine what you could do with that kind of power if it existed, and if you could master it and amplify it. That again has tremendous applications. It not only has applications as a means for gathering or protecting intelligence, the other thing it has an application for is weaponization. The power, you know, if you think of it, the powers of a mage, the powers of an occult master are also things that could be weaponized to some degree. So, not to argue that any of these things exist, but there's the possibility that they might exist. Now, first, it's one of the things that has received a certain amount of press in recent times is that the CIA, the U.S. Army, for instance, sort of reluctantly admit that, yeah, we carried on experiments in in ESP and in remote viewing. We played around with these things, though generally insist that nothing really came out of it. We didn't find that it worked or it wasn't reliable, and that may well be true. On the other hand, let's suppose you tried one of these things and you found that it really did work. Well, you're never going to publicly admit that. The whole idea, you're conducting a secret program to find out, let's say, I don't know, can we project people's consciousness to other places, remote viewing? Can we project consciousness and actually see and manipulate items there? Well, if you could do that, it would then be the most important thing to do was to make everybody believe that you didn't. So this is the sort of uncertainty principle. I mean, these things were investigated, and maybe they were found to be bunk and useless, and maybe they were found to be exactly the opposite of that. But in either one of those cases, you must get the same answer. No, it didn't work, and we have nothing to do with it. Crowley, I suspect, okay, and saying I suspect is not something you can prove or probably will ever be able to prove, but I suspect from what I have seen and what I have read and what I put together is that he was a kind of pioneer in that area. And I think that's one of the ways that he contributed to the British intelligence of his day, and he may have created a sort of body or work of legacy that lives on even to this day. I mean, he may have been the first person to actually sort of start agencies of that kind, thinking that, well, maybe there's something here that we can use. Because you have to consider for a moment that, if, let's just say, if magic does work, even if there's a possibility that something in this stuff works, then you better check it out. I mean, you never know. I mean, this is something that people have maintained, exists, and believed in, and a great deal of time and effort has been put into occult practices for centuries. So either it's a long-standing con, or maybe there's something to it. Regardless, that would need to be explored. And then what other things might you come up with while you're exploring that? So when you really begin to think about it in those terms, Aleister Crowley had, if not absolutely unique, he nevertheless had very specialized abilities that would make him useful to any agency within certain limitations. And one of those limitations was that you didn't really want to publicly acknowledge him. Get rid of the other thing. Again, spy agencies are in the practice of publicly acknowledging the people who work for them. And in fact, that's the absolute last thing that you ever want to do. What any good agent is supposed to do is to never talk about what they did, and in return, there's a quid pro quo in this. You keep your mouth shut about what you did, and the agency that employed you will keep its mouth shut that you did it. That is the kind of agreement which is there. And that's one of the things that, as I looked later at Crowley's sort of periodic protestations, but no, I actually was serving the British government, that one of the criticisms of that is that, well, he made this claim, but he never presented any evidence to substantiate it. Okay, he would say, yes, I wrote for, I wrote for the Germans, but I really did it at the behest of the British government. Well, they said, well, he doesn't prove it, therefore he's just lying. He's just making these things up. The retort to that is there wasn't any way he could prove it. That wasn't going to be possible, because for him to prove it would mean that other British intelligence officials, important people, would have to come out and acknowledge that this man had been our agent.
This is nice. Looks like a path.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
in South Knot City have had to suffer through a lot of terrorist attacks lately. They've not been receiving supplies regularly either. No one's starving, not yet, but a sense of unease is spreading across the city. We need you to bring them as much as you can of whatever you can. Food, oxytocin, the essentials. You'll also be carrying seeds, earthworm and insect protein paste, organic chemicals, and anti-BT weapons laced with your blood. None of which can be sent via a Cairo printer. A delivery will remind the citizens they're connected to the rest of the country. It will give them hope. And if you can get them connected to the Cairo network, all the better. Something's been nagging at me, though. Fragile checked in a little while ago, saying that due to some instability with the beach, she was having trouble making jumps. Until things settle down, she won't be able to help you out. Fragile's at the distro center south of Lake Knot if you want to hear the rest of the story. I marked the location on your map. Be sure to take a look. By the way, chiral density appears to be increasing across the board. We're currently looking into what kind of impact this might have on qubit functionality. No need for you to worry about all that, though. Just keep on doing what you do best, huh? Good work, Sam. The weapons you've recovered are something the techs have been calling sticky guns. Anyway, none of this is on you. We should have kept a closer eye on them in the first place. Let's check the cargo. Great. Most of them are accounted for. Thanks to you, we've kept the damage to a minimum. Good work. New order available.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Fuck, idiot. Thinking you could keep us safe. you. Sorry. I put on that bet. It's just you and me now, baby. That's all I got. I'll keep you safe. No matter what.
The people down in South Knot City have had to suffer through a lot of terrorist attacks lately. We need you to bring them as much as you can of whatever you can. Food, oxytocin, the essentials. None of which can be sent via a Cairo printer.
Unable to process order. Unable to process order. Please stand by until the problem can be rectified.
Oh, hi. Sam, Bridges, I presume? Sorry about that. The system seems to be on the fritz. One of the packages wasn't processed properly and got left out of the order. It says here the client is Fragile herself. Someone double-tagged it so the system couldn't tell whether it's for Fragile Express or Bridges. Anywho, really sorry for the holdup, and, careful. The contents are fragile. Yes, okay.
Relax. Still got it.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating system. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Your work is greatly appreciated.
Oh, hi. Sam Bridges, I presume? Says here the client is fragile herself. Careful. The contents are fragile.
Higgs.
Sam, what's wrong?
Fragile. Son of a bitch, it was him.
What are you talking about?
The package I picked up for you, the one from Lake Knot.
Hold on. I wasn't expecting any package.
He said Fragile herself was the client. The system was down, so some Bridges delivery guy had to hand it over in person.
Who?
Look, the point is, it was Higgs.
Come on, I need to see it now. It's a nuke! Not again. That bastards can't do this to me again. The timer's already started. I can't stop it. We only have one option. Sam, we've got to get rid of it. Take it down to the crater next to South Knot. It's a tar pit. Damn near bottomless. If we chuck it in there, we just might have a chance.
All right, Sam. I've added the location of the crater lake to your map. Get the nuke there ASAP and dispose of it.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
What can't you do?
Sam, you're at the lake, aren't you? Hurry up and get rid of that goddamn nuke.
Well, that creates a lot of problems. I mean, generally, most governments are reluctant to admit that they spy at all. They all do, but, gentlemen don't read other gentlemen's mail, as the saying goes. So you would have to admit that, one, you actually do have a spy agency, and that not only that these agencies actually have in their employ people such as Mr. Aleister Crowley, which the public has basically been told is a worshiper of the devil and probably a traitor. Imagine the complications that would come up with that. You would then have to explain, and remember, one of the things that any spy agency doesn't want to do is to explain, to reveal anything. This was one of those things. The whole relationship this is built upon secrecy. What the agent does is secret. His work for the agency itself remains secret. So there's a bond between them. So it seemed fairly clear to me that the reason he never pressed the issue, the reason that he never demanded that someone came forward, the reason he never wrote about this in any of his voluminous writings, was that he couldn't. Because to do so would not only violate the basic oath that he had taken, violate, even more importantly, the basic understanding he had with people, it would jeopardize his standing. Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier that he went bankrupt, I think in about 1934, 35, never got out of bankruptcy. And yet, from that period, for the last dozen years of his life, he managed to keep, he lived in relative comfort. He wasn't rich by any means, but he had a roof over his head and somebody was paying the rent. And he was eating on a regular basis and he was well clothed. He lived rather comfortably, even though he had no perceptible income. Oh, and oh, yes, the other thing by that time, he also received a weekly packet of heroin because by this period in his life, he was a stone cold junkie, um, and remained so until his death. So, where did all his money come from? He earned very little off of his writings. A small amount came there, but it's pretty clear that he's receiving subsidies of a kind. And I don't just mean subsidies in terms of money. That's not a large outlay of money. But subsidies in terms of certain considerations which he received from authorities. I'll give you an example of that. So remember he said that in the First World War, he arrives in New York. Oh, and this is the best part of the detail. He arrived in New York right after the start of the First World War. He arrived on the 31st of October, 1914. That is Halloween, what could be the better date, aboard the Lusitania, okay, which in a few months' time was to be very notoriously sunk off the coast of Ireland. So he arrives in New York in Halloween 1914 aboard a doomed ship. Now, I'm going to dismiss most of that as coincidence, but who knows? It's just one of the ways the universe works, I suppose. And he remained there until December 1919. So keep in mind, while Britain was at war, while 900,000 British soldiers were killed in the course of that war, Aleister Crowley was seemingly quite safe and secure, again, usually without any visible means of support in America. So he was there when America was neutral, and he remained after the U.S. entered the war. As we noted, when the Americans began suspicious of him, the British authorities warned him off. Now, he then returned on the 21st of December 1919 to his native England, a country he hasn't been to for about 5 years. Now, you might assume that with his background, and by the way, his writings for the fatherland had been published and disseminated, and people, Scotland Yard, MI5, had copies of them. They weren't, it wasn't as if the British officialdom had somehow missed the fact that Aleister Crowley has been writing German propaganda. No, they all knew about it. So they were quite aware of that. And yet, these things happen. In order to return to England from New York, he had to visit the British consulate. Now, we know the British consulate was the same group that said they knew about him, but he had to visit the British consulate, and he had to visit the passport control office because his passport from 1914 was no longer valid. At the very least, it had to receive a new visa so that he could return because passports and regulations had changed during the war. Well, he goes to the British consulate, which was then at 44 Whitehall Street in Lower Manhattan, and he goes to the passport control office, and guess what? He gets a clear ticket home. And he gets on the liner, the SS Lapland, and he takes that across the Atlantic, and he lands at Plymouth, and he gets off, and then guess what happens? Nothing. He's not questioned. He's not, there's nothing exceptional about his entry. He simply comes back to the country that he had left, comes in very quietly, goes to see his favorite aunt and has Christmas dinner with her and is in the country for a while. What happens after a short period of time is that the British press, which of course didn't have a positive view at all, in fact, it's the press which dubbed him the wickedest man in the world. He kind of liked that at the time, but it wasn't actually a name he gave himself. The British press catches on that apparently this traitor, this slacker is in the country, What's the government going to do about it? And whammo, he is out across the channel into France very quickly. Remember, he's not arrested. There's no, in fact, he's out of the country before most of these articles appear. Now, so how did this take place? Was this some huge lack of oversight? Was it a tremendous mistake somehow? I mean, did British officials in New York mistakenly give him a new papers to get home? Did British officials at the port mistakenly allow him in? Did British officials mistakenly allow him to leave the country? No, none of this was a mistake. Because the passport control office at the British consulate in New York was directly controlled by British intelligence. In fact, the man who supervised it was a fellow by the name of Norman Graham Thwaites. And Norman Graham Thwaites was, first of all, the right-hand man, the number 2 of what, he didn't use the name MI6, but what would be known today as MI6, British Secret Intelligence Services, station in New York. He's the number 2 man in that. That's why he's running the passport control office. His immediate superior was a fellow by the name of Sir William Wiseman. Very interesting figure in his own right. So what Crowley did when he went to the passport control office, you're walking into the lion's den of British intelligence in New York. They are the ones. In other words, it wasn't some, overburdened passport clerk who didn't know who this guy was. They knew exactly who he was. And in fact, Norman Thwaites knew exactly who Crowley was because he had met him before in New York. He was fully aware of who he was. So they facilitate him going back, and the same way that the officials at Plymouth were quite aware of who he was. And in the same way, the British officials who almost certainly gave him a heads up that things are going to get, you should get out of the country because there's going to be a scandal if you stay here. Christmas dinner is over. Knew exactly who he was. None of this was done out of ignorance. But this would be the prime example of Crowley getting consideration, of getting a pass on things, of getting almost a kind of subsidy that really only makes sense if you realize that these people were his employers or that there was a relationship between them. And that's one of those things that on and off goes through much of his life. I certainly, in the book, I don't argue that he's necessarily the best spy or the most careful one. In fact, one of the things anybody who reads it is that in the early 1920s, he shows up in Italy. One of the most famous or infamous episodes is that he starts what I think today would be called a commune at basically an abandoned farmhouse on the northern coast of Sicily called the Abbey of Thelema. It's still almost a pilgrimage site for many people today, and or at least who or fans of Aleister Crowley.
The Thelmites.
And he set up his pardon?
I said the Thelmites.
Yes, Thelemites. That's where the term Thelemite comes from. The Abbey of Thelema was he is going to be his sort of grand church and community. Even as a commune, it was pretty much a dismal failure. Okay, so again, like most of the ventures he had, one thing that Aleister Crowley was ever a businessman. I don't think anybody could accuse him of having a practical entrepreneurial bone in his body. So it was, but it created, what was going on there? Well, I don't know, occultism and free love, which in the 20s was far more salacious than it is today, and sort of, if nothing else, cemented his reputation as a corrupter of men, women, and children. But the other aspect of this is that what eventually happened to him is that the Italian authorities, the fascist Italian authorities, in early 1923, soon after Benito Mussolini came to power, kicked him out of Italy, expelled him. They didn't kick out everybody else in the commune, but they were after him. They were not simply trying to shut down a bunch of, British weirdos that are hanging out practicing free love and magic. They wanted to get Aleister Crowley out of the country. And they did. But one of the things that is then mentioned in some of the Italian reports is that one of the things that they found were British intelligence documents among his papers. That, I'd argue, was a major mistake on his part. That was a real breach of tradecraft, because you're not supposed to leave things like that lying around for people to find, because that's incriminating. You know, again, if they simply think that you're a moral reprobate and you want you out of the country for that reason, well, as far as the British government is concerned, that's okay. That all sort of adds to your cover. On the other hand, if they start going through your papers and they find out that you, occultist moral reprobate, also somehow have British documents in your possession, that gets a little tricky. So there was one of the things that, so what possible purpose could he serve there? Well, one of the things that everyone was interested in was, what was this new fascist government going to be like? What was the attitude of the population? What sort of other material could be picked up by people who came and went? I mean, there was a kind of continual procession of people who were coming and going from the Abbey. It was a seemingly insignificant base from which many things came. I mean, this isn't to argue that it wasn't a real commune and there weren't actual occult activities going on. There certainly were. There's nothing mutually exclusive about that. But it was also a cover by which other agents could be brought in and out of the country, and which Crowley could coordinate intelligence gathering materials throughout Italy. The British had a strong interest, by the way, in Mussolini. And one of the reasons for that, as I think was only revealed within the last decade or so with the declassification of some old MI5 files, is that guess who else also had been, at least for a time, a British intelligence asset? Benito Mussolini. In fact, during the First World War, the British paid Mussolini to write anti-German pro-war propaganda to try to bring Italy into the war. They had him on like a monthly contract. He had worked for them. So there's an interesting sort of flip side to this, that, in this case, Mussolini is writing propaganda, Crowley is writing propaganda. It all fits into the same picture. So now, a fellow who had been a British intelligence asset some years before, had started this militant movement, and guess what? Taken over the Italian government. There's every reason in the world why Crowley and undoubtedly other British agents would want to have a very careful eye on what he was doing. And almost certainly what happened is that Mussolini or someone else suspected as much, and that's why they wanted him out of the country. They didn't know exactly what he was doing, but they weren't concerned about any of the moral implications of his occultism. If they were concerned with that, they would have obliterated the entire commune. They were concerned with him as a potential British spy. But that episode, his failure to really observe protocol and to leave those documents lying around, pretty clearly after that, for many years after that, made him a kind of, his name was mud in some respects. You can still see it come up. There's a case that happens, also I think recounted in the book, a few years after that. There's an exchange by some people within the sort of mid-levels of British intelligence, and one of the things they're concerned about is essentially secret societies, what they believe are occult secret societies operating in the political realm in the Far East. And what they're really talking about are some Japanese and Chinese secret societies. And the question came up was, well, do we have anybody who knows anything about this? Is there someone who might have some insight in it? And one fellow comes forward and he goes, well, I know this is, I almost don't want to bring this up, but Aleister Crowley would probably be the person who could give some insight on that. And that, again, was kind of a revelation, because why would, again, you might assume that they wouldn't even know who he was. Well, they do. They had already had past acquaintance. In other words, they're not simply pulling his name out of the ether that, well, somebody might know something about occultism. The newspapers say this guy is an occultist, so we'll ask him. No, they knew quite well what he was. They knew his reputation. They knew his past behavior, his successes and his failures. So why would they even consider him? Because it was a specialized question that he was one of the few people that they considered qualified to answer or even to explore.
Interesting. You know, and also with Crowley being so, I guess you could say, mystical and very good with hypnosis and able to control scenarios and situations well, wasn't he kind of like, wasn't there somebody behind him that actually got him to that level and helped his name get out there to the masses?
You're talking about someone who, in terms of
like took his books and published his books and stuff like that. I mean, there's a key factor. I heard his name one time before, and I can't remember who it was that actually got the information released later and kind of kept his name alive.
There are a couple of people. At the time, you're talking about Israel Regardie.
I know who he is, and no, there was somebody else.
No.
But
Gerald York.
That's who.
Okay, and guess what Gerald York had links to? Remember when I said that you go around Crowley, you keep tripping over people who have intelligence links?
Oh yeah.
Gerald York is another one.
Okay. Tell us about that.
Well, York again is someone from respectable British establishment background, had a military commission, but York is one of those people, especially during the 20s, who is and the late 20s when Crowley's in this kind of native. The period between being kicked out of Sicily in 23 and then in 29 when Crowley is kicked out of France. Okay, so he gets kicked out of Italy, sort of dives in full-blown into his heroin addiction. He's one of those people who sort of, kicked it and went back to it throughout much of his life. And it seems to be a very low point in his life, and he's mostly living in Paris. York is one of those people who sort of shows up, you can look at it this way, to sort of Bailey. He's a kind of guardian angel in some respects. Towards the end of the 20s, there was an attempt to sort of stabilize Crowley's finances by getting some of his books in print. That, too, also turned out to be a failure. Almost none of these ventures worked, but York was helping him there. York's role in that period, to me, looks very much like a case officer's role. And I think that in some way is the type of person that you were referring to. That, remember, Crowley is an asset. And case officers are generally more professional intelligence employees, officers, who run assets, who control a number of agents and they manage them. They are the managers of assets, I guess that's one way to put it. And Gerald York in this period, which isn't to say that York wasn't his friend. It isn't to say that he didn't actually have some personal concern for him, that he wasn't really trying to help him. But that doesn't rule out that this also isn't part of his assignment as well, to essentially shepherd and watch Crowley. Now, why would they need to watch him? If he'd screwed up in Sicily and he'd sort of been put off on the shelf and ignored, then why do you need to watch him? Well, because he knows things. So what if Crowley decides that he is going to tell everything? What if he decides he's going to write about his wartime experiences? What if he starts naming names? That could be an embarrassment. So you can't entirely take someone like that and just throw them to the wolves or forget about them, because that becomes dangerous. If you take someone who has that kind of knowledge and you cut them off from any kind of support and you refuse to have anything to do with them, well, they again might very likely take into their head that they have nothing to lose except by capitalizing on the information that they have. So you really only have two choices in that situation. Either you terminate them or you keep them on a string. And that is what someone like York did. Later on in the 30s, that role seems to be taken over by a really sort of mysterious figure by the name of Robin Thyne, Thyne, or Nne. And Robin Thyne, again, is one of these people who at first just appears to be someone who's, you know, a Crowleyite, someone who's interested in mysticism and finds Crowley to be a kind of guru. And yet you really find that Thyne's pretty much in control of the situation, that he's kind of managing Crowley, overseeing him in that respect. Another person who may have played a role like that was a somewhat better known British agent, a fellow by the name of Maxwell Knight. And Maxwell Knight actually was known as M. Worked at various times for both MI6 and MI5. And to make this distinction, I think many of your listeners know this, but MI6, actually the Secret Intelligence Service, there is no MI6, there's the Secret Intelligence Service, which pretends it's MI6, is the British Foreign Intelligence Service. That is, they're involved in spying abroad. MI5, the Security Service, is roughly the equivalent of the FBI. They are the counterintelligence or internal security service. And just in case you imagine that they don't necessarily talk to each other that much or know who others' agents are, that's absolutely true. In some cases, it may be to the interests of MI6 to have MI5 be actively suspicious of some of its assets. Why? Well, because if someone else is looking at that and they notice that this, let's say, for instance, that you're trying to infiltrate one of your assets into an enemy spy ring. Well, those people are going to be suspicious of it. Therefore, the mere fact that MI5 is suspicious of this person would seem to confirm that, would suggest that the British government couldn't possibly be interested in them. That's what was, by the way, back in New York in World War I was going on. One of the reasons why the Germans in New York were willing to accept Crowley, one of the reasons, is because the British publicly were manifestly suspicious of him. In fact, if you look at a kind of general description of him that was written up by the British Intelligence Office in New York and circulated, has nothing good to say about him at all. Has nothing specifically bad to say about him, except that he appears to be a kind of dissolute character, untrustworthy, connected with German agents. I mean, saying things that were all, in many ways, quite true, but which, see, it was to the interest of the same British officials to publicly smear his reputation and put him under suspicion as it was privately to assist him. It's the same people doing this. Publicly, they will vilify him and keep their distance from him. Privately, of course, he's working for them. And once that sort of relationship is understood, these things that don't appear to make any sense do, at least in their own way. The other reason, going back to that the Germans were willing to accept him was because of the occult angle. And that actually goes back a few years before to around 1910, years before the First World War breaks out. And this is actually when Crowley was initiated into the OTO, into the Ordo Templi Orientis. This is an organization that survives today. There are different groups of it, and most of them don't get along. That is, there are different people who claim the title of OTO, but Crowley certainly became the central figure in that organization, but he wasn't at the time. The OTO was originally a German occult organization, founded by Germans in Germany and Austria. And the key figure in this was a guy by the name of Theodor Reuss. And it was Reuss who initiated Crowley into the OTO, who introduced him into the organization that Crowley would later basically take over, and sort of granted him this grandiose title of being the head of the order for the British Isles and most of the English-speaking world, including America. So this is why in 1914, Crowley could show up in America, and along with everything else, he could claim to be the head of the OTO, of the Ordo Templi Orientis, for North America. And who has put me in charge of this? Well, a German, Theodore Royce. This is a German secret society. Now, here's the other kicker to it. Guess what else Theodore Royce worked for during the war and previously? German intelligence. So here we have the same pattern. Theodore Royce, who is a German spy in Britain, now initiates into his German secret society someone who he thinks is a good recruit and esoteric brother, but who is also a British agent. In fact, it doesn't take too much to figure, if you put the dots together, that when Crowley made Royce's acquaintance, when he cultivated him and got him to bring him into his organization, what he was doing was infiltrating a German spy ring within Britain, because that's what Royce was running there. That's what he was doing in Britain before the war. He was running a spy ring. And guess what? He now managed, we'll assume unwittingly, you never know about these things, to bring a British agent into his organization. That British agent, a few years later, then sort of capitalizes upon this to go to New York, or he's now, also out of the blue, he just styles himself as an Irish nationalist. So there's got something to be explained here. Crowley is not Irish. I'm not sure he even went to Ireland. No of the real Irish nationalists in New York ever seem to have known what to make of him or had anything to do with him. But the Germans would sort of accept him as that. But the real key to his acceptance by the Germans, though, was that who are the Germans going to turn to ask that we've got this guy, this Englishman, maybe he's an Irishman, we're not sure, Crowley, who shows up and he wants to work with us. He says that he hates the British crown and he wants to assist the German cause. Well, they're not just going to accept him at his word, are they? They're going to try to find somebody who can vouch for him. And they've got someone who can vouch for him. Theodore Royce, the German intelligence agent who had initiated Crowley into the OTO some years before. So you see this whole pattern here of sort of gaining confidence of one person in order then to gain the confidence of someone else. So it's his whole relationship with Royce and the OTO. It's his membership in a German occult organization headed by a German intelligence agent, Royce, who then provides the basis for Crowley to infiltrate a German organization in New York. In that respect, he was quite good at it. And that's something that, if you don't understand these connections, that is, if you don't understand the occult connections and the intelligence connections of these people, it just appears to be a sort of random things that don't make particular sense. Put another way, it makes a disturbing amount of sense in many ways. So wherever you sort of follow him through his life, there is someone who is a guardian angel, a case officer who is working with him. It's I went back. I mentioned earlier this fellow, the number 2 in the sort of MI6 apparatus in New York during the First World War, Norman Thwaites. Mm-hmm. I said it was Norman Thwaites, and I said that he'd known Crowley, and he'd given him his visa to get back to Britain. Well, we know that Norman Thwaites is a spy. No question about that. That's who he's working for. The other thing that's less obvious is that Norman Thwaites, as he readily admits in his later biography, always had an interest in spiritualism and seances. In fact, in his autobiography, there's a whole description of a seance which Thwaites attends sometime in 1917 or 1918, in which he and other people present use a Ouija board and a female medium to reveal a German spy ring. Now, he never mentions Crowley's name in the book, but of course he never actually mentions, except for one person, anybody who was at this little gathering. And I would bet a reasonable amount of money, wouldn't bet the farm, wouldn't bet the house, but a reasonable amount of money that Crowley was there. I suspect that he was probably giving stage directions to the whole seance that took place. So you see the same pattern. Norman Thwaites, British spy, but also a person at least very, very interested, if maybe only on an amateurish level, maybe more than an amateurish level, in occultism. And Aleister Crowley, occultist, who also just happens to be a British intelligence agent. So two men that otherwise would appear to have nothing to do with each other actually have two things that draw them together. These two things coincide. So this is the pattern that I tended to find over and over and over again. I guess, skipping again some more years to the late 1920s, I think I mentioned the fact that in 1929, Crowley's kicked out of France. Okay, he'd been living there as a resident foreigner, and by kicked out, what happens is that they sort of pulled his green card. You have a permit to live as a foreigner in France, and they took it away and kicked him out of the country. And what did they kick him out for? You might wonder. Did they expel him from France because he was an occultist? Because he was suspected of Satanism, black man? There were things about him that in the press that appeared that way. No, they kicked him out for suspicion of espionage. So another case where Aleister Crowley is kicked out of a country for being a spy. That appears to be the instance, by the way, in which I think he came the closest to spilling the beans. Because he gave some interviews to the French press in which he protested against, being a spy of any kind. And he said, that, and actually what the French suspect him of is being a German spy. They had kind of mania about German spies, but that was what they seemed to suspect him of. And this is why I think he gives one interview where he goes, no, you understand that during the war, I was on the I spied for the Allies, I worked for the British, and he actually mentions the name of someone who he says could vouch for him. And this is a fellow by the name of Admiral Guy Gaunt. In fact, I think he mentions Gaunt's name on a couple, he gives him as a kind of reference. That's as close as I can tell that Crowley ever really gets to revealing any details about his work in New York years earlier. Because it's very interesting that he mentions Guy Gaunt, and it's interesting that he would even know who Guy Gaunt was, because Guy Gaunt was not a terribly well-known personality. He was a British, he was a Royal Navy officer, and he served briefly in Parliament, but not a name that most people would be that he wouldn't pay much attention to. No, the reason he knows Guy Gaunt is that Guy Gaunt was the head of another branch of British intelligence in New York during World War I, British Naval Intelligence, the Admiralty's intelligence. So see, the British Admiralty, the Royal Navy, ran its own intelligence operation, had nothing to do with MI5 or MI6. In fact, again, they wouldn't speak to each other. And in fact, Gaunt, who had actually been the first senior British intelligence officer in New York, was basically displaced when people like Wiseman and Thwaites showed up. And there was, if you suspect there were tensions, there were. Crowley's main association, if you connect the dots, wasn't with MI6. It was with British naval intelligence. And Gaunt was probably his case officer in New York for much of this period, the guy that he would directly report to. And that, again, it makes sense that he would then name Gaunt. So remember, when he's saying that Guy Gaunt could vouch for me, he's talking about a man who was nominally the naval attaché in New York, but whose secret job was being the head of British naval intelligence. So that wasn't something that was publicly known, but it was clearly something that Crowley knew, and the only way he could know it, well, you can put those pieces together as well. So, he's kicked out of France. He has no money to speak of. And he comes back, or he's actually summoned back to London. And that's one of those things that's a kind of interesting turning point, because he clearly had been persona non grata in England for a number of years. And again, after this failure in Sicily, I think that he's almost never in England between about 23 and 29. He's been in exile. Now he's sort of called back. And one of the people that he calls back to see is a fellow by the name of, it's either Major or Colonel Carter, who works for Scotland Yard, which is also another internal security, maybe the most famous of all British police or security agencies. But it also turns out that Carter just doesn't work for Scotland Yard. He's also Scotland Yard's liaison man to, guess what, MI6. So he sort of works for both agencies, or at least he has some connection with both of those. He calls Crowley back and says, essentially allows him to return home, but also apparently has a job for him. And one of those jobs that he immediately dispatches on is that you can sort of earn your way back in if you go to Berlin and you hang out there for a while and you report on things like IRA activists who are, the Irish Republican Army that was perhaps in Berlin. Now, keep in mind, the Nazis have not taken power, but the Nazis are rising to power. So it's very interesting to note that Aleister Crowley is in Berlin, seemingly outwardly just hanging around, going to bars, having the occasional magic, ritual, consorting with prostitutes, the usual thing that a dissolute occultist would supposedly do. But he's also in one of the most important cities in Europe at one of the most important times in its history. The fall of the Weimar Republic and the rise of Hitler and the Nazi Party, and Aleister Crowley has a ringside seat for this. Now, why could he be useful? Certainly the British and others must have had all kinds of people collecting information on the Nazis. Who wouldn't be collecting information upon a party which has come from relative obscurity? And this is one of those things I think is sometimes missed. Up until about 1928, the Nazis had really gotten nowhere. Okay? They were a fringe party. And then all of that really begins to change once the Depression comes along and you get to 1930, and that's when they get big. It shows up there exactly as the Nazis are beginning to rise. So what can he contribute to this that other spies couldn't? Well, there again, he can connect to certain currents. So one of the things you want to do if you're going to collect intelligence is you don't want to have it collect it from one source. No, you never want to do that. You want to collect intelligence from as many different sources, as many different channels and perspectives as possible. And one of those perspectives that could be useful, that could provide something that others couldn't, is the sort of underground occult perspective. Now, one of the things that there's this almost cottage industry about today are the Nazis and the occult. Every time you turn out, it's the Nazis and the occult, Nazis and the occult. And that's one of those things which is a completely topic in and of itself. Is probably, more has been made out of than is really there, but there was something there. So whether or not Hitler had any interest in the occult, people around him like Rudolf Hess certainly did. Heinrich Himmler certainly did. So there were people, in other words, within the Nazi establishment, if not Hitler, people close to him, luminaries in this new rising party, who not only had interest in occult and esoteric topics, but then that meant that they had connections with other people who did so. And that's, again, another source of information. It's a whole other perspective upon those people, and you would want to try to get them, and they only get that perspective, and the person who would be perfectly positioned to do it, a man who had close connections to German occultists. Crowley had been in Germany in 1925. There were other initiations there. He had, I think, been married in Leipzig some years later. One of his most faithful followers, and in fact, the man who basically would take over as his heir in 1947, is a fellow by the name of Karl Germer, who was a German. Oh, and guess what Karl Germer worked for during the First World War? German intelligence.
Really?
See? Every time you look at one of these guys, there's someone who's connected to it. He doesn't seem to have played a very important role, but then if he did, you wouldn't know either. So Germer, who also happens to have some background in German intelligence, is then very close to him. There's an angle here. There's something which isn't in the book, because like a number of things I didn't pay attention to it, really wasn't much aware of it at the time. But this period of, say, 1930 to 31, I think Crowley finally leaves Berlin in early 32. And he's certainly there most of the time in 30 and 31. He leaves and comes back. But that's sort of his base of operations. Well, if you look at Berlin in that period, maybe second to, maybe even more so than Adolf Hitler, one of the most famous names was a fellow by the name of Hannessen, of Erich Jan Hannessen. You ever heard of him?
No, I have not.
Okay, Erich Jan Hannessen. There are a couple of books out there. One, a very good one by Mel Gordon, and the title sort of reveals the key. Erich Jan Hannessen, Hitler's Jewish Clairvoyant. So the thing about Erich Jan Hannessen is that, he really wasn't Erich Jan Hannessen. His real name was Herschel Steinschneider. And he was born in what was then the Austro-Hungarian Empire, what would today be the Czech Republic, and he was indeed Jewish. And he became, in this period, maybe one of the most well-known stage performers in Germany and in Central Europe. In fact, for several years, he'd built up this reputation as being a clairvoyant, a mind reader. What Hannessen did was basically a stage act. And like most stage acts, it was, a sophisticated con of one form or another, but he was very good at it. Which is to say that, I don't know, even people who knew Hannessen, who thought that he was largely fake, could never be sure that he wasn't entirely a fake. But he was very well known. The other thing that Hannessen was, he published a whole magazine devoted to astrology. He was not just a psychic and a mind reader. He was an astrologer. He was a prophet. Okay, he was all of these. In fact, he was seemingly more and more developing this whole sort of cult following around himself. Well, the interesting thing about Hannessen, this Jewish stage magician, is that he pretended that he was actually descended from Danish nobility. That's where the Hannessen name comes in. And he had, sort of papered over his Jewish background, except it wasn't really papered over that much. It was very easy to figure out who he was. The name was well known. He took just the slightest effort to try to reveal that Erich Jan Hannessen didn't really exist, and that Herschel Hermann Steinschneider, whichever name he wanted to use, was the real person. Now, the interesting thing is that in Berlin, as the Nazis are rising, well, guess who he becomes friends with? Remember, he's a celebrity. That's the best way to think of it. Hannessen is a celebrity, and everybody wants to be seen with a celebrity. And among those were people like Count Helldorf. And Count Helldorf was head of what? The Brown Shirts in Berlin, the whole organization. And he is not only one of Hannessen's buddies, seen with him in public, but he also loans Hannessen, or I think Hannessen loans him money. Helldorf apparently had, a gambling habit, and Hannessen was doing quite well. So one of the things that he was later found to have were a number of IOUs that were owed to him by a number of German politicians, including prominent Nazis. But the Brown Shirts, the SA, the stormtroops, Helldorf were so proud of it that they actually make him an honorary member of the SA. Okay, now keep in mind, this is a Jewish stage magician whose background is not well disguised, who is now a prominent public associate of Nazis. And not only that, he becomes a kind of Nazi prophet, because it is Hannessen who predicts in early 1932 that the Nazis are going to win big. And they do. And that actually brings him to Hitler's attention. So one of the things that's still sort of a debate today is not whether or not Hannessen and Hitler met. They certainly did. But how many times they met and how far back their relationship went. In fact, there's at least one source, it's probably a typo, but you never know, that says that Hannes and Hitler knew each other as early as 1922. Even if it was only 1932, Hannes and Hitler did meet. There are a lot of stories associated with this. One is that all of the various sort of hand gestures and speaking skills, the sort of the theatrical aspects to Hitler's public performance was something that Hannes taught him. There might be something to that. It's not the only explanation of it, because Hitler had been noted as an excellent public speaker as early as 1919, so it wasn't as if he didn't know how to speak and only picked it up later on. He'd been able to be an effective theatrical performer. But there is that element as well. It doesn't say that you can't always learn more. But it shows that Hannes had sort of, in a sense, infiltrated or inveigled himself into the Nazi hierarchy, become quite favored. The main thing was that he predicted that Hitler would become chancellor, and guess what? He did. And then, shortly after Hitler comes to power, this again in January 1933, when Hitler becomes chancellor, one of the things, again, that I think often isn't appreciated, when Hitler becomes chancellor, he becomes chancellor under the German Constitution, and that's rather limited what chancellors could do. He doesn't simply get elected and become Führer. That's going to take a couple of years to happen. And one of the important steps in making that happen is the infamous Reichstag fire. I think a lot of listeners may have heard of that, and maybe explaining the obvious, but the Reichstag is the German parliament, and what happened is that not long after the Nazis came to power, it burned. There was a fire which destroyed the building. The Nazis capitalized on this fire, what today we would call a false flag operation, setting it themselves, blaming it, or using as a patsy a Dutch communist, a fellow by the name of Martinez van der Lubbe. They had their patsy, they sort of paraded and argued it was all part of a Bolshevik plot, and then use this emergency to, guess what, get emergency powers to eventually get through something called the Enabling Act, and that's the actual beginning of the Nazi dictatorship. That's what transformed Adolf Hitler from simply being a constitutional chancellor or prime minister with very limited and temporary powers into a man who would become the dictator to the country. Now, what eventually seems to have gotten Hannes, where his psychic powers, might have proved a little dangerous for him, is that in a public forum just before the Reichstag burned, he predicted he saw the burning of a great public building. And then guess what happens? The Reichstag burns. Well, I'm sure he didn't actually utter the words Reichstag, but everybody knew what he was talking about, and that again suggested, there's only two ways to interpret that. Either this guy has actual psychic powers, or he knew it was going to happen. Now that was a problem, and one of the things that then happens is that not long after it, guess what happens to Erich Jan Hannes? He disappears. And not long after that, his decomposing body is found in the woods not too far from Berlin. All right, so the man who had been apparently a close friend and even associate of Hitler and other Nazis now apparently had become an embarrassment and was eliminated. That's the general way the story is told. There may be more aspects to it. Now, so how does this whole diversion fit back into Crowley? Remember I said that when Hitler is rising to power and Hannes is at the peak of his fame and Hannes and Hitler are eventually brought together, well, up until the middle part of 1932, who else is in town? Aleister Crowley. Now, one of the things that Crowley took an interest in, one of the things that supposedly he actually knew a good deal about, was stage magic. And this was the whole performance. He was very interested in people who did this, and one of the things that he realized is that it was basically sophisticated fakery. And I think at one point he actually sort of explained why even many occultists would sort of resort to fakery, and it's actually pretty simple when you consider it. Is that fakery you can control? Okay, if you know the trick, you can. If you master the trick, it will work every time. On the other hand, let's say that instead you're trying to achieve something by, I don't know, praying to some discarnate entity, okay? Whether you're trying to get a god or a demon or angel to do your bidding, and the problem with that, even if you believe in them, is that they have minds of their own, don't they? I mean, if you're trying, if you're trying to get a sentient being to assist you, well, you never know whether they're going to do it or not. So you see, the whole thing is the trick is easy to manipulate. You learn the trick works all the time. If you're waiting for the gods to do it for you, well, the point is sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. And from the standpoint of a stage performer, you just really can't depend upon that type of thing. So it's in some ways it's kind of crushed. But Crowley was always interested in watching these people perform. And the one thing that I have looked for since writing the book, and I'm still looking for, so if anybody out there listening knows about this, I'd love to hear about it, is that I can't believe that Crowley, living in Berlin, when Hannesen is in many ways the talk of the town, when his performances are sold, that Crowley would not have taken not only an interest, but an intense interest in this man. That's someone that he would at least wanted to see perform in some way. And what I actually find interesting is that in his diaries, to the extent, and one of the things that Crowley did is he kept constant diaries about his activities, magical diaries, mentioning people he came in contact with. Unfortunately, he tends to refer to a lot of people in code. Sometimes he will mention people by name. In other cases, it's simply a code, something that he's developed for him that only he would really know what it would mean. So the point is that in these diaries, he may mention Hannesen, but he never mentions him as Hannesen. And that's what I find more interesting. In a sense, the mention of Hannesen is conspicuous in his absence from Crowley's diaries. Because if it was something casual, if this was simply a popular entertainer who was active in Berlin, Crowley might have mentioned that he attended a performance or he thought he was a fraud or something, but he doesn't mention him at all. It's not in there. He doesn't mention at all someone that he must have taken note of. And then let's add this other factor to it. It's not just that Hannesen is a stage performer purporting. See, from Crowley's standpoint, Hannesen either, whether or not he's someone who certainly is giving the pretense of having mystical powers. And that is something else that, would have attracted Crowley to see simply not whether they were there or what the tricks were. But now Hannesen is becoming publicly associated with the Nazis. He's becoming the Nazis' prophet. Well, think of what one might, the more you could find out about Hannesen, the more you could find out about the Nazis. And there's something else that Hannesen liked to do for his close friends, very often wealthy people in Berlin, in the film industry, in the theater, in publishing. I mean, Hannesen was his parties were the parties to go to. He had a big apartment in Berlin, which he fixed up and dubbed the Palace of the Occult. Okay, in which everyone was going to be, and anybody who was anybody was invited to. He also had a yacht, and on those yachts he had parties, and those parties, and even parties out on the lot, turned into orgies, and he filmed them. So one of the things that many people suspected that Hannesen was running on the side, and I suspect they were entirely right, was a blackmail racket.
Did I tell you we added a zipline option to your PCC? Because we did. Build a few anchors and link them with a line to travel from A to B in record time. Give it a try.
Thanks for the help.
I'm Sam! My name's Sam too. Hello! Hey, you! Anybody hear me?
And on those yachts, he had parties, and those parties, and even parties out on the lot, turned into orgies, and he filmed them. So one of the things that many people suspected that Honnison was running on the side, and I suspect they were entirely right, was a blackmail racket. So keep in mind, this is a guy, a celebrity who gets other celebrities, famous people, people who can be compromised to get into positions, and then he films them in one sort of an act or another. And that might explain why he had a good deal of influence. So think of what an intelligence asset could potentially learn from someone like Honnison. What do you know about Honnison? You know that he is venal, that he's very interested in money. He can be bought. You know that he is morally flexible. This is a man who is not avoid, fakery, lying, blackmail. And the third thing you know is that he has access, intimate access to information about important people, especially political figures, including the rising stars of the Nazi Party. Now, any spy worth his salt would want to have access to it. So, somewhere, again, it's kind of a chapter yet to be written, hopefully, is this connection, which I am sure existed between Crowley. I mean, not a connection in friendship where they got together, and had strudel and coffee, but simply of Crowley in some way either infiltrating himself or getting someone else, getting some sort of insight into Honnison's circle as a way of extracting the information that Honnison had. If nothing else, taking a bag full of cash might well have accomplished that. And that's one of those chapters, I think, which is there. Hopefully, it will be written at some point. It touches upon the bigger picture that it touches upon is the role, let's say, of foreign governments and intelligence agencies in the rise of the Nazis. This again is one of those things that today Aleister Crowley is an arch occultist and Satanist and the wickedest man in the world. A perpetually bald face staring at us from the cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. He's become a kind of object of morbid fascination for most people. But almost nobody thinks about it in the sense of being a spy, of being an intelligence asset. In the same way, Adolf Hitler has been turned into the great gollywog of modern history. Right? Someone who is, in most people's minds, perpetually ranting with spittle coming out of the corners of his mouth, and an irrational man who we are told continually was the human embodiment of evil. Now, none of this, absolutely understand, is meant to try to redeem Adolf Hitler's reputation. He was very, very negative influence on things. But it doesn't necessarily require that one represent cosmic evil to simply be bad or to have a very bad impact on it. And what this sort of later mythologizing of these characters come to be is they turn them into caricatures. The historical Hitler that most people think of is a caricature. It's not the real person. The historical Aleister Crowley is a caricature. It's not the real person, which is generally more complicated than that. Hitler's described as evil, as a madman. There were probably all kinds of mental problems. The other thing he was a very cunning and effective politician. When I look at him, that's primarily what I see. A very cunning, amoral politician. And when others, people within the British, French, even Soviet, even American governments saw him, they saw him as, as a kind of rough-edged figure. Not necessarily someone that we would want at home, but they're looking at him as, is this a person who could bring some level of order to Germany? is this a person whose rise to power would ensure that Germany not go communist? Because when you look again in that period, after 1929, Germany, more than any other country, was hit by the Depression, devastating unemployment, even far beyond any scale of which happened in the US, and that was bad enough. But Germany was hit, it was the epicenter of this world depression that took place. And that's what fueled the Nazi rise. People were out of work, and they were dissatisfied and disillusioned with the existing parties, and the Nazis, if nothing else, were something new. Well, the only other alternative to them, let's say by 1930 and 1931, the next biggest party was the KPD, the communists. A communist Germany would have, well, revolutionized Europe in more ways than one. And there was almost no one in the political establishments in London or Paris or most any other European capital, except Moscow, who would want to see the communists come to power. The only political force in Germany that could prevent that was the National Socialist Party. The others were not capable of it, or they had failed. And therefore, there seemed to be a practical point to supporting the rise of these nationalists. You know, that Hitler was going to take Germany in a direct, and this is the type of thing that people seem to be very astounded with today. Is that, oh, well, this, you know, so and so, you know, trade IT&T did business with the Third Reich, and Ford Motor Company did business with the Third Reich. Well, the truth is that every corporation that could possibly do it did business with the Third Reich because they did business with Germany. You'll find that these companies did business in Germany before 1933, and they saw no reason why they shouldn't continue to do it after 1933. So they simply accommodated themselves to the new regime. To other people,
kind of like Rome, right?
Kind of like Rome. To other people, you know, Hitler was the you know, things that there was no Second World War that had happened yet. There was no Holocaust that was going to happen yet. Now, apparently, prophecy once again, as usual, fails. But they saw what they wanted to see, and what they saw was someone that could stabilize Germany and prevent it from going communist. And they also, in some cases, saw someone who seemed to have admirable abilities to restore order to them. I mean, the thing is, if you actually go back to the 30s and look at a lot of the commentary about Hitler, it's more positive than negative. You know, political figures, people in journalism, again, in Britain, elsewhere, saw something that they wanted to emulate in some respects. So
there's a lot of people, if I can just jump in for 1 second,
sure.
There's a lot of people that feel that the Holocaust numbers were actually inflated because of certain information that contradicts the numbers that have been told throughout some history books. And I don't know enough about that. Have you done any research into that aspect?
It's numbers. History is almost always about numbers, and the thing is that the more you look at them, the less definable they become. It is like trying to come up with an accurate number of how many people were killed in World War I, how many people were killed in World War II. All right, you can't. I mean, oddly enough, you would seem that it would be relatively simple to simply calculate how many, but you can't come up with that. The Holocaust is the numbers have always varied. The number which is always sort of brought around it is 6 million, and 6 million is a nice round number, and it has a nice round ring to it. It's not exact. There is no exact. It's not as if the Nazis killed Jews until they got to 6 million and stopped. All right. It comes into questions as to how many people, you know, you can basically do this. If you go through most countries in Europe in the 1930s, generally had some sort of religious identifiers in their census data or in their issues of documentation. So if you go to Hungary, you go to Germany, you go to Austria, you go to Italy, you can determine from the people who declared themselves to be Jewish how many were there. So you can come up with a general picture of how many Jews, basically, not exactly, people who identified themselves as such or were identified by the governments that they lived in were there. And then you can do the same thing in 1946 and you can subtract the numbers. All right? So you know roughly how many there were in 1939 And then you know how many you find in 1946. Now, the basic subtraction that you'll get is somewhere between 5.2 and 5.9 million. And that, again, is because there are wide I mean, for instance, due to the fact that the Nazis killed people who they considered to be racial or biological Jews, as opposed to people who may in any way have identified themselves as such, then you can actually include people who wouldn't have been counted there. But it's somewhere between 5.2, generally between about 5.4 and let's say 6 million. 6 million is the sort of upper limit. 5.4 is probably the lower limit. That's where it is. There's a range. Okay. So if someone insists that there are 6 million people who die in the Holocaust, that's, there's no accounting. That's not a magic number. And it's maybe slightly on the high side. But this whole sort of argument as to whether it's 5.4, 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, we're talking over statistics. The point is that the murderous anti-Semitic policies of the Third Reich are pretty easy to document, and that there are a lot of people who are missing. But the point that I was trying to make is that in 1931, none of that has happened yet. I mean, it's one of those things that the Second World War hasn't happened yet. I mean, there was an argument, you could make an argument that, well, look, Germany, okay, if Germany goes communist, the argument could be, there's definitely going to be a war. All right? That's going to embolden Stalin. He's going to have Germany on his side. All hell is going to break loose if Germany goes. And there would have been a war. At the same time, if Germany remains unstable, if it ends up under a military dictatorship of a bunch of revanchist, generals who want to ignite a war. I mean, think of it this way. Hitler would never have gotten his war if the German army hadn't given it to him. So the German general staff were the people who were really, on his own, he had no ability to make this happen. He could only make that happen if the entire military establishment of Germany supported him. And that's why they did it. The German army is never National Socialist. The German army is monarchist to the core. They despise him, most of them, and he despises them. But they both have the same goal in mind. They want to restore Germany's position in Europe. They want to reverse the verdict of 1918, which in 1940, for a brief period, it was the epicenter of this world depression that took place. And that's what fueled the Nazi rise. People were out of work, and they were dissatisfied and disillusioned with the existing parties, and the Nazis, if nothing else, were something new. Well, the only other alternative to them, let's say by 1930 and 1931, the next biggest party was the KPD, the communists. A communist Germany would have, revolutionized Europe in more ways than one. And there was almost no one in the political establishments in London or Paris or most any other European capital, except Moscow, who would want to see the communists come to power. The only political force in Germany that could prevent that was the National Socialist Party. The others were not capable of it, or they had failed. And therefore, there seemed to be a practical point to supporting the rise of these nationalists. That Hitler was going to take Germany in a direct, and this is the type of thing that people seem to be very astounded with today. Is that this so and so trade IT&T did business with the Third Reich, and Ford Motor Company did business with the Third Reich. Well, the truth is that every corporation that could possibly do it did business with the Third Reich because they did business with Germany. You'll find that these companies did business in Germany before 1933, and they saw no reason why they shouldn't continue to do it after 1933. So they simply accommodated themselves to the new regime. To other people,
kind of like Rome, right?
Kind of like Rome. To other people, Hitler was the things that there was no Second World War that had happened yet. There was no Holocaust that was going to happen yet. Apparently prophecy, once again, as usual, fails. But they saw what they wanted to see, and what they saw was someone that could stabilize Germany and prevent it from going communist. And they also, in some cases, saw someone who seemed to have admirable abilities to restore order to. I mean, the thing is, if you actually go back to the 30s and look at a lot of the commentary about Hitler, it's more positive than negative. You know, political figures, people in journalism, again, in Britain, elsewhere, saw something that they wanted to emulate in some respects. So
there's a lot of people, if I can just jump in for 1 second,
Sure.
there's a lot of people that feel that the Holocaust numbers were actually inflated because of certain information that contradicts the numbers that have been told throughout some history books. And I don't know enough about that. Have you done any research into that aspect?
It's numbers. History is almost always about numbers, and the thing is that the more you look at them, the less definable they become. It is like trying to come up with an accurate number of how many people were killed in World War I, how many people were killed in World War II. All right, you can't. I mean, oddly enough, you would seem that it would be relatively simple to simply calculate how many, but you can't come up with that. The Holocaust is the numbers have always varied. The number which is always sort of brought around it is 6 million, and 6 million is a nice round number, and it has a nice round ring to it. It's not exact. There is no exact. It's not as if the Nazis killed Jews until they got to 6 million and stopped. All right. It comes into questions as to how many people, you can basically do this. If you go through most countries in Europe in the 1930s, generally had some sort of religious identifiers in their census data or in their issues of documentation. So if you go to Hungary, you go to Germany, you go to Austria, you go to Italy, you can determine from the people who declared themselves to be Jewish how many were there. So you can come up with a general picture of how many Jews, basically, not exactly, people who identified themselves as such or were identified by the governments that they lived in were there. And then you can do the same thing in 1946 and you can subtract the numbers. All right? So you know roughly how many there were in 1939, and then you know how many you find in 1946. Now, the basic subtraction that you'll get is somewhere between 5.2 and 5.9 million. And that, again, is because there are for instance, due to the fact that the Nazis killed people who they considered to be racial or biological Jews, as opposed to people who may in any way have identified themselves as such, then you can actually include people who wouldn't have been counted there. But it's somewhere between 5.2, generally between about 5.4 and let's say 6 million. 6 million is the sort of upper limit. 5.4 is probably the lower limit. That's where it is. There's a range. Okay. So if someone insists that there are 6 million people who die in the Holocaust, that's, there's no accounting. That's not a magic number. And it's maybe slightly on the high side. But this whole sort of argument as to whether it's 5.4, 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, we're talking over statistics. The point is that the murderous anti-Semitic policies of the Third Reich are pretty easy to document, and that there are a lot of people who are missing. But the point that I was trying to make is that in 1931, none of that has happened yet. I mean, okay. It's one of those things that the Second World War hasn't happened yet. I mean, there was an argument, you could make an argument that, well, look, Germany, okay, if Germany goes communist, the argument could be, there's definitely going to be a war. All right? That's going to embolden Stalin. He's going to have Germany on his side. All hell is going to break loose if Germany goes. And there would have been a war. At the same time, if Germany remains unstable, if it ends up under a military dictatorship of a bunch of revanchist, generals who want to ignite a war. I mean, think of it this way. Hitler would never have gotten his war if the German army hadn't given it to him. So the German general staff were the people who were really, and on his own, he had no ability to make this happen. He could only make that happen if the entire military establishment of Germany supported him. And that's why they did it. The German army is never National Socialist. The German army is monarchist to the core. They despise him, most of them, and he despises them. But they both have the same goal in mind. They want to restore Germany's position in Europe. They want to reverse the verdict of 1918, which in 1940, for a brief period, that they do. So it's one of those things that Hitler couldn't have become, Hitler didn't become what he did and didn't do what he did because he was the devil incarnate. He was a man, nothing more than that. He was able to attain the power that he did and accomplish what he did because all along the way he was joined and abetted and facilitated by others.
Well, he was also a master hypnotist, kind of like we were talking about earlier with his conversational hypnosis skills. If you actually study his voice with the frequencies, it's just through the roof. It's off the charts. And people would just get in that mass hypnosis stage. I did research on hypnosis for a lot of years where if you've got a group of 100 or more people together and they're rioting or protesting, the actual IQ level of that group drops by at least 10 points oftentimes.
Yeah. And it comes back to this role, Crowley and hypnotism. Honnison and a hypnotist. He was a hypnotist as well, of course. And then you've got, was part of what Honnison was teaching Hitler, these mass hypnotic techniques. This argument that magic rituals, that occult rituals are essentially simply hypnotism. Well, just extrapolate that. What is the Nuremberg rally? The famous thing that we almost see Hitler speaking in front of, these huge rallies with torchlight parades and symbolism. It's a big occult ritual, isn't it? Except now it's done publicly. It's
Absolutely.
not occult anymore. It's simply what is essentially an occult ritual, which is now turned into a public rally. But it's accomplishing much the same thing on a larger and larger scale. So maybe that's another way to think about this weaponization of magic, or the weaponization of occultism, that we can take it from being something that you would use to manipulate, 15 people in a cellar somewhere or in a room, instead of taking this same ability, this ability to project control in order to capture people's minds, to literally mesmerize them, instead of just a small group of people gathered around an altar somewhere. Instead, thousands of people gathered around an altar at Nuremberg, and then through radio and television and film to project that to millions of people across an entire country. The weaponization of occult technique. Again, one of those things.
Just like Hollywood, right?
Just like Hollywood. There you go.
I didn't mean to interrupt there. That was coming to my mind because they've really mastered those MK Ultra techniques, and now they can put it on the big screen and, like you said, have these global rituals and push agendas. I find it fascinating if you look at a lot of the parallels of World War II in Germany and things that are going on today in our own country here. I used to be a lot more nervous about martial law, roundups, FEMA camps, taking away our rights and basically pulling people in the middle of the night that might be outspoken out of their house with hoods over their heads and black Suburbans going off into the middle of nowhere, etc. And now I kind of look at it as they use these tactics as control mechanisms to keep people in fear. If they really want somebody to disappear, they're going to disappear. There's really nothing that person can do about it because there's so much power and influence with the electronics and the surveillance system and satellites and everything else. If you want to hide, good luck. It's going to be pretty tough unless you're in the middle of the rainforest. But, I do see a lot of parallels. What do you think about that kind of stuff?
Well, let's look at the basic reality that's admitted. Our own government, since 2001, has been engaged in renditions, which means that they have kidnapped people without any kind of open judicial process, taken them to secret prisons, black sites, tortured them in order to extract information, and people simply disappear into these things. The one place that we know about is Guantanamo. And, what is that exactly? It's a thing which exists outside the American judicial system, in which foreigners, in which people apparently, as far as we know, have never been actually charged with. This isn't to argue that everybody there isn't exactly guilty of what it is that they're accused of. But the only thing you really know is that because they're there, they're apparently accused of something. But on the other, there is this argument that it's a kind of creepy and dangerous precedent in which a government, particularly the one that you live under, has basically taken on the power that it can indeed snatch anyone it wants out of their beds in the middle of the night, take them off to a secret prison, and do whatever it wants to them for any period of time. I mean, that already exists. That isn't something which is fantasy. That's something which is done. So how much is it then conceivable that you could ramp that up, that even larger number of people, that you could turn, Guantanamo into larger Guantanamo? I mean, I'm not saying any of this is going to happen, but it could. There's nothing that actually prevents it. It's not some sort of completely unrealistic fantasy. You can't even argue that, no, your government doesn't do that type of thing. It doesn't violate basic human rights. It does, routinely. I mean, not only that, I mean, let's face it, what the whole sort of drone assassination program is about is the ability of the U.S. government and any other government that's done it to essentially murder anyone it wants without having to present a shred of evidence anywhere in the world. That's what it means. That you can, through drones or other means, kill anyone you want without providing any justification for it anywhere in the world. It's the ultimate murder incorporated.
It's mind-boggling when you put it that way.
And it is that's actually a pretty scary thing. You can always argue that, well, we have to do these things because the bad guys are so much worse, but they are. But you're sort of getting drugged down with them in this way. The thing about these, it's like the genie in the bottle type. Once you have released the genie from the bottle, once you have given that kind of power to do these things, how do you take it back?
I don't know.
Because it was never given publicly. Nobody ever voted to give them these powers. I'm not even sure when people who approve things like the Patriot Act or anything else really realized the implications of what they were doing. But we don't know. Secret courts, secret prisons, secret indictments, murder of anyone who was deemed to be a threat to what exactly? The state, the American way of life. We're not told that. So that, in keeping in mind that we now all wake up every morning expecting to read about some horrible atrocity that has taken place somewhere, to the point that we really don't notice them much anymore. It almost makes me wish, I'm old enough that I can remember now, almost with nostalgia, the Cold War and the constant looming threat of thermonuclear annihilation. And I would say that on the whole, that was much easier to live with, and in some ways far more comforting than a world of terrorism from both sides. I mean, in order to, to defeat terrorism, one must ultimately become a terrorist. One must embrace those. So there's a reason to be afraid of government. There's a reason to be afraid of terrorism.
And do you think that it's going to get better or worse as far as personal freedoms are concerned?
Well, I wish I could say that we would all wake up and this would disappear. It would all be some kind of bad dream. And I could try to look at what's a bright side in this, but I unfortunately, I think the reality you need to confront is this. If you look at the general trend of human rights in this country and elsewhere, and you look at it over the course of the last 10, 20, even 30 years, it has degraded. It has almost never improved. Rights tend to deteriorate. And that's not to say that that process is irreversible, but I don't know by exactly what process or power that reverse would be taken. because it seems to be a general trend which, our political systems and those who control it have basically accepted as a kind of necessity and a way of life. And I don't see any prospect that it's going to be thrown out of the window anytime soon. Is one of those things, without getting all sort of preachy about it, which I was just like, people tend to take human rights or basic rights for granted. And I think more so Americans, perhaps more so than anybody else in that. But they're not. They can disappear very quickly. They can disappear as quickly as someone showing up, putting a bag over your head, and you ending up on a black site in Poland or wherever else they have it. Now, most people go, I would never do anything that would cause that to happen. The point is, what do you have to do for that to happen? See, when you have secret courts, if there even are courts that can bring up indictments for the indefinite detention and imprisonment of people, and you don't even know what that's for, then how do you know you didn't do it?
Exactly.
I think you can be, you can really sort of descend into sort of paranoid alarmism in this, but it's not, it's not paranoia if they actually are out to get you or can. That's actually called pronoia. That's where you do have reasonable fear of these things happening. And I think even in terms of one's, public security, any kind of large public event, you got to think about it. You attend any sort of large public event these days, anything where there are hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of people around, well, you're in what's called a rich target environment. And I think you need only look at what happened just a few days ago in Nice, France, to appreciate what that means. And that was where, on Bastille Day, a public holiday, where hundreds of people were out simply, celebrating or just walking around, that was an opportunity for a single terrorist in one truck to use that to slaughter as many people as possible. So again, that's one of the sort of current realities. Anytime large numbers of people get together in a public venue, there's a danger which is involved, and a danger which 30 years ago, 40 years ago, no one would have thought about, but which now you have to constantly think about in that way. So to what degree would this idea of sort of creating this climate of perpetual instability and fear, of creating a kind of generalized paranoia in the public, then that, of course, leads into a desire to mitigate that as much as possible, which means more repressive and secretive measures that then create their own kind of paranoia. So I don't know. I guess, what is it you want? What's the paranoia of your choice? Do you want to take the chance of being blown up by Islamic terrorists, or do you want to take the chance of ending up in a FEMA camp, if that would exist? All right?
Well, they keep people on edge. They have that fear factor where they can control you easier. And if you're on that fight or flight mode, well, they know where you're going to go. They know what you're going to do. And certainly it seems like election years, this ramps up. Every 4 years, there's all this fear, hysteria. People are worried about martial law, earthquakes, Planet X, aliens coming out and abducting them. It's the election years are really the big years where people are just, am I going to lose my job? What's going to happen? Are they going to come after my guns? Am I going to have to go to a concentration camp? And I've seen that cycle since 2000 at least. So I certainly find it fascinating. And a lot of people think, and they say this every time, I hear every 4 years, well, the elections are going to be halted and there's going to be martial law.
I just had someone the other day who was insisting that was going to happen. And, I could probably be accused of, in some ways, it's the, the boy who cried wolf. I mean, again,
You're right.
I've heard that, again, for every election, at least probably over the last 20 years. Are they going to be canceled? Well, doesn't say it couldn't happen, but it hasn't happened, and it's probably not. The aliens are going to land. Well, it could happen, but it's probably not. Okay. I mean, most of these fears are the common things we have. It's like, they're going to confiscate all the guns. Well, they again, that's not impossible, but it's probably not going to happen. And if it does, it would happen. Things to watch for aren't the things that happen suddenly. They're the things that happen incrementally. And I think in some cases, accidentally or not, by constantly focusing people's attention on some sort of acute threat, that we miss the little thing. I mean, this is how rights erode. Okay, Americans' rights have eroded not because there was a bill passed, a specific bill in Congress, or there was a decision or a public announcement that these rights will be taken away or be mitigated. This happened incrementally, very small over a period of time. It is a gradual erosion, and that's what sometimes this focus upon these acute fears, most of which really are imaginary. Most of what we tend to be afraid of, we are either afraid of. I think we're often sort of afraid of the wrong things, or that the threat presented is actually appears to be much greater than it actually would be. I mean, again, yes, is jihadist terrorism a threat? It is, and it strikes catastrophically in certain places, but it's not a generalized threat. That is, of all the public gatherings that take place, almost none of them have terrorists that show up. And of course, but it only takes that happening in a few instances for that to create the fear, to create the perception of concern. And the question in all of this is, of course, is the degree to which these things just happen and people respond to them, and the way in which, again, they're being manipulated or exploited in some degree. That's the mystery.
Right. And also, you have a book that you're writing right now. I think it's going to be released pretty soon, called Wall Street and the Russian Revolution.
Well, I'm still writing it. Got a contract for it. Still writing it, and I want it to come out next year. 2017, because the obvious 100th anniversary, right?
Right.
You don't want to miss that. Yeah, I don't know what is that. What is it that I guess the question would be was, what is it, Spence, that you could say that Anthony Sutton didn't? Well, I can name more names and give more connections. It's a very, it's a complicated story. I got to admit that, it's got a lot of names and it's got a lot of numbers. And it's one of those projects where there is that very fine line. There's two ways you can, this again is something, as an historian and sometimes in class or something, trying to present something. The question is, do I want to oversimplify this? I mean, you want to avoid oversimplifying. At the same time, you want to avoid overcomplicating. And both of those are relatively easy to do. And the tricky part, again, is finding that kind of balance between them. And that really, as I'm working through and putting this manuscript together, is what I'm trying to do. But there's no way of getting around it. It's not a simple story. It doesn't conform to a sitcom situation. It's not an episode of 24. Maybe that's a good way to put it. You don't have a simple story. There are a number of factors and people that play into it. But it's I guess the question comes down to it. If the answer was Wall Street and the Russian Revolution, well, that name seemed to suggest is that there was a relationship, if nothing else, was a causal or symbiotic relationship between American finance capital, which is pretty much what we mean by Wall Street, American bankers and industrialists. And did these people, who were ostensibly all arch capitalists, facilitate a revolution in the Russian Empire which brought to power the world's first radical socialist regime? And with that, communism, and with that, basically the next 70 years of world history. And it still has an impact, but the repercussions from that are still going on. Now, that again is one of those things that on the surface of it just seems, nutty. So why would capitalists, people who would apparently have everything to lose if they brought radical socialists to power, Well, why would they abet that? That just seems to be completely contrary to what would be in their own best interests. Well, the simple answer to it, along with the simple answer to most other things, is that it's about money. Okay, I mean, this is one of those things that you often like to think, well, there's more to things than money. Well, very often in the real world there isn't. And the money angle in it is that, well, it's something you can see today. The destabilization of a government, the deliberate destabilization of a government, with the result not necessarily of establishing a government, but of creating chaos, of dismantling its economic and political structure so that it can be reorganized or more effectively exploited. That was what was basically going on. And again, you look at it, the thing about the Russian Empire back in 1917, as many ways with the Russian Federation today, it's still shorn of some of the territories, the Ukraine and others. It's still the biggest country in the world, and it's still probably the world's single largest storehouse of every form of mineral wealth that exists. The problem with Russia back in the early 20th century is that it was assumed that because of its backward political system and it therefore had a backward economy, and that all this wealth could not be effectively exploited. So keep in mind, there were people both within Russia, that is, capitalists, entrepreneurs, people who viewed themselves as progressive reformers, who also agreed that the Tsar's regime needed to be gotten out of the way as a kind of antiquated structure so that Russia could be modernized and rationalized. And there were people in the United States and other countries who agreed with that view. This eventually all came to a head during World War I, when the decision in London and Paris and eventually in Washington was that, the Tsar's government was not effective in waging the war against Germany. It wasn't particularly effective. And we need to replace that with a government that will be more effective. And that's what really happened. And this again, I'm sure many of your listeners know this, but in 1917, there are two revolutions, not one. The first revolution occurred in March, the second one in November, because the Russian calendar is different. There's something called the February and October. The reason the October Revolution occurs in November is by the Russian calendar at the time it was October. But there's a revolution that occurs in March, and there's one that occurs in November. The one in March is the one which overthrows the monarchy. That has nothing at all to do with the Bolsheviks. Okay? This is the one thing I've told students in my Russian history course, is that, if you come out of this, the one thing you should know is that Lenin didn't overthrow the Tsar. And if you don't know that, I'll flunk you. I haven't had to do that with anybody.
Oh,
but instead, who overthrew the Tsar? Well, who overthrew the Tsar were people within his own political establishment. They were nominally parliamentarian liberals. He was overthrown by self-described Russian liberals, with only a couple of token socialists along for the road, and rather moderate socialists at that. So the people who overthrew Tsar Nicholas were not the Bolsheviks. They weren't revolutionaries of any kind. They were men who sat in the parliament that he had created and who basically schemed against him to get him out of the way as an ineffective ruler, and they took over. And then if you look at the response to Washington and to Wall Street, by the way, in terms, again, of American finance capital, couldn't have been happier about that. And this is one of the things it's amazing what you can find if you simply go back and read the newspapers of the day. And it doesn't mean that everything you read in an old newspaper article is correct. Very often it's full of all kinds of things that are wrong, but it tells you what people thought at the time. It tells you what the perception of it was. And the perception on the American, capitalist scene was that the fall of the Russian monarchy was the best thing since sliced bread. And this was going to not only help the Russians fight more effectively, it certainly was going to open up all kinds of wonderful opportunity for advancement. So when you keep that in mind, was there a reason for American financiers or for American money to contribute to the overthrow of the Tsarist government? Absolutely. And, the reason why capitalists invest in anything is with the expectation of what? Return. And that's what it was. Okay, there was an investment in political destabilization and change with the idea of ultimately reaping the rewards of the advantages of the resources that would be made available to you. Now, here's where the rub comes in. The other thing which tends to be greatly underestimated or often forgotten about in history, the real, in some ways, almost motive engine of history, is not calculation. It's not conspiracy. That's, history is largely pretty much conspiracy. I mean, anytime a small group of people get together in private and make a plan of any kind, it is, technically a conspiracy. So that's most political history. But that's not what happens is that is the law of unintended consequences. And the law of unintended consequences is that if you or I or anyone sets out to change one variable, okay, we don't like this and we're going to get rid of it. Okay, we don't like the Tsar's government because we think it's backward and inefficient and stupid, so we're going to overthrow it. Well, the problem is that once you alter one variable, you have altered many others, and you don't know what those are. And what happened in Russia's case is that you had one plot favored and facilitated by outside influences, not just American, which got rid of the old regime, replaced it with another government, which it turns out didn't really have the power or credibility or people to hold things together, and it all began to unravel and spiral out of control, and 8 months later led to the seizure of power by what 8 months before had been a marginal revolutionary group, really a group on the fringe of the revolutionary left in Russia. But somehow this had emerged from nowhere. I mean, Lenin was not anybody on the world scene before this. He wasn't even the dominant figure in the Russian revolutionary movement. Most of the Russian revolutionaries opposed him. But he then becomes a beneficiary of this law of unintended consequences. Well, then what happens? You engineer the fall of one regime, or you facilitate it in some way, or you place your bets on it, you expect a return, and that doesn't work out, and now you've not got this new group coming along. So what do? Do you oppose them, or do you work out a deal with them? And in many cases, the idea made much more sense to work out a deal. And this, again, is one of the things that you begin to look at. Many of the key American emissaries who are there when the Bolsheviks take power are much more interested in working out some sort of modus vivendi with them than they are overthrowing them. And the other thing to keep in mind is that there had never existed in the world up to this type of thing any such thing, not only of a revolutionary socialist regime, but any socialist regime. I mean, there were large, active socialist parties in all European countries in America. They didn't hold power anywhere. Power was something that was purely imaginary. I mean, this was something that socialists had dreamed about for decades, but no one had ever achieved. And then suddenly, here it is. And not only to, let's say, what might be termed sort of evolutionary or parliamentary socialists, but now a branch of a socialist movement, a revolutionary socialist movement, under the domination of a man who had no interest in any of those things. Lenin believed in the concept of a vanguard party. He believed in the concept of a dictatorship of the proletariat, whether you had a proletariat or not. What he basically believed in was the creation of a new revolutionary priesthood, which would induce change, forcible change, that it would become one great social engineering experiment. And that's really what the Bolsheviks embarked upon. They embarked upon one of the 20th century's first mass social engineering experiments. it all pretty much went wrong. But no one's going to stop once they're there. So what I'm looking at is in that book is both, of actual sort of conniving and plotting of particular decisions that are made to invest in revolution, is that if you or I or anyone sets out to change one variable, okay, we don't like this and we're going to get rid of it. Okay, we don't like the Tsar's government because we think it's backward and inefficient and stupid, so we're going to overthrow it. Well, the problem is that once you alter one variable, you have altered many others, and you don't know what those are. And what happened in Russia's case is that you had one plot favored and facilitated by outside influences, not just American, which got rid of the old regime, replaced it with another government, which it turns out didn't really have the power or credibility or people to hold things together, and it all began to unravel and spiral out of control, and 8 months later led to the seizure of power by what 8 months before had been a marginal revolutionary group, really a group on the fringe of the revolutionary left in Russia. But somehow this had emerged from nowhere. I mean, Lenin was not anybody on the world scene before this. He wasn't even the dominant figure in the Russian revolutionary movement. Most of the Russian revolutionaries opposed him. But he then becomes a beneficiary of this law of unintended consequences. Well, then what happens? You engineer the fall of one regime, or you facilitate it in some way, or you place your bets on it, you expect a return, and that doesn't work out, and now you've not got this new group coming along. So what do? Do you oppose them, or do you work out a deal with them? And in many cases, the idea made much more sense to work out a deal. And this, again, is one of the things that you began to look at. Many of the key American emissaries who were there when the Bolsheviks take power are much more interested in working out some sort of modus vivendi with them than they are overthrowing them. And another thing to keep in mind is that there had never existed in the world up to this type of thing any such thing, not only of a revolutionary socialist regime, but any socialist regime. I mean, there were large, active socialist parties in all European countries in America. They didn't hold power anywhere. Power was something that was purely imaginary. I mean, this was something that socialists had dreamed about for decades, but no one had ever achieved. And then suddenly, here it is. And not only to, let's say, what might be termed sort of evolutionary or parliamentary socialists, but now a branch of a socialist movement, a revolutionary socialist movement, under the domination of a man who had no interest in any of those things. Lenin believed in the concept of a vanguard party. He believed in the concept of a dictatorship of the proletariat, whether you had a proletariat or not. What he basically believed in was the creation of a new revolutionary priesthood, which would induce change, forcible change, that it would become one great social engineering experiment. And that's really what the Bolsheviks embarked upon. They embarked upon one of the 20th century's first mass social engineering experiments. It all pretty much went wrong, but no one's going to stop once they're there. So what I'm looking at is in that book is both, of actual sort of conniving and plotting of particular decisions that are made to invest in revolution, to invest in deliberate political instability, with the aim, when the Western capitalist aim was pretty much to reap the rewards that this new order of destroying the old order in Russia, and you're now basically going to open up one where nobody would come out and say it. You can go in and rape and pillage the place as much as you want to. You can gain the exploit, because you're going to put people into power who will be obliging to you. So you see what I mean? The Bolsheviks come along, they seize power, they're very, very weak. Well, you can either spend money trying to get rid of them, and then you'll have some other come along, or you can just co-opt them. You can just buy them off. They're desperate. They want money, they want help, and some of them did. And it creates this connection between people, I think, as we were talking about Crowley, that isn't immediately apparent. But once you begin to sort of connect the dots, or or understand what the position of the two sides are, it really is quite logical. There is often very good reasons as to why an arch capitalist would support a revolutionary movement in another country if they thought it would create the conditions necessary that they could profitably exploit. That's all it is. It's money.
It certainly makes the world go round, and a lot of people will put conspiracies into things, but if you just follow the money trail, that's usually where it ends up.
Yeah. Most 99 times out of 100, it will be about money.
Wasn't the first to bring back BB Tech. It was a group of separatists, terrorists opposed to UCA expansion, according to the records. They started using them about 3 years ago, right around the time Bridges 1 was putting plans in place to head west. Seems these separatists were having trouble with BTs too, and figured that if they could track them, they might be able to steer them into our path. When Bridges caught wind of this, the decision was made to fight fire with fire, to start using BBs as a countermeasure. It's possible yours was commissioned for that very purpose, a fact I think someone may have tried to conceal, judging by the absence of BB-28's service record. I always found it strange that we were so willing to utilize technology we barely understood. Now we know why. We've been aping methods and techniques employed by others from the start. There's more you should know. It's about the original Bridge Baby experiments. Piecing together what little I could find, it looks like they started around the time of the Death Stranding. They were conducted on the island of Manhattan off the East Coast, which was completely and utterly obliterated by what was almost certainly a void out. Back then, these experiments had the full support and approval of the American government. It's all just guesswork, but I suspect the BP program was conceived to help gain a better understanding of the nature of the Death Stranding. However, due to ethical and safety concerns, public opinion was strongly against the program. Still, they pressed on, and in their desperation to make sense of the greatest disaster of their age, I think they caused another. I should also mention that the president himself was killed in the blast. It was after his death, when he was succeeded by then Vice President Strand, that the experiments were suspended by executive decree. Documents were shredded, facilities were decommissioned, and every effort was made to pretend that BBs had never even existed. Which begs the question how some random separatist group was capable of resurrecting the tech decades later. I'll let you know if I turn up anything enlightening. Sam, check the delivery terminal and review the list of orders. The people of Mountain Knot City have a pressing problem that needs to be addressed. A tar-like substance has been bubbling up from beneath the ground near them. They're seeing more of it by the minute, and and it won't be long before it spreads into the city. There have already been reports of ejecta inside the outer walls. If nothing is done, the whole city might be swallowed by a sea of tar in the near future. There's an order from Mountain Knot City. Check the details on the delivery terminal. If the theory that tar jets are somehow connected to the beach is correct, then Mountain Knot City may very well be in danger of being consumed by the other side. Which is why they need you to close off the ones in that region before it's too late. However, if we were to use an antimatter bomb, our scientists think it might be enough to sever the connection. They used to research antimatter propulsion technology here before the first expedition. Using antimatter sequestered via the beach, believe it or not. But those experiments were eventually suspended. The researchers never came close to developing anything workable, and the dangers were deemed far too great. When Bridges 1 arrived, they assumed control of their facilities and antimatter stores. To minimize the risk of a catastrophic annihilation, the antimatter was partitioned using special magnetic traps. We repurposed those traps to make the bomb. Once the magnetic field is removed, the antimatter comes into contact with the casing and triggers a void out. Now, it goes without saying, but if one of these things goes off en route, we'll have a catastrophe on our hands. And to make matters worse, the traps weren't designed to be transported. Sure, the container carrying the bomb has a built-in stabilizer, but it's not something you want to tip over or drop. If those magnets fail, you're gone, along with everything else for miles around. So yeah, you could call this a dangerous delivery, but I can't think of anyone better equipped to handle it. Get it done, Sam. We're counting on you. Be advised, Sam. The case for that antimatter bomb was not designed for long-distance transport. The magnetic traps that keep the antimatter sequestered are delicate. A powerful impact, reckless driving, an unbalanced carrier. There are all kinds of ways the traps could fail. Any abnormalities detected within the case should trigger an alarm. If it goes off, you're doing it wrong. And if the bomb goes off, we'll have a disaster on our hands. The kind we can't come back from.
Order assigned.
Heads up, Sam. Looks like you've tripped an intrusion sensor. To be clear, these sensors react to you, not to your cargo. Be careful. Trouble may be on the way.
the building is carrying some nasty stuff. Stuff nobody would want anywhere near them. I thought you people would have figured that out by now. We want no part of your chiral network or the UCA.
That voice. Is that you, Mama? You hit your head there, Mama?
I'm not yours, and yours is no kind of mother.
All right. Enough games, Mama.
I don't think you heard me, mister. Mountain Knot City is telling you and the UCA to take a hike. You people keep doing what you're doing, and you're gonna put us right back on the road to the death stranding. We didn't ask for you to come and tell us how to live our lives. We'll decide that for ourselves, thank you very much. All we want from you is the occasional delivery. Nothing else.
So you speak for the city?
That's right. I'm in charge. The name's Lochner.
Lochner? Hold up, I need to talk to you. You're a technician, right?
Look, go home and don't come back.
Listen to me, damn it. I need your help.
Well, we don't need yours, Bridges. You're only making things worse.
Sorry you had to deal with that, Sam. She's the boss over there, and she's not afraid to lay down the law. We need her, and we need her people. We've lost too many others as it is. Without Mountain Knot City, the chiral network and the UCA will never be complete.
What now?
So, here's the thing. Sam, Lochner is Mama's twin sister. Former Bridges 1. Went west with the others. Second group, just like Mama. Mama's not her real name, of course. That'd be Malingen. Both have dooms and both are scientific geniuses. Mama's primary field of expertise is applied physics. Lochner's is theoretical. Mama designed the qubit hardware. Lochner, the software. They said they could converse over any distance. Said they had a special bond that led them. I don't know how that's possible, but I'll tell you this. There wouldn't be a chiral network without them. They were so close that some said they were like one person in two bodies. Might be why they were able to develop the qubit. But they had a falling out after Molingen's accident. Lochner left Bridges and cut off all contact with us. I don't know what happened between them. But if we don't bring Lochner around, our plans to make America whole again are finished. Not that I'm asking you to stick your nose in their personal business. Though if you did, it might help us figure out how to bring Lochner around. Which would be great, because our plans to make America whole again are finished without her. In the meantime, if you've got any bright ideas, feel free to give them a shot. Good work.
Several weeks ago, I had an incredible interview with Chase Klotsky. She is a leading investigator in the UFO phenomena, and she had a incredible experience where there was an implant that somebody pulled out of their body, some type of bizarre implant that seemed to have electrical features, computer type features to it. And whether or not it was from here or up there, that's to be debated. But what's very interesting is when we were talking about it, and this was about 45 minutes into the interview, our connection was immediately gone. So I called up my internet provider and they said, well, this is kind of bizarre. That area seems to be without internet at the moment, and we don't know what's wrong. So it took them over an hour to get it going again, and it was quite the experience. So we do have this rescheduled here, and let's hope it works out this time. Keep my fingers crossed. What are you doing today? What's going on with you? I had a couple of Chinooks fly over my backyard yesterday. That was exciting. And I wanted to take my friends over at Age with Leak. So this stuff is awesome. Have you got at their ageless? And because last, buckle up. This is so interesting because last time we had a conversation, it was going great until about the 45-minute mark. And then you brought up some type of implant that somebody pulled out of their body, and the entire area that I'm in, internet just went out for over an hour. It was so bizarre. And it's probably just, just a coincidence, obviously, or because they love us so much. But first of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Amazing. I love it out here. It's fantastic. Every single day I wake up, I look outside and I'm like, is this for real? This is
we just moved to the mountain home. That's why it took so long for us to reconnect to finish the interview. I moved from DC to, like the mountain woods of Pennsylvania. Right now, my internet speed is 1.5. Just saying. Barely enough to stream. So yeah, we're way out here, but yeah, we're living the dream.
Oh, I'll bet you feel good to be out of the city.
Oh my gosh, yes. It was about 2 days before we left. The rioters started like a half a block from us, and just was, it was just time to go. We're excited. It's our retirement home.
Well, you know what? Just in case you want to go back and visit or something similar, I did buy a timeshare and shop.
Okay.
Yeah, the maintenance fees are great. So if you ever want to use my week, just let me know. Just cover the maintenance fees. And oh,
so
man.
Awesome.
Oh man. So yeah, it's a lot of fun out there. But so first of all, let's just jump into what we were talking about last time. So can we start from the beginning and describe the person and the events that took place, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
It was a military veteran who went to the VA, and he was going through some checkups, and he's had this thing in his hand for quite some time. And so he asked the doc, hey, can you take this out? And he's like, sure. So he takes it out and he puts it like in a little container, writes down exactly when it was and everything on the container, and gives it to the patient, which is amazing because now we have that, indifferent doctor. That implant never came up. So he was very curious about it. And as a little bit of time went on, he was wondering, should I have this investigated? Because he's starting to remember or feeling like he's had experiences. So I get the implant. I send it to the first layer of a lab that we have, and she was so creeped out. She was like, get rid of this. I send it to Stanford. We've got I'm freaking out. And it's because on one end, you could put a magnet and it would snap to the magnet. When you do it on the other end, these little tiny wire things come out and they're wiggling trying to get to the magnet. And it creeped her out so bad, she's like, I'm done. Get rid of it. So I sent it to Stanford, and unfortunately, and I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden he said he was too busy to do anything about it and sent it back priority mail. What he found, if he did anything at all, I can't say, but it's just really amazing. And I sent it right back to the witness and told him, let me set up some more testing for you. And I'm in the process of doing that now.
Do you have any images or anything you could share with us of this implant?
Actually, I think I do, and I can send you this after an
Okay.
email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be like a gold star. Absolutely.
Yeah. And well, because the first lab tech absolutely videoed everything showing this. So Yeah.
Now, what was the first lab it went to again?
It was just a basic element lab. So what we wanted to do was first make sure it was metal, or what is it, before we send it to, electron microscopic type work where they're layering. And, we just want to make sure it's worthy to pay the big bucks. And I did the same thing with the DNA. So I usually send it to a lesser lab to say, yeah, you know what, we couldn't figure it out either. And then I'll pay the money, because it's really expensive to have like that kind of analysis done.
How much would that cost? What if we could come up with the money for it?
Truthfully, my husband is very generous with his paycheck because I don't work. I'm a ufologist, and we don't make any money, and that's okay. It's my passion, and he's very generous with my hobby, and he actually he usually gives me the money for it all.
So I would just absolutely love to see the results of something like that and see it go further, because this could be a missing link. And I'm wondering to myself, is this something that could be from extraterrestrials? Could it be from the Greys, or could it be from something here? And maybe it was to track him getting abducted. Oh, let's see where he goes. Let's see what happens, because they know about it. Did he describe any of the experiences that he thought he had?
No, that's as far as he went. He's a very proud gentleman, and he's a remarkable man. You could tell that there's just a lot of pride, and he just doesn't want to go there. But he went as far as to like say, hey, can you tell me what this is? And he almost didn't want to know, truthfully. So I don't know if things worked out the way they were supposed to, but it was really strange, because my connections and my lab connections in Stanford, they're rock on. I mean, I sent the Star Child skull DNA to him, or to I don't want to name him personally, but to the lab. And I have to tell you, like, he came up with the exact same DNA sequencing that it's a human. There's no hybrid there, blah, blah, blah. So, and I've had other things go there. So to have him come back and just say, we're too busy, we're not going to do it, and priority, like overnight mail it back to me, it was just really strange. But that's probably a great case. I'm excited about that.
So when you had it in your hands, like what was it like? I mean, did you feel
I
good?
never touched. Yeah, no, I didn't touch it. It actually, I had it sent through Oklahoma, which is where he's from. So I had Oklahoma, Dick and Marilyn Carlson go pick it up and personally make sure it got to the lab in Missouri. So I've never touched it. I've only seen videos and the reports and things, but yeah, I never touched it. So unfortunately, however, I don't want a lot of people touching it anyway. I'm a forensic specialist, and contaminating anything. So this was in his body. It was already sterilized coming out. You'll see in the video that the first lab tech absolutely had all the protocols, the PPE, everything to protect the evidence. So the sterilized gloves versus the latex gloves. Latex gloves protect you. Sterile gloves protect your evidence. So all that's in play, and that's why I like videoing when I do this. I never take a sample without video, to show that my process was not only according to standard, it was above standard and met the Department of Justice, or met their protocols.
The video footage. Now you've got this available?
Yeah, I think it's on my computer somewhere. Like I'll find it and definitely send it to you.
If you do that, it's just going to do so much for the views and for the viewer and for the whole genre and for research, and so many amazing things will happen, I hope, because of it. So if you can, I would really appreciate it. It'd be wonderful. And plus that would also, any of the naysayers out there, they'd be like, well, where's the footage, Rex? Like, it's right here, man. Because I get
Department of Justice, according to standard, it was above standard and met the
For the
Department of
views.
Justice, or met their protocols.
For the views, guys. It's for
the
the
video
views.
footage. Now you've got this available?
Yeah, I think it's on my computer somewhere. Like I'll find it and definitely send it to you.
If you do that, it's just going to do so much for the views and for the viewer and for the whole for the whole genre and for research, and so many amazing things will happen, I hope, because of it. So if you can, I would really appreciate it. It'd be wonderful. And plus, that would also, any of the naysayers out there, they'd be like, well, where's the footage, Rex? You know, like, it's right here, man. Because I get that a lot, you know. So, which
You know,
is
and no one
rightfully
else
so.
has seen this because we've been in, COVID and lockdown, and I'm not doing a lot of interviews. I love your show. So when,
Thank you.
your amazing wife invited me, I'm like, yeah, of course. But I'm not doing a lot of these shows. I'm definitely backing off of conferences because I just want to get back in the field and work. I'm happier there, and I just want to get off the gerbil wheel of the same old people at every single. Like, I love Richard Dolan, I love Nick Pope and Linda Moulton Howe, and we got real close as a tight knit group. But enough's enough. I'm preaching to the choir. I like what you said about the naysayers. That's who I want to reach, and definitely doing some work in DC. It's an explosion right now of military and intelligence agencies just blowing this whole, there are things in our sky that we can't explain, wide open.
Yeah, there is. And especially right now, the time is perfect for it. And I'm wondering about being able to reverse engineer something like this. So when you were watching it, what was coming to your mind when you're watching these things pop out because of magnets?
Yeah, I think you don't really see the little wires as much as you just the reaction of her, but you definitely see it like fly across and hit the magnet. You'll see a little bit. I was just intrigued. I just if I was there personally, I probably would have been creeped out because I'm not immune to normal reactions, just because I'm around this stuff all the time. I get scared in the field every once in a while, or, I'll, have emotional things sometimes that, creep up when we're talking about, abductions and experiencers and things like that. So, yeah, I probably would have been creeped out and just like, oh, I don't even know if I want this in my house.
I would be nervous somebody would want to come get it. I'm surprised that has he had anybody say
No,
anything to him?
no, not as far as I know. And truthfully, if this isn't a big deal, nobody cares about it. So it's not on the New York Times. Nobody's paying attention to it right now. It's so why bother? Why bring the attention to it? By doing things like that. So, and he's a very quiet guy. He's definitely, he's a patriot. So some of this is rubbing him a little bit, and I think he's almost like back and forth of, I want to know what it is. I don't want to accept what it is if it's what it could be. So, that these are things that go on, and like I said, his life right now is the American Legion. He's an incredible man.
So you're really into forensic science and by the book and doing the research that needs to be done to get the right results. And with that being said, you can give a good opinion on something, and it doesn't have to be absolute, but an opinion, which everybody should have the right to have. What is your opinion on this thing? Do you think it's alien, or do you think it's?
I don't know. I don't have one yet because there hasn't been enough testing done on it. And I know that's not the answer you want, but
That's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, and I have to tell you, if you go to my website, chaseklitzky.com, about halfway down, you can upload my report on the Malibu underwater base, and you'll see that I don't ever say what it is or what it isn't. Now, I never say this is unknown or it's a drone. The science does it for me. The evidence does it. I never come out with the bottom line. So even when you go to, I have another website, it's called The Field Reports with an S.com. And all my cases are in there. Like, not all of them because I've done hundreds and hundreds, but literally, like some of my favorite are there, including the Star Child skull. I never said it was human. Science did 4 times. Because I repeat, you have to repeat. You have to repeat that scientific conclusion.
So this is your website, the Field Reports.
It is. And I have that with one of my great friends and an amazing researcher called Carrie McClure.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our site, yes.
Great. And then also your other site here. So just type in your name. And this is great because when I'm scrolling through here, I almost forgot, like, you've had some really incredible experiences in the entertainment industry as well to bring about this information. Like if we look at some of these appearances that you've made, the Low Files, I think Rob Lowe's awesome. I think he's great. And then Expedition Unknown, Josh Gates, I think he's fantastic. L.A. Marzulli, he's a great guy. He's actually speaking at the conference I'll be speaking at in next week, which is going to be
wow, excellent.
Yeah. So tell
LA
us.
says hi. I love LA.
Yeah. Well,
I've done a lot of work with LA, especially in Peru. We've done a lot of work together.
So what do you think about these elongated skulls? Do you feel that they could have just, do you think they were alien, or do you think they were just people here that had a different genetic makeup?
I think from everything I've seen, I think they were emulating something. And there's a theory that the foramen, the forum magnum, that little hole in the stem of your base, I'm just like, anyway, that it's different on some skulls because it's way in the back. But then I need to challenge LA a little bit, because you can't move that foramen magnum. You can't do it. But what if you take your skull and elongate it here, and the skull makes it look like? And I need to challenge it, because right now the information out there is, and I haven't done it yet, so maybe it wasn't fair to say it out loud, but I think I have a scientific and an answer to why some skulls have the foramen magnum very close to the back of the head. So these are some of the things that we have to think out of the box. The other thing I don't use are UFO analysts. It's like the prosecution using only their people. It doesn't work. So I think that's why a lot of my work is noted by others. And it's basically because in the end, if the science doesn't give us an answer, it's still pending. Because I still take samples, and if I can't find anyone to take them, maybe 5 years from now I will. So I save samples and I double out my samples. It's like in the 70s and 80s when we knew that the rape kits had to be taken because this DNA was starting to be a reality, and some of them waited 10 years. So I'm doing the same thing with my evidence, and I collect a lot of stuff. I think I'm the only one out there with the forensic kit, willing to travel. I don't know anyone else doing that. Lots of investigators on the ground, but I don't know anybody certified as an international forensic specialist with a kit that knows how to use it out in the field.
Well, I do have qualifications as a conspiracy scientist with a kit. Hello. No, I've got some pretty cool. I've got the drones. I've got really nice camera equipment and stuff. But I don't know much about forensics, so I certainly wouldn't. That would be a course that I should take, huh? I should take a class on it.
And there's no college course on collecting. There's college courses on how to process evidence. But it's actually, you go online, it's a little expensive, but it's an extremely good course. And that information's on my website. You'll see the International Forensic Certification, blah, blah, blah. They're awesome over there. So, I mean, anybody can do this. It's not rocket science. It's just everything I do out there is, how do I protect the evidence from any contamination or degradation? Like, we just can't have any of it. So it's not rocket science. You kind of have to know paper or plastic, some things sweat in plastic, other things are better in bags, even though you think it would be better in a evidence bag. But I don't use Ziplocs, I don't reuse tools. Everything's, one-time use only. So it's, it's what I do.
Well, one of my best friends is a rocket scientist. So if you need to, have access to his brain or anything, or any of his notes, just let me know. I'll introduce you. His name's Greg Allison. Nice guy. Let me ask you this then, as far as with the research you've done, and you've got some great research. You've been doing it for years. It's a passion of yours. You've met some wonderful people in high places. Even as a lobbyist for the disclosure of what some of these UFOs are, it'd be fantastic. So you're doing an amazing job here. With that being said, oh yeah, thank you. It's an honor to speak with you. Grays, what do you think they are? Because they're real. They're definitely there. There's something. What are they?
Yeah, I saw one in Tennessee. Didn't even know it was there. Smacked right into, almost like it was 6 feet away from me. And the way I describe it, it was obviously biological in a sense, but it was so like the reaction. We had one of the big halogen flashlights, and you go from pitch dark, like this is way Boonies, Tennessee, and you go from pitch dark to the witness shining the light in his face, and there wasn't anything, not a twitch, not a, nothing. It was completely like stoic. In fact, it was so stoic, even though I knew better, like my brain, I saw it, I know what I saw. I still went back to try to think, did the cousins put it out there? Was it, a dummy? Like, you see those eyes? There's no one seeing that. There's no one seeing that or denying that it's biological. Are they created as workers? I do believe that's the case.
So how did you hook up with the Gray? What happened?
It was, I got a call in, at the time I was STAR team manager for MUFON, and I designed a whole rapid response unit, which was national. And so I got a call saying that they needed me to go to Tennessee because this witness is having like all these experiences, everything from triangles to, orange orbs, which we know are very common. So making this, it's a long story, but I'll make it kind of short and just hit the highlights. If any of your listeners have heard this story before, I haven't changed it. I'm just, for time's sake, maybe leaving a couple of the smaller details out. But anyway, we get to the place, and the minute we pull in, the witness is all excited, and he tells us, like, look, we kind of walk to the edge of his driveway, and he says, look up there. What is that? And there's all these like little lights, colored lights, and they all kind of like fly around, and all of a sudden, boom, they come together and just work as one unit. And if you got sick of looking at that one, you could turn around. There was probably about 6 others doing the same thing in the sky. I'm already like, okay, I have never seen this. I can't, like, I'm already trying to eliminate usual suspects, satellites, ISS, anything I could do, flights, anything, because even though it was obviously not that, you still have to rule it out for due diligence. So I'm ruling it out, and then the witness says, hey, I've got this humongous cornfield. I've never seen a cornfield this big. It was hundreds and hundreds of acres. But he's like, we have a panoramic view. You'll see everything out there. So we jump in the truck, because I had another investigator with me. We jump in the truck. We get into this cornfield, and I'm setting up equipment and making sure everything's on. And all of a sudden, the witness is excited. He goes, oh, my God, here it comes. This is exactly what I was hoping was going to happen. He says, here it comes. And I look up, and he's pointing, and sure enough, it's like this light. And it looks like it's heading for us. And then 2 others pop in. And I'm thinking, oh, my God, this is what he's talking about, like these orbs and everything. And then I realized as it got closer, they were connected. This is a friggin' triangle. And it completely just glided over, went right over our heads, never changed altitude, speed, completely silent, and blocking out stars, which was the weirdest thing to see that. That was probably when you start getting a knot in your stomach, when you're seeing this thing that's huge, it's not supposed to exist. It's going slow enough. It should be falling out of the sky by the size of it. It's so remarkable. So at this point, we knew, that we were over our heads. We needed to bring in state directors. We needed more, investigators out there to help or whatever. But I'm trying to fix equipment, because while the triangle was going over, everything I had died. Of course, I've got my cameras. I have 4 cameras, different makes and models. I'm trying to get, my tri-field meter, all the things I had out there. I even have, a FLIR. Trying to get everything was dead. So I thought it was battery drain, which we often hear in paranormal, Bigfoot, and even some UFO experiences. But when it left, everything came back on. I decided I was going to change the batteries anyway. So got my tri-field meter. It takes a little screwdriver to get it off to get the batteries. And all of a sudden, I just had this feeling. And I turned around, and the other investigator was further in the cornfield, because she's actually trying to get a phone signal, because we have to call the state director. The witness, and I just said, hey guys, does anyone else feel like you're being watched? And I don't mean from up there. And all of a sudden, this fear, it's terror pounded into me. It was physical. And every one of us at the exact same time turned and started running. Nobody said run, nobody said boo, nobody said anything. We all acted the exact same way at the exact same time and just running. And I can tell you, every single cell in my body new terror. I've never felt like that before. It was excruciating. It was physical. And we jumped in the truck. We took off. In fact, the witness went so fast, we caught a little air before we hit the road, got back in his drive. In fact, it was funny. They're in the cornfield because she's actually trying to get a phone signal because we have to call the state director. The witness, and I just said, hey guys, does anyone else feel like you're being watched? And I don't mean from up there. And all of a sudden, this fear, it's terror pounded into me. It was physical. And every one of us at the exact same time turned and started running. Nobody said run. Nobody said boo. Nobody said anything. We all acted the exact same way at the exact same time and just running. And I can tell you, every single cell in my body knew terror. I've never felt like that before. It was excruciating. It was physical. And we jumped in the truck. We took off. In fact, the witness went so fast, we caught a little air before we hit the road, got back in his driveway. We all come out of the vehicle. Nobody's saying a word. And then finally, I just kind of broke the silence by, I giggled a little and like, what the hell just happened? Because by the time we got to his driveway, and I don't know when it stopped, the fear was completely gone and I had all my senses back. So now I'm thinking, I know what we saw. I know what we saw. Because as we're running, all of a sudden, I'm in back of the witness. The other investigator's way further up. She's almost to the truck at this point. And all of a sudden, I hit this brick wall. And it ended up being the witness because he stopped right in front of me. And he says, what the F is that? And he took this flashlight, shined it right over, and not 6 feet from us is this being looking straight at us. Yep. So, and of course, we finished running, got in. We ended up calling a state director. We are on record with videotape at a conference where everybody was there. State director, chief investigator, the other witness who, by the way, 2 weeks after this event, got in her car and drove away and never left her home, her family, her husband, relatives, and just drove off. She was missing for about 2.5 months. So, but we're all on the record. All our stories were exactly the same because I knew we couldn't talk about it. And the witness actually came up to me and he's really on a knee. He's on a knee. And he's like, Chase, thank you so much. Like, oh my God, you saw that, right? You saw it. What was it? I can't talk to him about that. I just said, all I know is it's real. And that was it. And nobody talked again until we had, the other teams come out and individually interview us and, then everybody's stories. The only thing that none of us were together on was how high the triangle was. We were all over the map with that. I don't even know how to measure something like that. So I was just guessing. And then I recanted the guess because that's not fair. Because what I kept saying was, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to give a right answer for how high it was. And so my original statement about I'm not going to do that to all right, I'll guess it was, like 1,500 feet, which is ridiculous. I don't even know. But then I went back and kept all the statements, but went back and said, look, guys, I wish I hadn't guessed, even though I was pressured into it. I shouldn't have guessed because I'm probably wrong. So, but that's the only thing anybody's ever, so.
That's an amazing testimony. Thanks for sharing that with me.
Absolutely. It was a night. I got home. I didn't say a word. The witness lived in Memphis. So I actually lived in Millington. So I actually drove an hour and a half to get to her house and an hour and a half back. We didn't say a word to each other the whole trip. I got home. My husband comes down. It's really, really late or early in the morning. And he's like, how was it? And I'm like, honey, I don't know if I'll ever go out there again. The other thing is,
send me the address.
Within 30 minutes, we were all back in the field because at this point, I have my senses back and I'm like, oh my gosh. It's like, if that being was right there, there's footprints, DNA. So I'm going back. I could see exactly where we were. Nothing there. So, which also ruled out hoax because there was no tracks around that being whatsoever. So, who's to say?
Now, you said somebody flashed the light on it and it didn't even respond.
Nope, absolutely nothing. Like, and you realize this after. So as I'm given, they're like, well, how did it react? I'm like, well, it didn't. Like, there was nothing. Like the eyes didn't change anything. It's bizarre. It would be a machine if I hadn't seen the eyes. Completely deep, biological. Yes.
It sounds like a biological entity that was manufactured, which is very interesting to what Daryl Sims talks about. He's done a lot of research in the UFO phenomenon and the implants, etc.
Right.
And he talks about how he thinks they're all hatched in a giant spaceship, and he thinks there's these different species, and he calls them different models of cars. And it's like, this is the Corvette model, this is the Pinto. Great guy. I think he's awesome. And actually, I'll be speaking with him again probably here shortly. We've been sending emails back and forth that he hasn't been getting, kind of like when you and I had that weird disconnection. Very bizarre. But
Yeah.
one thing that
Welcome to our world.
yeah, what's up? That's like,
right?
It's like, wow, 007 kind of stuff. But I was gonna say, when you brought that up, do you know what I'm thinking of, Chase? Is the possibility of an autonomous system in the ship. So these things that are coming down, like we've got drones, right? I don't know if I've got a drone where I can fly it out and see what's on video, and they've got new drones with infrared.
I have a drone, right?
That's their drones. Launch the grays, it's the drones. And they're in the ships and they're like, that's probably what they're doing.
Absolutely. And, you think that once you see, everyone says, Chase, I would kill for that experience just to see a gray. And I'm thinking, if you think it solved any questions I have, it didn't. I have 10 times more, because the first thing I got thinking after, like on the drive, first thing I said in the drive, BS. Like, BS. Nobody gets everything in one night. I'm not buying it. So I kept saying, this is stupid. It's so stupid. Like, you almost think, did it really happen? And it did. Your mind's not going to unsee that. Your eyes can't. Every fiber of my being knew what was going on. But, and by the time I got home, it was like, I said to my husband, I don't know if I'll ever go out there, because if what happened is real, and it was, like, I walk into crap. Like, I walk into things that maybe I shouldn't see, because that terror, I promise you, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy or anything. It was brutal.
So I have very close friends and family that have had experiences of abductions with the Greys, and they don't want to talk about it publicly. Some of them will, but some don't, and some can't because of their careers. They have to act totally normal. And when they tell me about it, they shake. Sometimes they shake, they get nervous, they get emotional, sometimes they cry. And it's so interesting because there's a lot of similarities when it comes to these Greys. And I don't know. I mean, go ahead.
You bring up such a great point, because that's exactly what most experiencers feel with the Greys. And one of the things I thought, because we hear that from experiencers, that they often project their feelings onto you. So then I stop and I think, oh my gosh, was that being trying to get back to the triangle and was absolutely terrified because we were out there, and that's the terror we felt. I get chill bumps saying it right now. And to tell you the truth, I can't go there, because whatever was going on in that cornfield, we were not supposed to be there, and they made sure we left. And it was a control. It was hive-minded with the three of us out in the field, and we weren't supposed to be there. So I almost think that, I don't know. It's conjecture, and I don't like to do that, but I think about it all the time, and I really don't like talking about it very often. So, and people that have, listened to my interviews before know that. They know it's not my favorite thing to do, but I do it because it's important to share my experience, because I always get emails or Facebook, more Twitter. I don't really do a lot of Facebook, but I get messages. Oh my God, I know that terror. Oh my God, I know that feeling. So, they don't feel crazy because they're not alone. And that's why it's important that we talk about our experiences. Some people can, some don't. That's okay. As long as the ones who can are speaking up. It's important. If it makes one person like, oh my God, I know that feeling, so I'm not crazy, or, then I'm happy to speak about it.
Well, I appreciate that, and it does connect a lot of dots. Thank you. And the conjecture here, this discussion, even though you don't have absolute scientific evidence of it in certain ways, it's still very important because this will lead to a solution. This will lead to the answers, and this will lead to the unfolding and the unveiling of what's going on, and probably has been going on for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I mean, these could be the watchers that are talked about, you know? I mean, if you think religion's another form of science.
Right. I honestly, I believe that. I believe that, they've had a part of humanity for a really long time. And have they interacted with us? Sure, they did. They walked with us for a while, and for some reason they don't anymore. So I'm not really sure how all that works, but I know they've been here before. And of course, LA will also tell you when I say, well, I know they've been here before, and he'll be like, and that's why we know the devil's evil. He's been here before. So it's interesting that the nuts and bolts community, which is me, and the prophecy community, which is LA, and when we get together, a lot of our discussions are the same. And I did not expect that. I expected these guys to be, church going holy rollers, spouting all this stuff. And you realize, whoa, wait a minute. They have as much evidence and probable theory as we do in nuts and bolts. And that's when I decided I would like to work with LA, and I have quite a bit.
Yeah, I've had a few interviews with LA in the past, and hopefully I'll do another one with him soon. But one thing about religion is interesting is because when you look at religion even, and you look at the Old Testament, and then you take back the ancient Sumerian cuneiform tablets, and you read the Egyptian hieroglyphics, and then you look at the petroglyphs from the natives and the mound builders, there's like this underlying theme and all of these cultures from around the world. Now, they'll have different stories, but the root oftentimes is very similar. And it's just been
Sky people.
Yeah, the sky people. The Anunnaki means those that come from the heavens. So that could be a multitude of.
And so, and you're right. And that is the gold standard, like through everything. So we can't ignore that. We can't ignore that, the cultures, and even back in ancient days, and, even up here in modernity, it's still the same thing. People or beings coming from the sky, whatever they may be. So I think it's definitely going on. And I feel very vindicated since the New York Times story broke 2 years ago in 2017, about the military guys. Now, Unidentified starts tomorrow on History Channel. And I promise you, season 2, if you thought season 1 blew you away, wait till season 2. They asked in season 1 for military members that had, that had information come forward, and the floodgates opened. Like, oh my gosh, people are going to be stunned. There's no more denying it. Waiting for disclosure, you don't need to. The government, the president's getting briefed, intelligence committees are being briefed. We have Congress, we have senators demanding, coming out with Marco Rubio demanding that the intelligence community and the Pentagon send over everything they have on these objects. I mean, this is no longer a secret. This is no longer taboo. You're crazy UFO lady down the road. This is over. It's happened, guys. Our government is openly involved in trying to figure out what these things in our skies are that we cannot duplicate.
Now, the question is, will they present themselves before or after the election?
Yeah, I don't know about that. What I do know is that we are, people understand the military's trained. And if you're on a boat and, you're a CDO or, something, or gunman, darn right, what's out in that sea. And they've got the highest technology of identification. They're listening, they're seeing, their sonar. There's a million things going on. And when all that technology and the eyewitnesses say, we don't know, and they capture that on their sonar and radar and, all the other things, the acoustics. And yeah, so now it's being recognized. I don't think we're going to get a lot out of the government. We're really, for as much crap as they get, To the Stars Academy flipped ufology on its head because they had the right people at the right time talking to the right connections. And I'm thankful for them. It kind of makes my job a whole lot easier now. And, people are really interested. my husband's retired military. He's a submarine commander. And,
Awesome.
we have a club, the Army Navy Club up there in DC. I don't know how often we'll get there now, but, these things are discussed in back rooms with admirals, captains, Marines, Army, it doesn't matter. Like all these officers, and the discussion going around is, like, how can this be? It's great. But the good news is it's being discussed, and it's being discussed openly, sort of. But the military members are making sure their testimony, most of them, are being documented through To the Stars Academy. And that's important for us.
Yeah, that's great. Now, let me ask you as an investigator, if I was able to tell you of a location where a crash took place, even if it took place 70 years ago, would you be able to find physical evidence for a crash?
It depends on the crash site. I would go,
Because I
and
know one.
after 70 years, right, it's a shot in the dark, but it's a shot, and I'll take it.
Have you heard of the Aztec UFO?
Yes, I love that.
Okay, well, I've been to the location a couple of times. It's only a couple hours from here, and it does look like something 70 years ago might have hit that area and scraped the top off, because there's not any old growth out there. And there,
Right.
I did find the road that was described. I did find the concrete block, but I'm wondering if we could get some other tools and stuff together to maybe even take it to the next level, because that's one spot we can pinpoint.
Right. And I would definitely have ground penetrating radar, because, the soils are changing, to see if we can find metal detectors out there. We'll be looking for that kind of stuff. I get a metal detector, and if you get something, give me a call, and I'll make sure you have everything you need. Or just go, any medical store has like sterilized gloves. That's all you need, because you don't worry about hair, because hair doesn't grow on rocks, so you're not going to contaminate it with that. But just get it in there. Rocks, as long as it's dry, goes in plastic. And get home, give me a call. I'll tell you exactly how to process it with a chain of custody that is irrefutable. I'm sorry. And let's rock. Let's go.
Cool. Yeah, that's great then. I'll definitely get. Now, you can get a nice metal detector for a few $100, right? Like $500? Or should I spend a couple grand?
Right. No, I honestly, I don't know anybody really, unless this is what they do constantly. We all have one. I think mine was like 300 maybe.
Okay.
And they're also often found in yard sales or Craigslist or eBay or something. So I would research the kind you want and then start looking to see if you can get one used, because it's much cheaper. But metal detecting, for those kind of things, I even do it for reported landings, because there's a professor, Wainwright, in India, that sent up a collector. He was trying to collect these things in the atmosphere or past our atmosphere, and just to collect what's in there, what's in space. And the balloon and all this stuff comes back. So it's kind of like a sat balloon, but the balloon comes back, and they have a little tray that comes out and collects a lot of the stuff, and then it goes back in. Well, he was surprised to find all these tiny little pits. And when they pulled it out, they're metal. They're these little balls, and you'll see that on my field reports. The little metal balls, and when they cracked it open, it has DNA. This guy is not he's not into these things at all. And that's what he found. So if you're interested in more details on that, so what we know now is that these things are in space. So I called up Jan Harzan, because I was with Bufon at the time. I'm like, Jan, this is huge, because if there's even a reported landing, I want to go out there and I want to start metal detecting and see and even I have a huge magnet. It's like the pull is ridiculous. If it gets on something, I can't pull it off. But, I go over that alleged site with that, because if we can prove that those little balls are there, then it came from space. It's not ours. It came from space. So those are some of the things that, we've been doing since, everything we learn. Every new case is like something. So we keep track of the science. We're watching the patents, and, just seeing who's because these guys want to pee on their bushes. If they've discovered something, they want credit for it because that's bank, right? That's government contracts and stuff. So they're going to patent it, and that's where we go out. That's how we found out they were working on EM technology, electromagnetic propulsion. So we've got our hands all over the place, and I really think it took a rock star who's a dreamer to put it all in place so that it's all going to one place instead of all of us out there with a little piece of something that we can't organize together. So that's what the value of To the Stars is, really, because that's what they're doing with the Vault. And they're going to have a phone app called Scout. So, and the phone app's going to, when you sign up, you give them your location. And if they get any reports that something's in there, you're going to be alerted. And you're going to be given coordinates and directions and see if you can go out and help get evidence. So this is a huge, no one had the money to do this. MUFON's on a shoestring. It always has been. Other organizations have kind of crumbled. There's very few of us. I wish a millionaire, would give a group of us, a nice little grant but it took the rock star to have the right connections with Chris Mellon and definitely Lou Elizondo. And, and others like Steve Justice, the engineer of the SR-71. So, when you have groups like that, they're not going to call, and I learned this as a lobbyist, they're not going to call the UFO community. They don't want anything to do with UFO people. They're being briefed by military commanders, military technology, and, because that's what their focus is. They don't care what happened in Tennessee, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's powerful. Well, and those, I want to do more research into the DNA balls in space that launch, wow. And the blah, 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 blah. Okay, create.
Yeah, just hit it. It's a short article, but it gives enough information that it's a great base for you to go forward. And that Dr. Wainwright, he was ridiculed at first, but now it's done. Like, it's real. That's what's going on. What they don't know is what the DNA means. And I personally think, of course, they're going to develop that to see what it is, right? But they're not. But that's illegal. So you can't clone certain things like that. But yeah, somebody's doing it.
Myself, I made a mistake. I've got this new 3D printer, and I'm like, dude, what can it do? Let's find out. So that's maybe what how those grays come up, right? They got like these 3D printers and spaceships, and they're like, print that one. Blah, blah, blah. Go.
Okay,
go
but
that
with all
person.
this technology, with all this technology going on, I just have one question. Where's my food replicator? When you go up like a Star Trek, and so I don't have to freaking cook anymore and just press a button and say, I want lobster and steak and baked potato. Boom.
Yes. And what's up with the Jetsons had it going on too? Remember? They would get up in the morning and everything would be done for them. Their clothes, everything. They're ready to go. But they still had that a-hole boss that they had to deal with. So it's not that much different.
Mr. Cogs.
Yeah. Well, Chase, you are awesome. And this was even better than the first interview we did. I don't know how that's possible, but it was. I had a blast. And now I do want to give a shout out to you've got a really cool field guide, and it's called Admissible, the Field Manual for Professional Applications, Strategies and Methods for UFO, Paranormal, and Unknown Biological Investigations. You can pick this up directly from your website, and I'll leave a link for that. Now your last name is spelled Kloetzke. So Chase, Kloetzke, and then also get the field reports, and that's available at fieldreports.com.
Yes, but I have to tell you, check before you buy the book, because the ebooks are often, if you're a Prime member, free. So make sure, that before you spend the money, I'm not about the money. So every time it goes free, I put a big notice out. Hey guys, Invisible's free on, ebooks. If you want it, take this opportunity. So.
Well, you just took away the Trolls' opportunity to say something. Because there's going to be, oh, what book are you selling today? Well, I'm not selling a book. I'm giving you, oh, shoot. Now what do I do?
Yeah,
I go troll
it's like
someone else.
I also have a documentary film that I'm an associate producer in, and I also appear in it called The Seating. And that's often a Prime member that is often free. And I'm always tweeting that too, like, guys, the film, if you haven't seen it, it's free right now. Go get it right now. I get excited.
Great film, by the way. I've seen it.
Oh, thank you.
It's
thank
awesome.
you. Thank you. So yeah, just keep your eye on that Prime and search it every once in a while. It's almost always free on ebooks, which I love.
Well, thanks again. And if you hear of something in Colorado that you want to get like somebody to go out and check it out real quick, call me. I'll do it. I'll go check it out, and then I'll send you the info and tell me how to do everything by the book so I don't, put any hairs on the rock.
It's funny because I'm actually working on a project, and as soon as we're good to go from this Corona, we have it's a production project. It will be in Colorado. So I hope to see you.
Yeah.
Bring you on.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Thank you very much. And have an awesome day, and good luck watching out for the Corona bugs.